Mark shook his head. He had a serious expression on his face as he silently observed everything that was going on. A player or NPC? Damon shook his head. Nope, he is an item spirit. More accurately, he is the item spirit of this metallic fortress. This guy is the metallic fortress, and the metallic fortress is him, just like a sword spirit or something like that. I was able to share some of Azuna's memories when I bound with her, and I learned quite a few things. This guy is actually pretty powerful. Mark listened carefully as Damon explained everything he knew. Azuna had been with him right from when she was just a seedling. I am not sure why or how, but this guy became extremely injured and came to this game world all on his own. He has been here for centuries, apparently, slowly trying to recover. Not just that, this guy's knowledge is extremely valuable. He knows a lot of things that we cannot even think about. His knowledge alone is an unparalleled treasure trove. The only problem is that he doesn't want to cooperate. Damon then awkwardly cleared his throat. About before, I had to do all that to make sure that he wouldn't be able to attack us. There is a binding system contract, and there is no way he should be able to break that. I still had to test it out. Even I am out of my depths when it comes to beings like him. He is not someone I can even dream of controlling. Mark laughed. I am not going to tattle on you to Kate. Is that what you're asking me? Damon awkwardly laughed again. There is nothing to tattle to begin with. Just a strategy I had to adopt to make sure this guy listens to me. Come on. Mark still only laughed, not giving him any sort of assurance. Damon could only give up. His attention shifted back to La Rocha, who was still seething in anger. While it was true that he had absolutely no way of controlling him, he still had a vague idea about how he could threaten him into submission. If he was not wrong, then the relationship between him and Azuna should be. Soon, almost an hour passed by when La Rocha's punishment was finally beginning to wind down. The bolts of system-inflicted energy were fewer now, with the frequency slowing. The once proud item spirit now lay sprawled on the cold metal floor, his form flickering faintly like a dying dog. His defiance hadn't broken entirely, but it had cracked enough that his next move would be a calculated one, not a reckless outburst. He was learning, painfully, that Damon's authority was real. Damon walked towards him and crouched down. I guess when you ran here into this world to hide, you never expected someone to actually bind to you, huh? Your mistake. My gain, my friend. La Rocha once again gritted his teeth, the familiar shade of rage appearing on his face when Damon quickly interrupted him. Maybe you want to wait for a second to hear me out before you once again get roasted by the system. I have a proposition for you. Damon paused. He then looked at La Rocha with a cold glint in her eyes. She is utterly useless, isn't she? I'm talking about your girl, that world spirit. I need to find some primordial soul, echo fragment, and whatnot, just to stabilize her, and I can only use her after I stabilize her. What sort of bullshit is this? These are things I can never achieve in my lifetime. Like you repeated many times, I am just a trash insect. So what can I possibly do for her? So what I'm thinking is, I will drain her dry. Damon smiled, his smile bordering on creepy. I will suck her dry and get that power up. I think I might be able to get her natural affinity for earth element if I suck her dry. What do you say? La Rocha's face changed. Even in his helpless state, rage and frustration filled him up. Sensing his mood, small bolts started appearing above him, the system's punishment once again threatening to teach him a lesson or two. Wait! I'm still not done! Damon chuckled, villainously. Obviously, I have another option. The second option is for you to help me out a little here and there. Of course, if you do this and help me gain a little bit of strength and my own footing, and maybe even make another world spirit for me, Then I can release your girl, Azuna, from my contract. I have no need for her or her blood. I mean, it's a soul contract and all that, but surely someone with your knowledge and wisdom knows a thing or two about getting around that." Damon grinned. He could see the guy intently listening to him. He had him hook, line, and sinker. So what do you say? A happy ending for an item spirit who met with a disastrous misfortune, and a happy ending for a trashy vampire like myself who stepped on lucky shit. Both of us get what we want. Doesn't that sound nice? Seeing that the item spirit was not responding, Damon signaled to Mark. "Let's go. Maybe he needs some time to think about everything." Sigh. I am getting thirsty again. Her blood was really such a high. He smirked and started walking away, when suddenly a shrill voice sounded behind him. "Blood God, I agree." Damon smirked. There! Finally! He had a crack in the previously unbreakable wall. LaRocha had pushed himself upright, though he still looked like a mess, clothes scorched, hair wild, and aura fractured. But there was something in his eyes now that hadn't been there before. Not submission, not trust, but a begrudging acknowledgement. "I agree," the item spirit repeated, quieter this time. "You are weak, pathetic, arrogant, reckless, and a belligerent fool." Damon's face twitched. "But you have somehow managed to form a system contract with me, so I will help you for now. For 5 years. I will help you for 5 years, after which you will have to release me from your contract." It wasn't mere words. The item spirit cheekily cost another system contract at him. Damon looked at it for a second and instantly dismissed it. 5 years? What sort of idiot do you think I am? 500 years minimum. Take it or leave it. LaRocha opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw Damon already starting to leave, he hurriedly called after him. "Wait! 100 years!" LaRocha snapped, his voice tight with frustration. Damon didn't even slow down. 450, he said casually, hands in his pockets, as if he were haggling over apples at a market instead of binding a living fortress spirit to his service. 400, LaRocha growled. "And I want the right to sever the contract if your actions harm me in any way." Damon paused, 1 foot already outside the corridor. He turned just enough to glance back, his crimson eyes gleaming. "Agreed, but the same goes for you. You cannot harm me in any way." LaRocha fell silent. After a moment, the system chimed again. Ding! System contract initialized. Term, 400 years. Subject, item spirit. LaRocha. Core of Null Sanctum Sigma 9. Damon sat back down on the chair and patiently went through each and every line of the system contract, discussing it with Mark along the way. It was a good thing he did that because he managed to find 10 different ways the item spirit had tried to screw him over here and there. He even tried to slip in a clause about independent defense protocols overriding my commands, Damon muttered, eyebrows twitching as he scratched out yet another hidden trap buried in the contract. Mark, this guy's practically the item spirit version of a scamming vendor. Mark leaned over his shoulder, scanning the holographic runes and lines. And that one there says he can choose to interpret verbal commands at his discretion. That's just asking for disaster. Damon gave a low whistle. Crafty bastard. I kind of respect it. But no. He edited the clause, replaced it with something airtight. Finally, after a lot of back and forth, the new contract was finalized and signed. It did look like Damon was taking a big hit, but in the end, a cooperating age-old item spirit was a lot better than a mute one who was unwilling to share anything. There was no point in having a lifetime servitude of such a being. He had bigger fish to fry at the moment, and he could use the damned guy's help. Besides, many things can change in 400 years. After finishing the contract, LaRocha said that he needed about an hour to heal to somewhat passable condition, and chucked both Mark and Damon out. Damon gave him a glance, but did not say anything. He got out of the metallic fortress and then dismissed the whole thing. "Are you really going to give him a Zuna?" Mark asked once they were outside. Damon smirked. "Of course fucking not. Do you think that guy is going to wholeheartedly follow the system contract? Trust me, he will be finding a way out in the next 400 years, and so will I. There's bound to be one loophole or the other coming out somewhere. The question is, who will find the first loophole?" Damon knew he was gambling big time, since he was competing against a shrewd being that had been alive for centuries, and perhaps even millennia. But he also had one advantage LaRocha didn't. The system laws were on his side, and they were pretty ironclad. "So, what is the plan now?" Mark asked. Damon stretched his arms above his head. "Now, we get ready. The Ice Clan civil war is about to blow wide open, and the gods chosen are already sniffing around like starving wolves. I want this fortress mobile and battle-ready before they show up and our family secured. Everything else can wait until after that. We have 1 hour to kill, so let's go get our family. Hey, by the way, did you give your mom a skill crystal yet?" Mark shook his head. "They should be in my room. Take it and give it to her. Get her inside the game. Unfortunately, the reset time is in an hour, so we will have to wait until tomorrow to test this out. But we will do it first thing tomorrow, make all the preparations tonight and finish. If everything works out well, then we wouldn't have to worry about our family when shit eventually hits the fan." Already a lot of time was wasted inside the metallic fortress. 1 entire day was gone in the whole disaster. Not that Damon was complaining. He had gained 2 invaluable items from it, one extremely useful in his current condition, so everything had turned out fine in the end. It was just that the timing of it all was a bit too close. First, he needed to log out and see what the hell was going on with Artemius and Silvara and the entirety of Ice Clan. He wanted to be 1 step ahead of their civil unrest, which was definitely happening from the way Robert and Mendoza had behaved. That thought lingered in Damon's mind like a bitter aftertaste. He couldn't shake off the gnawing feeling that something was fundamentally off. Robert, despite his usual cryptic behavior, had never acted that smug without reason. And Mendoza? That snake only smiled when he had already laid out every trap and poisoned every well. Their confidence wasn't just political bluff. It was certainty, the kind that came from knowing how a game ends before it starts, and it did not sit well with Damon. It was time the old man came clean to him about many things, and they talked about everything in detail. There was no point in hiding things any longer. Damon quickly waved goodbye to Mark and Kate, asking them to take some rest, and started heading back to the city area. The two had a special noble vampire skill that allowed them to teleport to the vampire base, but it did not allow him to tag along with them. He needed to get back to the city in the hard way. Fuck, I need to finish that hall upgrade quest and get my noble status updated ASAP. Damon scowled as he watched Kate and Mark happily teleport away. Kate was especially happy with his misery and stuck her tongue out at him as she disappeared. Damon could only curse his bad luck and started running at top speed. He opened his system map and saw that he was quite far away at the moment, even further than where they had come in contact with the metallic fortress. So this was going to be a long trip. But it was fine. There was an opportunity, even in his misfortune. He still hadn't properly inspected his recently formed monocore, and this was as good an opportunity as any to do that. Besides, he could already sniff some beasts nearby. It was a good time to refill his blood archive as well. Damon quickly busied himself as he first churned his mana and focused inward in the mana flow in his body. His feet were constantly moving over the hellish frozen tundra, but mind dove inward, deep into the currents of his body, where the real transformation had occurred. He focused, slowing his breath, and the world around him dimmed. In its place, a translucent model of his body flickered into existence in his inner vision. This was a visualization technique he had learned from an NPC in his last life. It didn't do anything earth-shattering, but it was very helpful for analysis. It was a good tool in the toolkit. Damon focused and finally got to his mana core. It was at the center of his body, pulsing like a miniature sun. He frowned a little as it was smaller than the one from his past life. There were different grades of mana cores. Well, technically, pseudo-mana cores. The real mana core formation came later, and that was a much bigger process, which involved all the elements, like his soul, mind, his bloodline, and his physical body. Damon had no idea how he was going to tackle that stage, but that was a problem for later. For now, he focused on his current pseudo-mana core. Pseudo-mana cores could be classified in 3 categories: low-tier cores, mid-tier cores, and high-tier cores. In his past life, Damon had barely scraped through with a mid-tier core. It was adequate, functional, but nowhere near the peak. What he saw now, however, was extremely small. Did I actually fuck up by making a low-tier core? Damon pondered as he started probing the core. The next moment, his frown deepened. The core was tiny, yes, but that was misleading. Inside, it was dense. So dense that he might set the damn thing off into an explosion if he rubbed it the wrong way. How the hell am I going to use this freely? He started sweating when he thought about how brash he had been ever since he had gotten out of that metallic fortress. All this time, he had been walking on the edge of a cliff. He could have fallen down at any time. To handle a mana core like this, he needed his utmost attention. He needed to be careful, meticulous. But if he managed to do that again and again, every time he used the core, then his payout was going to be ridiculous. Ridiculous might be an understatement, Damon muttered under his breath as he zoomed in further. Inside the core's dense shell, threads of mana weren't just coiled, they were braided, like a woven lattice of intense threads, looping in complex, recursive patterns. How the hell did it become like this? Was this the influence of his bloodline? Damon immediately pulled up his system interface. Lines of past notifications streamed into his vision. Let's go right from the beginning. What the hell happened back in the metallic fortress? Damon went through everything, one after another. Ding ding, you have initiated mana core formation. This should be the first one. Damon continued scrolling when things started becoming more different. Ding ding, your mana core has deviated from standard parameters. New trait acquired, blood forged core, passive. New trait acquired, mana forged core, passive. Ding ding, your body has undergone tempering. New trait acquired, blood forged body, passive. New trait acquired, mana forged body, passive. Description: core density compressed beyond standard limits. Efficiency drastically increased. Volatility drastically increased. Damon's eyes narrowed as the final line pulsed in crimson. Warning: blood-forged core is currently unstable. Risk of backlash during high-output spellcasting above 40% mana threshold. Damon let out a sigh of frustration. He was indeed correct. The thing inside his body was extremely powerful, but at the same time, it was essentially a ticking bomb. So what exactly do these traits do? He took a closer look at the new additions. Ding ding! Trait inspection. Blood-forged core passive. Grade A-. Effect: your mana core has been reforged under the influence of a primordial vampire bloodline. Core density and mana compression are enhanced far beyond standard thresholds. Plus 20% mana efficiency, plus 20% mana recovery rate, plus 20% blood element affinity. Ding ding! Trait inspection. Mana forged core passive. Grade B-. Effect: your core has been reforged under the influence of S-rank mana field. Core density and mana compression are enhanced far beyond standard thresholds, plus 25% skill casting speed, grants passive adaptation to unfamiliar mana types. Ding ding! Trait inspection, blood-forged body, passive. Grade A-. Effect: your body has been reforged under the influence of a primordial vampire bloodline and a blood ritual from ancient noble lineage, undergoing extreme regeneration, cellular restructuring, and adaptation. Plus 20% physical resistance, plus 20% magic resistance, plus 10% health regeneration, immune to hemorrhage, bleed, and internal rupture effects. Ding ding! Trait inspection, mana-forged body, passive. Grade B-. Effect: your body has been partially reconstructed during the mana core forging process. Elemental mana has integrated with key nervous and circulatory systems. Plus 15% elemental resistance, all. Plus 30% mana conductivity. Damon took a deep breath. This was a lot of new information and a lot to take in. He had never heard of anything like this in his last life. He went through all the details again, and then the big question popped into his head. So what the hell is the final grade of my mana core? Legendary grade. Damon saw the last notification that was at the bottom of the list. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. For a second, his feet even stumbled, an actual misstep, something that hadn't happened in years. The frozen tundra blurred past him as he came to a full stop, panting slightly, pupils dilated. He flicked the message back up just to be sure he wasn't hallucinating. Ding! Congratulations! Due to extreme synthesis between bloodline, mana affinity, and ritual tempering, Pseudo-Mana Core has achieved legendary grade. New title unlocked, Legendary Mana Core. Passive title effect: weaker foes will instinctively sense mana suppression from your presence. Damon just stood there, blinking at the screen. Legendary? In his past life, he had crawled and clawed his way up the system like a half-starved rat, and even then he had barely glimpsed anything like this. No guides, no top-tier forums, not even those secretive top rankers from the super guilds had mentioned a legendary mana core. And now, he had one. A sharp wind howled past, snow trailing in swirling eddies around his boots. "This is it," he muttered. "This is how I break the ceiling." He had taken the first step in his fight against the super guilds today. The 40% threshold was a problem, but even with that, his mana capacity was still insane. Besides, he had a few theories on how to overcome this 40% threshold and help stabilize everything further. A strong energy source required a strong vessel. If he could increase his stats further, he should definitely be able to improve the mana imbalance and make his core more stable. Of course, there was also the matter of mana control. He just needed to train more, and everything could be resolved. Damon was never one to be afraid of a little hard work. He continued moving at top speed, slowly using the mana from his mana core and enhancing his overall agility. Soon, he heard a loud growl in the distance. His first prey had arrived. A huge frost tiger emerged from between two jagged ice boulders, its fur bristling with shards of ice and eyes glowing with a cold, predatory gleam. Steam hissed from its maw as it exhaled, its breath freezing the air between them. The beast crouched low, muscles rippling under its icy pelt as it prepared to pounce. Damon didn't flinch. His gaze sharpened. "A level 70 beast. Perfect," he whispered, and vanished. Shadow Step activated. He reappeared midair, right above the beast's exposed flank. With precise timing, he twisted mid-leap and thrust out his hand. Blood lance exploded forth, not just piercing the tiger's shoulder, but detonating on impact in a burst of crimson flame and shadows. The beast roared, staggering, its paw swiping wildly, but its health had already bottomed out, and Damon sucked dry the remaining blood essence before its lifeless body dropped dead in the blink of an eye. Damon grinned wildly. It had only taken him a single move to take down a level 70 beast. He was loving this new body and core. It was time to test them out properly and to truly push his limits. He calmly extended his senses as he set his sights on his next prey, an ice-fanged jackal. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Silvara stood rigidly in front of Artemius, her posture perfect, but the faint tremor in her hands betraying her tension. She explained everything that had happened in the last few hours and that she had stepped down as the guild leader. Artemius, seated in the high-backed obsidian chair, didn't speak for a long while. His silver hair cascaded over his shoulders like a winter waterfall, and his ancient eyes, gleaming with cold wisdom, were half-lidded as he processed every word Silvara had spoken. When he finally looked up, his gaze pierced through her like a blade made of the purest snow. "So," he said, his voice a whisper that nonetheless filled the chamber, "the blood god has truly returned to form. The game accelerates faster than I had predicted." Silvara swallowed but nodded. "I have managed to repair our relationship with him, but that is not the problem at the moment. Robert," she began, but Artemius quickly raised his hand, forcing her to stop. Artemius leaned forward, resting his fingertips together. "Let's not talk about him. What will happen, will happen. There is nothing we can do about it." The old man stood up from his desk as he looked outside his window. All around him there was only bleak snowfall, almost as hellish as the frozen tundra in the game. But such a world was only a welcome retreat for him. "You should go, my child. Don't be burdened with the guild anymore. You have already done enough." "But," Artemius again interrupted her, "are you going to disobey your grandfather?" Silvara bit her lips and shook her head. "Good, good. Ah, to be young and hot-blooded. I wish my old bones could also experience something like that. I wish I too could join you and fight alongside you. I wish I too could battle that madman. Ah, but the cradle rejects me. My curse only adds to your burden. Enough is enough." Silvara's eyes widened as tears started falling. "You should go and be free. Take Nevin with you. Let the inevitable happen. Let everything crumble and burn. Perhaps we might perish and die forever, but perhaps we might awaken from the death and destruction and become stronger than ever. Only time will tell." Artemius's voice cracked ever so slightly near the end, and though he quickly turned his back again to the window, Silvara could still see his trembling hand clenched at his side. She stepped forward, lips parted. "Maybe if you talk to—" Artemius chuckled. "The child I raised with my own hands has already sided with the demon who cursed me. What more do you want me to talk to?" Silvara shook her head. "No, grandfather, not him. Damon, blood god." Artemius froze. Then he smiled. "That would indeed be a way out. But even if it is this blood god, he would still demand offerings, and I have none at the moment." Silvara shook her head. "No, grandfather, we still have one, something I know that he would be definitely interested in." Do it like this. Roast it well. Focus first. If you don't focus, how will you ever learn? Do you really not know how to roast a simple fish properly? What have you been cooking for my son and my pumpkin all these days? Have you been starving them? I should have known. Look at my little pumpkin. She is always so thin." Georgina's face twitched as she almost threw the damn fish on the woman's face. But she didn't. Oh, she wanted to. Wanted it with the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns, but she didn't. That would ruin the image she was trying to build. Instead, she gritted her teeth and smiled. "I have been feeding them," Georgina said as calmly as she could, turning the fish with exaggerated care. "Your son eats like a starving ogre and still has abs, and your pumpkin has more energy than an entire herd of mountain goats. But sure, blame the fish." The older woman sniffed, clearly unimpressed. There's feeding and then there's nurturing, dear. A good fish is like a good man, crispy outside, tender inside, and not reeking of charcoal. She leaned in dramatically, squinting at the sizzling fish, as if it had insulted her ancestors. Georgina inhaled deeply through her nose, counted to 10, and wondered, not for the first time, if slathering herself in fish guts and leaping into the fire would be more peaceful than surviving another dinner prep with her mother-in-law. She gave a quick glance at her useless husband, but the man still continued to pretend as if he did not hear her or the chaos unfolding 5 feet away. He was calmly fishing as if nothing else mattered at the moment. "What the fuck is wrong with him?" Georgina muttered under her breath. The idiot had finally become completely useless. Who the hell in their right minds would pick fishing as a class when the damned world was coming to an end and all hell was about to break loose? This delusional bastard, doesn't he have any sense of responsibility? Shouldn't he know that he needs to protect his wife and his child? We are both women, for fuck's sake. We would become the first targets for assholes when the world order crumbles, but does he care? No! That loser brother of his looks better and better these days. I should have married that guy instead of this good-for-nothing. At least we would have some sort of support right now. Huh. Georgina continuously muttered as she fried the fish. "What? Did you say something?" Linda asked. "Nothing, Mom, nothing." Georgina once again faked a smile as she continued to play the role of an obedient daughter-in-law. She was just about done with this useless shit when suddenly she received a message. Georgina only glanced at the message before she quickly sprang up to her feet. "Mother, I have somewhere else I need to be. How about you finish roasting this fish?" She did not wait for Linda to reply as she tossed the fish aside and started walking away. "John, your wife is going somewhere," Linda called out, waving the half-roasted fish like a flag of betrayal. "Are you just going to let her leave in the middle of cooking? Can't you say something to her? She is always so rude to me and Damon. Didn't Damon specifically ask us not to go anywhere?" John didn't even look up from his fishing rod. "She probably forgot something in her class hall," he said casually. "Let her go. It's probably important. She'll be back soon." Linda sighed. "Damon clearly said, 'Woman, can you stop nagging that poor girl day in and day out? She probably ran away not able to bear your torture. I had no idea why Damon asked everyone to gather back in this spot, but it was becoming tedious to sit still when he could be doing so much with his pet wolf.' Papa, are you hungry, my son? Come here. Let Papa give you some kisses." Anderson waved at his silver wolf, his latest pride and joy, and the beast padded over with its chest jutted out and proud. It gave the old man a couple of semi-affectionate licks before plopping down next to him with an aloof attitude. "You were looking cooler and cooler by the minute," Anderson patted it, and the wolf flinched. Clearly, it was not pleased with the name given to it. Linda ended up laughing out loud at the interaction. "You poor thing! You must have done something terribly wrong in your past life to become this useless thing's tamed beast. Here, at least eat this fish at least." The wolf looked at the poorly cooked fish that was on the verge of being ruined. Its eyes became glassy as it turned its head away with a determined snort. It was still an elite rare beast. It had its own pride. There was no way it was going to eat this stupid fish. She scowled. "What wolf is this? Doesn't even want to eat a fish? Whatever. Both of you do whatever you want. I'm going to cook something better for my son." The silver wolf yawned loudly, flashing rows of razor-sharp teeth, then flopped fully onto its side like it had clocked out for the day. Linda waved her hand dismissively as she turned back toward the bonfire and started preparing the next fish. This time she did it carefully and slowly, applying all the spices in the right proportions and cooking the tender meat to perfection. A delicious aroma wafted from the roast fish. This caught the wolf's attention instantly. Papa's nose twitched once, then again. Its ears perked, and its tail gave a small, traitorous wag before it quickly stilled itself, as if trying to pretend nothing had happened. But the damage was done. Pride clashed violently with temptation. That smell, crispy skin, charred lemon rind, a hint of butter and wild garlic was no ordinary campfire dinner. It was food with a capital F. Even Anderson licked his lips as he prepared to devour the fish. Both master and the beast readied themselves, waiting to be served the hot, delicious food when the villain arrived. "Hi, Mom, I'm here." Damon ran over. With only 2 minutes left for the server shutdown, he barely made it. His gaze instantly shifted to the delicious aroma. "Oh, fried fish, looks tasty." With a single swift motion, he directly took the fish from the skewer and gobbled it up. Anderson froze mid-reach. Papa's head turned in slow, stunned disbelief. The wolf snarled at him, and Damon turned his attention to the beast. His crimson eyes met the beast's glowing silver ones in a tense, silent standoff. The next instant, the wolf trembled in fear and quickly prostrated itself on the ground, submitting to Damon. Anderson couldn't believe his eyes. His arrogant pawpaw was behaving like this. "Damon, quit scaring him, and you took his fish!" Before Damon could answer, his mom snorted loudly. "That fish was for my son! Don't keep nagging my son for that stupid wolf! He just came for God's sake! Give him a little peace and quiet!" Damon awkwardly smiled. Both of you. It's okay. I'm fine. Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to frighten your pet. Oh, by the way, good job. You got a good starter beast." "Yes, a rare elite." Anderson beamed proudly as he started telling the story. Linda rolled her eyes. This was the 10th time she was hearing the same story, and she was sick of it. She ignored the old man and started preparing the next fish. Soon the big notification flashed in front of everyone. "Ding! Game shutdown is starting. Prepare to exit the game in 60 seconds. Damon gobbled the second piece of fish as well, when his gaze darted to his brother and his niece, who were both playing in the water just a few feet away. His father and his mother was also right here. Wait, where did that lunatic go? "Where is Georgina?" he asked his mother. His mother's voice was interrupted, and the game world shut down, kicking everyone out. Well, kicking everyone out except Damon. He was still standing at the same spot as he let out an exasperated sigh. He had a feeling that this was going to come back and kick him in the ass. Why can't that damn woman follow a single command? Damon let out a sigh. He waited a moment longer, let out an exasperated breath, and activated his tattoo to log out. If everything worked out, these next 12 hours would be the last few hours his family ever spent in the outside world for a good while. He wanted to spend that time with them, and, more importantly, ensure that nothing went wrong at the last minute. Damon teleported in front of his room at the same spot where he had logged in, and almost immediately he could hear the loud arguments inside his parents' room. What happened now? Did I run away or something? Aren't I right here? Why the hell are you interrogating me like I am some sort of criminal? Georgina was shouting at the top of her lungs. John, why are you not saying anything? Look at how she is talking to me. I only asked her where she went. Damon specifically asked us not to go anywhere, but she ignored him and went anyway. I simply asked where she was and she started going ballistic on me. Do I really not have the right even to ask where she is as a mother? John sighed, not opening his mouth. Georgina answered on his behalf. You do not, Mrs. Linda, you actually do not. What I do on my own time is my own wish. And don't even bring up that good-for-nothing. What, all of a sudden he's some sort of big shot? Have you all forgotten how he lost almost $50,000 by gambling on some meme stock? Damon's mother quieted down, uneasily. She opened her mouth to explain, but Georgina did not wet her. Did you know that your son has borrowed $10 million from Mr. Artemius? The real reason why we are here is to make sure that he actually pays back the money. But Damon is strong. Shut up. So he killed a damned wolf in front of us. Do you know how many wolves I have personally killed after that? Your fraud son is not strong, Mother. He just used his girlfriend's money to buy some weapons, and now he's just showing off with that and cheating and lying to us. It is that stock market investment all over again. Your son will always be that same old loser who dreamt of making it big on YouTube and Twitch and clearly failed every single chance he got. Right at this moment, Damon calmly opened the door and went inside. Though he had heard every single comment about him, he simply pretended not to have heard anything at all. "How is everyone doing?" He flashed a big smile, absolutely giving no shit about Georgina. How could everyone else be as shameless as him? Every single member of his family had an awkward look on their face. Linda could not hold it in any longer and started blurting out, "Damon, did you really borrow?" In coincidence, the door opened once again, and this time it was Silvara at their doorstep. "I am sorry for barging in like this without even knocking, but time is of the essence and we need to leave right away." Silvara bowed to everyone and then directly looked at Damon as she said this. Damon understood her instantly. "Let's go now." Georgina immediately scoffed. "I'm not going anywhere with you. Why should I?" This time Damon did not let her continue talking and cut her off. "If you do not want to come, then stay back and die." Georgina's forehead vein throbbed at the rudeness, and her anger peaked. She instantly erupted and went to Damon, holding the collar of his shirt. "What did you just say to me?" However, Damon did not answer this time. He simply stared at her, his crimson eyes boring right into her. Georgina trembled. She started sweating profusely as her heart palpitated and her eyes zoned out. She was having a full-blown panic attack or something. Fear. She felt a primal fear that she had never before experienced in her entire life. Her hands, which had gripped Damon's collar with such righteous fury a second ago, now hung limply at her sides. Her knees threatened to buckle, her throat went dry. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to hide, to submit, because whatever was staring back at her through those crimson eyes wasn't the same man she knew. It was not just her. Everyone else in the room also couldn't help but shudder. Even Silvara became tense as she quickly stepped in once again and urged everyone, "We really need to leave now." "Got it," Damon nodded, and then almost growled, "Let's go, now." Silvara led everyone out of the living quarters, and the group moved quickly, no one daring to speak back or delay any more. Georgina quietly picked up her little girl who was sleeping next door and followed everyone completely silent. Damon's father, Anderson, glanced at him occasionally but did not say anything. John, as well, remained silent. The group soon reached some sort of airport hangar, and Damon was shocked to see Artemius already standing there waiting for them. His long silver hair was tied neatly behind his head, not a single strand out of place. His emerald robe fluttered ever so slightly in the wind. Damon did not know why, but right at this moment the old man looked kind of sad. "We meet again, blood god," Artemius smiled. "Though I wish it were under better circumstances." "Likewise, but I suppose better circumstances are a luxury we no longer have." Artemius gave a slow nod. "Indeed. It is truly a pity that we weren't able to cooperate or become allies like I had hoped. I haven't even provided you with the safe harbor I promised. This old man has truly failed on all fronts." Damon's eyes slightly widened. He did not understand why the shrewd old guy was acting so differently today. Damon just stood there, studying the guy. The old man was anything but simple. He was manipulative, always 3 moves ahead and holding a backup plan behind his back, and yet today he looked tired. Not physically, his posture was still straight, his robes flawless. There was just something off about him. "You helped me more than you think." Damon shook his head. "But it's still not enough to make you stay?" Artemius smiled. Damon paused. He understood what the old man meant. By staying, he would be choosing to participate in the clan's dealings, and in the end, it wouldn't be different from joining the clan. And Damon did not want to do that. Artemius exhaled through his nose, the barest twitch of disappointment crossing his features. "I suppose I already know your answer. Well, carry on then. This is not the time and place to discuss the future. I don't know when we will be able to meet each other again, but when we do, I hope we get a chance to spar a little the next time. All this talking is making me feel very old." Damon was surprised. He didn't expect their conversation to end so simply. "Silvara will be accompanying you to your new location. I can offer you protection for another month at most. These safe locations are known only to me and Silvara. There should not be any unexpected guests. Silvara can fill you in on other details. Take care, Blood God. The 9 families are not to be taken lightly. You would be wise not to underestimate them." With that, the old man gave him a nod and walked over to one side of the hangar to stand quietly. Damon actually did not need any of this. He only needed a safe place for the next few hours at most, but he did not want to spill any information at the last moment. He silently agreed and signaled everyone to get on the private plane. Mark and Kate had also arrived with their mother, who was looking a lot better now. Everyone they knew and cared about was here. This was it. The whole group got onto the plane, followed by Damon, and lastly, Silvara. Everyone was shocked to see that Silvara herself was planning to fly the plane. Silvara didn't say a word as she slipped into the pilot's seat. Her movements were smooth, practiced, like someone who'd done this 100 times before. With a flick of her fingers, the plane's interface lit up with a gentle hum. Georgina, still holding her daughter, stared with wide eyes. "Wait, she's flying this thing?" The woman did not trust anyone, and naturally she became very anxious on seeing Silvara getting ready to fly an actual plane. "Don't worry, Miss Georgina. I am confident I can get you and your family to the safe location without any issues." Georgina scoffed and turned her head. "Great, now his girlfriend is calling the shots." Damon ignored her, and everyone else did the same, which only made Georgina more irritated. She quietly mumbled something about the plane not even having an air hostess and started reapplying her makeup. Soon, the engines roared to life, and the plane began to rise. Damon's eyes were still fixated on Artemius, who stared at him with an indecipherable expression on his face. The whole thing just sent a chill down Damon's spine. As they lifted into the sky, Damon looked out the window for a last time. Artemius was still there, a solitary figure in green, watching them rise through the clouds. The clouds swallowed the hangar. Artemius vanished from sight. Damon leaned back in his seat, exhaling slowly as the hum of the engines settled into a steady rhythm. The cabin lights dimmed slightly, casting the interior in a calm, bluish glow. Everyone was quiet now. Silvara spoke over her shoulder, "ETA to the safe zone. 4 hours. I've activated the signal scramblers. No one's tracking us." "Thanks," Damon nodded. He closed his eyes as he thought about what was coming next. There were many things on his mind, including his last conversation with Artemius. He did not know why, but it gave him a feeling as if both of them were losing out on something by ending their cooperation. As he closed his eyes and considered many things, all of a sudden, the flight trembled a little. Huh? What happened now? They had only barely been in the air for 5 minutes or so. The next second, Damon's eyes widened as he unmistakably sensed something in the distance. At the same time, Silvara's expression changed. Her hands flew across the console as warning sigils flared red. Her voice rang out, sharp with urgency and command. "Incoming! Everyone, grab the safety chutes under your seats and head to the emergency exit. Now! I'll hold them off as long as I can." The atmosphere inside the plane instantly transformed. Panic flickered in the passengers' eyes. Georgina gasped. Mark instinctively reached for his sister. The hum of the engines was drowned out by the commotion caused by the sudden changes. Damon's eyes narrowed, his entire body going still. He felt it too, that subtle shift in pressure, the raw, violent intent barreling towards them at incredible speed. It wasn't an ambush. This was a full-blown missile strike. Someone had made the call. They weren't going to let him or his family walk away today with their lives still intact. In the end, they were too late. The enemy had acted first. Damon's mind raced. He could teleport, yes, but only one person at a time, and there were too many of them. His blood shield might be strong, but not strong enough to wrap the entire plane and hold against a direct strike. At least, he wasn't sure it would work, and now was not the time to take chances. The only real option, the only one with even a sliver of success, was to get everyone out, fast. If he could force open the emergency exit and push them into freefall, he might still have a chance to break their descent before they hit the ground. Risky, reckless, but possible. He didn't hesitate. Damon surged towards the exit, barking over the rising noise. "Get out! Jump!" But just as he was about to break open the damn thing, he noticed something new. The whole plane was freezing up. A layer of frost started covering everything from top to bottom. A figure draped in an emerald robe appeared outside the plane. "Damon, make your decision slowly. I can buy you some time." Artemius' voice sounded in his mind. Damon was shocked, to say the least. How powerful was Artemius? How was he able to fly and add a barrier to an entire plane? However, he simply couldn't take any chances with his family's safety. He couldn't take his words blindly. He had no idea about his strength. He did not know how far he could hold out. Blasting out through the emergency door was still the best option. Or he could also take out the fucking missile before it ever reached the place. Damon shadow-stepped without hesitation as a pair of blood-red wings appeared behind him. Damon immediately felt a wave of weakness as both skills drained his health quite a bit. The absence of mana in the surroundings cost him a lot. Then how was the old man able to freely use his skills? "I assume you can now take care of any stray attacks on the plane?" Artemius smirked at him as his figure flew past him without any restriction. A long, silver, shimmering sword appeared in his hand as the old man dove straight towards the damned missile. Damon narrowed his eyes and stared at the unbelievable scene. Though he was now able to use some skills in real life at the cost of his blood energy, he would never underestimate the power of modern weapons. Only a level 100 with complete access to mana might be able to stand against modern weapons in a head-on power collision. Even that was pushing it. So how was Artemius so confident? There was no way he would be this reckless just for the sake of someone else. His actions could only mean that he had real confidence. He did not understand how. The absence of mana was final. How could one possibly go around it? Artemius was flying, effortlessly. The old man surged past him, robes billowing like flags of war, the sword in his hands. With a single motion, Artemius spun midair and dove toward the incoming missile like a falling star. Damon could only stare in disbelief. "You crazy old man," he muttered under his breath. Far ahead, the missile collided with a flash of silver and was cut. Not detonated, not redirected, cut cleanly in half by the gleaming arc of Artemius's sword. The two pieces spun out of control and exploded harmlessly above the clouds. And just like that, the sky was calm again. "Impossible," Damon muttered as he watched the spectacle. The old man calmly flew towards him as if what he had just done now was no big deal. "There, that's taken care of now, but I suspect more could be on the way. If I were you, I would ground the plane already and face the enemy first. It looks like both of us have nowhere to hide tonight." Damon smiled bitterly. In the end, he did get pulled into their clan fight. Was this what the old man was gunning for right from the beginning? As if reading his thoughts, Artemius dryly chuckled. "I wouldn't have risked sending my beloved granddaughter with you if I knew something like this was going to happen. I always knew there was a chance, but I believed we had acted fast enough." Damon nodded. "It's fine." He turned around and waved at Silvara, who already knew what he was saying. Landing a plane without an airstrip and in the middle of nowhere was quite risky, but this was not her first time doing this. Silvara didn't hesitate. With a smooth banking maneuver, she tilted the aircraft downward, beginning a steep but controlled descent. The engines roared in protest as she pushed the controls hard, rerouting energy and bracing the wings against turbulence. The plane wasn't built for combat evasion, but it was built by her, and that meant it had a few tricks hidden beneath the surface. Inside the cabin, everyone screamed and clutched at their seats as the world tilted. Damon could hear the thudding panic of heartbeats through the reinforced steel, but Silvara was handling it well. It looked like there was nothing to worry. He was also prepared to act at any time if his intervention was required. Outside, Artemius floated calmly beside him, hands behind his back, as if they were taking a casual stroll across the frozen tundra. His emerald robe fluttered in the wind, his silver hair untouched by the madness around them. Damon looked at him again, but silently shifted his attention back to the private plane. Artemius chuckled at his behavior. "Is the blood god not curious about my attack just now, or how I was able to wield magic without mana?" Expectedly, Damon only shook his head. Artemius couldn't help but raise a brow. "You don't want to know, or perhaps you already know." Damon smiled. Of course he knew. If he couldn't guess by now, then he would be a total idiot. At first he was not sure, but the moment he saw the sword cut through the missile like it was nothing, it was fairly obvious. No ice sword could pull off a feat like that, not without the user having a mana core, and not without mana. This could only mean that the sword in the old man's hand was not an ice sword to begin with. In fact, it couldn't be of any metal from Earth that he knew of, and a material sword couldn't be summoned like that if it wasn't one of an extremely high quality like the legendary weapon Blood Rain. This left only one answer. The sword that had been in the old man's hand should be one made of pure sword intent, a soul sword materialized by his cultivation of sword arts or some sort of soul sword technique. This would also explain everything else. In Earth Online, players were introduced to many different types of energy, including rare ones like soul energy. However, soul energy was extremely difficult to handle when compared to mana or blood energy, or even internal energy. It was one of the most mysterious and unique energy types. If Damon was not wrong, then Artemius's secret wasn't some hidden mana pool or magical loophole. It was something far more ancient and far more terrifying. He wasn't using mana at all. He was drawing directly from his soul. He was using soul energy. "So you did figure it out," Artemius chuckled. The plane touched down roughly, skidding across a vast stretch of snow-blanketed land. The landing gear groaned under the pressure as Silvara guided the aircraft down with practiced focus, her hands firm on the controls. White flurries whipped past the windows in a frenzy, the entire landscape buried in thick, untouched snow. The aircraft shuddered violently as it slowed before finally grinding to a stop. Steam hissed from the engines as they cooled rapidly in the frigid air. Inside the cabin, everyone exhaled in relief, but the tension clung to the air like static, thick, unshaken, and waiting to snap. Georgina hugged her daughter tighter, her lipstick smudged, mascara trailing faint lines beneath her eyes. John sat like a statue, staring through the frosted window, eyes wide and distant, like he was expecting something to burst out of the snow at any moment. Damon's mother kept murmuring prayers, voice soft but unyielding. His father, Anderson, had his eyes shut tight, his hands gripping the armrests, as if bracing for another impact. No one said a word. Even as the engines quieted and the hum of motion faded, the silence in the cabin buzzed with unspoken fear. The cold had started to creep in, whispering along the floor and coiling around their ankles, but no one reached for a coat. Only Mark and Kate moved. Without hesitation, they opened the cabin door and stepped out into the blinding whiteness, boots crunching against fresh snow. Kate immediately spotted Damon and smiled in relief, but her smile faltered when she saw his expression. His face was rigid, his eyes locked on something in the distance, jaw tight with fury and calculation. Worried, she quickened her steps, Mark trailing close behind. They moved to stand beside him. Mr. Artemius was there too, quiet and unreadable. The three of them stood in a solemn line, eyes fixed on the far edge of the white horizon. Silvara also joined them after a couple of minutes. At first there was nothing, just wind and snow. Then there was movement. Dark shapes bled into the white, growing steadily larger with each second. Not just shapes, riders. Dozens, maybe more, racing toward them with impossible speed. But these weren't men on horseback. They were riding snow wolves. Towering, primal beasts with glacial fur and frost steaming from their nostrils. Their paws barely sunk into the thick snow, and they moved freely in the frozen wasteland. The riders were draped in armor from top to bottom, and many even had weapons. Damon, Mark, and Kate immediately recognized many of them. They did not have to wonder who they were. They were familiar faces after all. The Frozen Throne Guild was here, all of them. And they definitely weren't here for a friendly visit. And so it begins, Artemius sighed. Damon didn't respond. His crimson eyes flicked between the guild members, calculating. Were they all capable of using soul arts? On top of that, they also had the wolves to deal with. If this was inside the game, there would be a different story unfolding right about now. However, this was outside the game, and the world was yet to be enriched with mana. Damon clenched his fists in frustration. He had already formed a mana core. He half expected to have his mana core at his disposal even in the outside world. He was counting on it for these last few hours. But it looked like things worked differently. It seemed that it was not his original body that teleported to the game world directly. If that was the case, then he would have been able to use his abilities and his mana core right now. Maybe only a part of him entered the game world despite having the tattoo. It made sense because the balance in the game world would be completely shifted in some people's favor if this was the case. However, it still did not account for the fact that these secret clans or families had access to soul arts, which gave them an insane advantage. If the weakest the secret families had a soul art at their disposal, obviously everyone else had as well. Damon had to assume that much if he did not want to underestimate his enemies. As for the Frozen clan, he looked at Artemius and chuckled wryly. So, I am assuming everyone can use their soul energy? Artemius indifferently nodded in response. The old man once again looked extremely tired and worn out with a strange melancholy in his eyes. Don't worry, blood god. Tonight my sword will not stand with my clan. My sword will sing for you. We will fight together with you until we die and perish for all eternity. My word is my will, and I will protect you until my last breath. Grandfather, Silvara shivered. My poor, foolish child, my only regret is that you will be paying for the sins of this old man. Artemius let out a sigh. He then, without further explanation, charged ahead, right into the army of the men he had once considered family and friends. Tonight they were all standing against him. Snow blasted into the air in his wake as Artemius crashed into the first wave like a silver tempest. His sword carved through snow and bone alike, wolves collapsing in bursts of red and white, but they were many. Damon used Shadow Step and appeared directly next to one of the men in the back. Like a silent god of death, his claws dug into the eyes of the guy as he ripped him clean off the snow wolf. He didn't even bother to use any skill on him as he sunk his fangs into the guy like an animal and sucked in all of his blood before tossing him aside. A couple of attacks came his way, but he used the almost dead guy as a shield and checked the depth of the attacks. Damon had heard a lot about soul attacks. They were extremely powerful and mysterious, and very difficult to block or deal with. That is when they were executed well and mastered to perfection. The men in front of him were half-baked at best. They were scrambling to replicate what Artemius was wielding with ease. Damon had to give it to the old man. He was far talented and powerful than he had ever imagined him to be. Damon hurled the drained corpse aside like trash and spun, catching one of the charging attackers by the throat. His fingers tightened. The man thrashed, eyes wide in panic, before Damon slammed him into the snow hard enough to crack ice. No elegance, no hesitation, just raw, primal dominance. He pulled up the broken body and absorbed whatever blood essence was remaining before tossing it aside again. In his last life, the entirety of this clan had disappeared for whatever reason, but in this life, it looked like he personally was going to see the death of every last one of them. "Come," Damon growled as he slapped down the wolf and moved towards the next target. The group was getting closer and closer to where his family had gathered. Damon shouted in anger. It was time to take this fight to the next level, to devour them all faster. A crimson lance appeared in his hand as he spun around like the god of death. The air screamed as the blood-forged weapon tore through it, a blur of fury and precision. The nearest clan member barely had time to react before the lance impaled both him and his snow wolf in one devastating sweep. Blood sprayed outward in an arc, dyeing the snow red. Both of them were gravely wounded and on the ground. But Damon did not bother to finish them off just yet. He needed to cull down the numbers first before he drained them dry. The main advantage these men had right now were their numbers, and he needed to take care of it first. His blood archive pumped him with more and more blood energy as he moved from one clan member to another. Another guy charged at him from the back with a glowing brand of soul energy in his palm, coiling like ghost fire. Damon decided it was a good attack to test the waters and met the attack head-on by covering his own forearm with pure blood energy. The soul blast carved a searing line across his flesh, but he did not even flinch. It was not nearly enough to wound him, just removed a small chunk of his health. Damon's grin widened at this, and the other guy's face paled. He stared at Damon as if he was looking at a monster and instantly regretted the decision to participate in this fight. The guy opened his mouth, but Damon did not give him a chance to talk. With a roar, he grabbed the man's face and slammed it into the ground. He plunged his claws into the man's chest and pulled back, sucking dry all of the blood energy in his body, leaving behind only a dried husk. Behind him, 5 wolves charged at him at the same time, massive, snarling beasts with eyes like shards of frozen sapphire and breath that steamed like boiling mist. Damon didn't turn. He didn't need to. He used blood manipulation. 5 blood arrows appeared instantly behind his back, shooting forward like bullets. Before the wolves could even get near him, they were shot right dead in their chests, severely injuring them. Damon needed 10 extra seconds, but he used it to absorb the wolves dry. His blood supply was the only thing keeping him going tonight, and he did not want to waste a single drop of it. One guy tried to attack him while he was absorbing the blood essence, but Damon swiftly took care of him with another arrow. Blood skills used a lot less blood energy when compared to skills that used mana. It had to do with the compatibility of the element. He decided to stick with his blood manipulation skills for the rest of the fight to conserve a little. Damon did not get a single second break, as one after another beasts and men continued to attack him. His killing intent and blood aura flared brighter than ever, as he continued slaughtering everything that came his way. For the first time, the Ice Clan was witnessing the strength of the real blood god, and they shivered and trembled in response. All this time, Damon hadn't once reacted to their bad-mouthing and derogatory comments, which made subconsciously think of him as someone weak and someone who needed their help. But tonight, every single person of the big clan witnessed the power of the current top player of the game. While Damon slaughtered and plundered on one side, Artemis was doing his own damage on the other side. He did not lose out to Damon, as the old man's sword skills were impeccable. His sword was chopping the heads of his own family, but the old man didn't seem to care about it at all. He was ruthless at his core as he called down those who dared to stand against him. Between the two of them, the first wave of enemies were quickly downed. About 24 bodies littered all over the ground. The snow was no longer white. It was soaked, churned into a battlefield of red sludge and shattered bodies. Damon stood at the eye of the carnage, his blood-forged lance crackling with latent energy, his breath fogging in the icy air, but his posture unshaken. Blood pooled at his feet, trickling down from the surrounding areas, and as he once again absorbed it all back into his archive. These were almost depleted of their core blood essence, but they were still useful enough. And Damon knew he couldn't be picky tonight. So far, everything seemed manageable, but he did not dare to underestimate his opponents. So, everyone in the clan can use their soul energy? Anything else I should know about? Artemis let out a hollow chuckle. Unfortunately, this old man doesn't know his clan as much as he thought he did. You might have to be prepared for some surprises. The two of them did not stop as they once again dashed forward to meet new enemies. The second wave had already begun to fan out, surrounding him in a half-circle formation, hoping to close in with simultaneous strikes. Damon spun his lance once, the crimson weapon singing in the frozen air, and took a deep breath. The second wave wasn't like the first. Their auras crackled with focused killing intent. Some of them were even smiling, as if they'd been waiting for this moment, a chance to kill the infamous blood god. "Don't let them surround you," Artemis warned, appearing at Damon's side. "There's a soul-binding technique. If they successfully use it, you'll be stuck inside a soul cage. You don't want to know what happens then." "Understood." Damon nodded and charged forward, once again unleashing chaos wherever he went. In the distance, two familiar figures finally appeared. Mendoza and Robert looked at all of the carnage around them, and their faces became unsightly. Didn't that old bastard say Damon had no idea about soul arts? Then how is he still fucking alive? How was he able to fight outside the damn game? Robert grounded his teeth in annoyance. They had expected their plan to be executed flawlessly, but it looked like there was going to be trouble after all.
It did not matter that the second wave of clan members were more skilled. Damon was still cutting them down as if they were nothing. Their mastery over soul art seemed so fickle in front of his mastery over blood skills. Bullshit. This fucking bastard definitely has some sort of blessing. Otherwise, how could he be so talented? This is impossible. Robert spat into the snow. Don't worry, boss. Look, it's Arya's turn now. That woman is a vicious little cunt. She will cut his family jewels into two in no time. Mendoza gave high praise to a woman who came crashing into Damon with an unprecedented speed. Damon was slightly taken aback, but the next moment, the woman's head was cleanly severed from her body, every little bit of blood essence sucked out. Mendoza's jaw went slack, words dying in his throat as Arya's decapitated body crumpled into the snow. Her blood sprayed in a twisting arc, only to be devoured mid-air by the crimson aura around Damon. Impossible. He gasped, unable to believe that such a woman was actually dead in seconds. Mendoza stumbled back, his hands trembling. This isn't possible. He's not just using blood energy. No one moves like that. No one kills like that. What the hell is he? Robert remained silent as he continued to observe the bloodbath. One by one, the numbers were dying out. The old bastard was also doing his part in cutting down their army. He was killing their own. This was betrayal. This was evil of the highest order. Robert let out a long sigh. To fight evil with evil was not wrong. He took a deep breath as he loosened the ring on his finger. It was coincidentally the same ring he wore even within the game. It was just a simple ring with a single rune carved into it. Damon was not able to see the rune. If he had seen the rune, he would have immediately recognized the rune. It did not matter because the second the ring was off, every single person on the battlefield paused, turning their heads to stare in the direction of Robert. Don't blame me for this. It was all because of that damned old man. If he did not push me this far, then I didn't have to do any of this." A low rumble echoed across the field as the ring hit the snow, vanishing beneath the crimson slush. The snow around Robert began to spiral upward, sucked into the air like it had lost its weight. Frost twisted unnaturally, spinning into runes of its own, dancing around his body. His breath no longer fogged in the cold. It came out as dry mist, unnatural and hollow. A wild aura seeped out of him, raw, untamed, and demonic in nature. "Come, my God, accept my offering and use my body as a vessel." He cut his hand right where something dark and purple and malevolent pulsed, and 3 drops of blood fell onto the ground. However, the moment they fell, they disappeared. Robert's body began to contort, bones cracking audibly as his form twisted beneath his armor. His skin turned an ashen gray, then darker, blotched with shadowy tendrils that pulsed beneath the surface. Horns tore through his skull in a spiral, jagged and uneven, while his spine arched unnaturally, forcing him into a half-beast stance. His eyes, no longer human, burned with twin embers of abyssal fire. Artemius shivered at the sight. He did it. He really did it. He received the blessing of that cursed demon. Damon's eyes went wide. Demon. This was bad. Fuck, this was very bad. Demons, especially any one of the demon gods, were bad news. Demons only wanted one thing: death and destruction wherever they go. They thrived on the sorrow, misery, and chaos they caused, and the stronger the despair around them, the stronger they became. Damon tightened his grip around his blood-forged lance. He asked which demon god he called. Artemius's lips were pressed into a grim line. "Skulzarith, the frozen hunger." "The frozen hunger," Damon murmured, his crimson eyes narrowing. Artemius cleared his throat. "Beware, Damon. Even though the demon cannot enter our world, he is still strong enough to cause a lot of harm." He pulled his cloak back, revealing his blackened hand. Damon was shocked to see the condition of the limb, as if every little bit of life force was sucked dry out of it. His gaze flicked back to Robert, or whatever Robert was becoming. His silhouette was no longer human. Eyes clustered at his joints, jagged and black-edged like necrotic frost. Veins of shimmering cobalt light pulsed along his limbs, crawling up his throat. His mouth twisted into something inhuman, too wide, too sharp, and then he smiled. "What is this? Just a paltry amount of souls? You summoned me here just for this much? You were such a disappointment." A loud and vicious voice boomed out, evil and malevolent seeping out of the demonic aura. "You were such a disappointment," the voice boomed once again, and this time Robert's body buckled, contorting even more wildly. Even though his face was vividly smiling, a loud scream erupted from his body as if someone was going through unspeakable pain. Anyone who knew Robert before could tell that it was his voice. He screamed again and again, over and over, but the face only continued to smile as if it was enjoying more and more as the screams grew louder. Then all of a sudden the face did a 260-degree turn to stare right at Damon.
A sickening crack echoed as the neck twisted far beyond what should be humanly possible, the head completing an unnatural turn with a wet pop. The smile never left Robert's face. No, not Robert anymore. Something else was wearing his skin like a trophy. The hollow eyes shimmered with flickers of ice-blue flame, and the air around Damon dropped several degrees. "You," the demon rasped, voice like glacier shards scraping against bone. Such a familiar scent. Blood, so much blood, and such potent blood too. Its eyes, still glowing embers of abyssal fire, seemed to pierce through Damon, analyzing, consuming. "You little mortal reek of something interesting." The ground around Robert began to crack, black ice spider-webbing out from beneath his contorted feet. The swirling snow, which had been dancing around him, now began to turn an ominous black as it coalesced into jagged shards that floated menacingly in the air. The next instant, the demon unexpectedly ran towards Damon with an unnatural speed, using Robert's legs that looked more like claws now. You must be the reason why the thread of fate was leading me to this shithole of a world. What are you? Your blood is making me desire all sorts of things." The demon screeched, sending a chill down Damon's spine. Damon did not waste any time as he instantly conjured a blood lance in his hand, the strongest attack he could muster. The lance had fire, shadow, and even hints of lightning swirling around it. It howled with unstable power, a chaotic convergence of elements. Damon did not even waste a single moment throwing the lance before the freakish thing could reach him. The lance tore through the storm like a missile, warping the air in its path, leaving behind a trail of crimson fire. The demon screeched in delight rather than fear, throwing its body forward to meet the attack head-on. The moment of impact was apocalyptic. A blinding flash consumed the field as the lance collided with the demon's chest. Fire erupted outward, snow and ice vaporized in a shockwave, and the earth beneath cracked open like brittle glass. Black shards of corrupted frost rained down across the battlefield, each one humming with residual demonic energy. When the smoke cleared, the demon stood hunched, its chest smoldering, a crater where its heart should have been. But it was laughing, a low guttural sound that grew louder, fuller, until it shook the bones in Damon's spine. The wound was sealing, no, freezing over from the inside, as tendrils of black ice snaked outward to rebuild what had been destroyed. "Oh, that was beautiful," it hissed, eyes wild. "I haven't felt something like that in eons. Do it again! Hurt me more, little vampire!" Damon's eyes narrowed. He was not this demon's match. It was simply toying with him, despite him going all out. That attack had been everything, and yet it had only made the damn thing smile. Worse, the cost of the attack was significant. He had used 5% of his blood archives. He couldn't simply keep throwing lances like that infinitely. The demon's body cracked again as it straightened, bones clicking into place like loose marionette strings snapping taut. The hole in its chest sealed with one last hiss of frozen vapor, and its expression twisted into something euphoric. "Oh, you taste like the old world," it whispered, licking at the air with a frost-bitten tongue. "I can't wait to eat you alive!" The demon cackled loudly and once again started running towards the demon in a weird, contorted way. Damon's mind spun. What could he do now? How could he face something like this? An avatar of a demon god. He was about to conjure another lance again, a more powerful one this time, when suddenly Artemius flew in front of him. "Your opponent is me!" Damon's eyes widened in shock as he watched the old man move like he had never done before. His skills and his movements were at an epitome as an unbelievable aura flared up around him. Pure soul energy poured out of him like an unstoppable force. It was silent, disciplined, and unyielding like the will of a man who refused to fade. The demon actually halted mid-step, its grin faltering for the first time. "You," it rasped, "aren't you the seedling who refused my blessing?" Its head cocked to the side with a sickening crunch. "I can smell my curse on you." Its grin widened. "And you dared to come before me? You didn't know, did you? Oh, pitiful little ant, you are nothing but a soul battery to me now." "I'm well aware," Artemius said quietly. "But if one man must burn to buy some time, then so be it." He unleashed another swing of the sword as a powerful attack blasted forth. The blade sang with sorrow and wrath, its arc trailing glimmering soul flame, azure light burning so brightly it turned the shadows to ash. The snow hissed as it vanished beneath the heat of that swing, and the black ice around the demon cracked and flared. The demon screamed. "Soul cleave," it hissed, reeling back as the edge of the attack tore through its shoulder and severed the outermost ring of corrupted rune circling its body. "How did you manage to master such an attack in this backwater world? I have truly underestimated you."
The demon did not have the time to talk as it was cut short by the 7 consecutive blood lances that came flying towards it one after another. Boom! 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 Attacks rained down on the demon continuously from all fronts. A thunderous barrage of crimson fire and elemental chaos crashed into the demon's twisted form. Each lance slammed into it like a divine hammer, shaking the heavens and tearing through the icy gloom. The ground split into jagged ravines, swallowing frozen corpses and dismembered limbs as the power of Damon's assault shook the entire area. The demon howled, not in amusement this time, but in pain, real pain. Its form flickered, the black frost shielding its body fracturing with every impact. The corrupted runes that had coiled protectively around it were cracking like brittle glass, losing their glow. One of its arms was torn clean off by the 4th lance. The 5th shattered part of its spine, forcing it to the ground with a sickening crunch. The 6th burned away the last of its makeshift armor, exposing a rotting, pulsating core of demonic energy within its chest. And the 7th, Damon's final, most desperate lance, pierced straight through that core. The demon screeched, the sound so high and sharp it split the air like a bell made of agony. Shadows poured out of its mouth like smoke, and the twisted snowflakes around it melted into oily black tears. But even as its body writhed and convulsed, it wasn't dead. Something darker began to bleed out from the center of its being, a second form, taller, colder, more real. The true fragment of Skull-Zareth's will started breaking through, the very space tearing apart the Avatar. The world simply did not have enough strength to handle such a development. Damon's eyes went wide as spatial rifts started occurring everywhere, the entire area becoming extremely unstable and pretty much a death trap in a fraction of a second. But the demon did not seem to care about any of it. Its eyes greedily locked onto Damon as more and more of it started emerging. This was not its true form, and this was still only a fraction of its manifestation, and yet the power was enough to make the entire world tremble. Earthquakes started appearing in random places on Earth. Oceans began churning violently. Even the sky itself reacted, turning from blue to gray to pitch black, the sun blotting out like a candle behind ash. Cracks formed in the firmament above, not just in clouds but in reality itself, like a mirror fracturing under an unseen force. Lightning that carried no light arced between the rifts, striking mountains far in the distance, splitting them like twigs. Damon froze. He did not know what to do anymore. How could he possibly stop something like this? This was true power. This was the might of a god. He was merely an ant in front of a colossal being like this. His blood boiled and his heart hammered inside his chest as he witnessed firsthand power that couldn't be restrained. Was the world going to end today? Were they all going to be consumed by this demonic creature from hell? How did everything come to this? How could such a being enter our world? Then what was the point of all this preparation and entire fucking game? Even as his mind shook with this possibility, his heart couldn't help but stare in awe at the display of such a terrifying power. And as that shadow rose like a colossal giant, looming behind the broken shell of Robert's flesh, suddenly something else snapped. A thunderous boom rang loudly somewhere high up in the sky, and then next second, more earth-shattering, heaven-breaking explosions followed. Streaks of lightning could be seen everywhere in the sky, almost as if the heavens themselves were breaking apart. Then light, not lightning, not fire, not even soul flame, something older, something truer. A blazing golden white radiance broke through the cracks in the sky like a flood behind a shattered dam. The heavens didn't just crack, they were pierced. And from that wound in reality, a will surged forth. A will a lot more profound than the demon god's ever was. The emerging form of Skull-Zareth reeled,
It wasn't fear exactly, but recognition. That frozen grin of sadistic humor faltered. The black frost surrounding it began to retreat, curling inward like ash afraid of wind. For the first time, the demon didn't move forward. From the light stepped a figure. Or perhaps it wasn't stepping at all. Perhaps reality itself was simply shifting to make room for its presence. The figure was wreathed in celestial flame and cloaked in an armor of star-forged sigils that burned with truths too ancient for words. Its face was hidden, obscured by a mask etched with constellations and fate lines, but even the mask pulsed with authority. Return. The voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It resonated in bone, in soul, the kind of command that didn't come from volume, but from law, the original law before systems and rules were written. The black form of Skalsarith's fragment twitched violently, its enormous clawed hand grasping at the void, trying to hold on. "No!" it bellowed. "Don't you dare think this is over. This prey is mine, and he will be mine one way or the other. You are just a fucking lapdog. Don't you dare think that this great Skalsarith is scared of the likes of you." The celestial figure tilted its head slightly, as if regarding a speck of dirt that had dared speak back. No anger, no emotion at all, just pure, implacable stillness. Then a faint shimmer ran along the lines of the star map etched into its mask. One by one the constellations glowed in sequence, like locks turning against the will of eternity. "I am not here to inspire fear," said the figure calmly, each word weighted like a celestial judgment. "I am here to enforce inevitability." The void buckled. A second wave of chains burst from the rift above, these ones forged not from light, but from paradox, each link made from opposing forces, time and void, creation and oblivion, memory and prophecy. They didn't just bind, they rewrote. The laws of manifestation themselves were overwritten as they coiled around the demon's fragment. Skalsarith's form spasmed, its claws shattered mid-gesture, its shadow flesh unraveling into ribbons of void and corrupted will. "You can't erase me," it howled. "This reality is fractured. I will find a way back. I will never submit to you and your system." "Then I will be waiting," the figure intoned, stepping forward. With a flick of a single finger, the space around Skalsarith collapsed in upon itself, like a black hole made of silence. A moment later, the world exhaled. The skies cracked back into blue, though traces of the aftermath lingered. The ground stopped shaking, the cold retreated. Damon, still on his knees, gasped for air as his body trembled uncontrollably, every cell whispering that he had been within reach of extinction. The figure turned. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished, folding into the same crack in the sky that had brought it here. The light was gone. Everything was gone. Damon remained on his knees, the blood in his veins still echoing with terror and awe. The ground beneath him was scorched and frozen in equal parts, a battlefield of opposites, where divine law and demonic will had clashed in absolute terms. He could still feel the last pulse of that godlike pressure, like a phantom limb pressing against his soul. Behind him, Artemius stirred, coughing blood, but still alive. "What happened? Is he gone?" the old man whispered hoarsely. Damon shook his head. "I have no idea." He looked at the distance where his family, Mark, Kate, and Silvara were still fine. They had by now retreated as far as they possibly could to get away from all of this madness, not that any of it would have helped. Damon let out a sigh. He closed his eyes as the events of the last few minutes flashed in front of him. Every single thing seemed unbelievable. Every single thing felt surreal. The feeling of utter helplessness in front of a being like that was etched in his very soul. He wouldn't forget it any time soon. He did not want to forget it. He did not want to ever feel like that ever again. Damon clenched his fists as he remembered what the demon screamed until the very last moment he was going to come back for him. Damon did not know if this was true or not, or if it was possible or not, but he needed to consider this carefully. He was caught off guard once, and somehow, because something intervened, he was able to come out of it alive. But who knew he would get this lucky a second time as well? He needed to be prepared, just in case the demon really managed to get into our world once again. While Damon was engrossed in his thoughts, suddenly a loud scream echoed in the silence, and he turned around to see Silvara screaming at the top of her lungs. "They are dead! They are all dead!" Damon's heart stopped. His family was dead? He just confirmed they were alive. What was she talking about? And then he saw. The entire clan, the entire fucking army that had come to take him out had now inexplicably dropped dead. Sure, he had taken out some of them, but the others? It was a completely different story. Their deaths seemed a lot more cruel and torturous. All the corpses had twisted expressions of pain on their faces, each contorted in different ways. Their bodies were fine, their blood was intact, no sign of wound or injury, yet all of them had dropped dead right where they were. Their lifeless corpse and hollow eyes stared back, wanting and pleading for someone to save them. Damon let out a sigh and closed his eyes as the events of the last few minutes flashed in front of him. Every single thing seemed unbelievable. Every single thing felt surreal. The feeling of utter helplessness in front of a being like that was etched in his very soul. He wouldn't forget it any time soon. He did not want to forget it. He did not want to ever feel like that ever again. Damon clenched his fists as he remembered what the demon screamed until the very last moment. He was going to come back for him. Damon did not know if this was true or not, or if it was possible or not, but he needed to consider this carefully. He was caught off guard once, and somehow, because something intervened, he was able to come out of it alive. But who knew he would get this lucky a second time as well? He needed to be prepared just in case the demon really managed to get into their world once again. While Damon was engrossed in his thoughts, suddenly a loud scream echoed in the silence, and he turned around to see Silvara screaming at the top of her lungs. "They are dead! They are all dead!" Damon's heart stopped. His family was dead? He just confirmed that they were alive. What was she talking about? And then he saw the entire clan. The entire fucking army that had come to take him out had now inexplicably dropped dead. Sure, he had taken out some of them, but the others? It was a completely different story. Their deaths seemed a lot more cruel and torturous. All the corpses had twisted expressions of pain on their faces, each contorted in different ways. Their bodies were fine. Their blood was intact, no sign of wound or injury. Yet all of them had dropped dead right where they were. Their lifeless corpses and hollow eyes stared back, wanting and pleading for someone to save them. Damon let out a sigh and closed his eyes. He did not have to guess what happened here. It was clear Robert had sacrificed his entire clan to summon the demon god, which in the end had consumed every single one of them. It did not even let Robert off. Every single person was dead. Damon's gaze swept across the battlefield once more, taking in the grotesque stillness, the dozens of twisted bodies, the frozen screams etched into their faces, the scorched sigils carved into the soil like some cursed altar. The sad reality sank in. What made Robert trust a demon of all things? Damon didn't need the full story to guess. He'd seen that look before. desperation so hopeless that it carved out a man's soul and left behind only hunger. Maybe Robert had been promised power, freedom, vengeance. Maybe he was a true believer in whatever lies Kal Zareth had whispered through their connection. Or maybe the demon had muddled his brain right from the beginning, giving him no chance at all. That sort of mind control should be easy when the difference between their levels was so vast, almost incomparable. The man was probably nudged into madness, one whisper at a time, until he offered up everything, even his clan, just to touch something more. Desperation is a parasite, Mike murmured. It makes people kneel before monsters. But then he laughed. Who am I to judge the poor guy? Did I not do the same thing? I sought the legendary weapon of the vampire clan that could change the fate of someone like me. I too was once desperate enough to spend every waking second working tirelessly just to have a shot at being powerful. He closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. There were a lot of conflicting emotions within him and a feeling of overwhelming dread and hopelessness. He did not know how to live among gods and monsters who could squeeze him and his entire world in a single second. How does one make peace with something like that? He shivered. Here, he thought that he had a second chance in life, and he would finally be able to rewrite his fate. But the reality was cruel. He was just a speck of dust caught in the winds of these powerful monsters. He could fight, he could work tirelessly. In the end, nothing mattered at all. He was at the mercy of these monsters. Damon clenched his fists as his blood boiled unbearably. He couldn't stomach such a thought. Something inside him did not want to feel so small and helpless. He needed to break free of the shackles binding him. He needed to somehow get through the obstacles in his way. He needed to become a monster himself. He had never thought of this before. Survival was the only thing on his mind, but this incident had left a lasting impact on him. Damon silently stood there as Silvara wailed loudly in the background with inconsolable pain. She held the old man in her arms as he cradled him and watched his life slowly slip away. Damon stared at her, but what could he do? The healing spells in his arsenal were not capable of dealing with something like this. He could feed the old man his blood. "I can feed him some of my blood," Damon repeated, though he was not sure just how much it would help. "What did you say?" Silvara froze upon hearing his words and snapped to look at him. "I could feed him some of my blood. It will heal him a little, maybe even have a chance to convert him into a vampire, though I don't know how much of a soul injury he suffered. I don't know if the vampiric transformation would be complete with such a soul injury." Silvara trembled. As if she had suddenly seen a flicker of light in a nightmare of never-ending darkness, she pleaded and begged him, "Please, please do something. Please at least try. Please, if it is you, then you can do it. Please, I will do anything for you in return. I will give you all of our soul arts." She hurriedly wiped her eyes, even as she continued sobbing. "I will give you the cosmic vessel blueprint that I found. You can have me. You can have everything. Please, please try to save him." Damon let out a sigh, seeing her desperate situation, but before he could open his mouth, another voice sounded. "My child, will you still not let this old man go? Why are you still by my side?" Artemius smiled as he looked up at Silvara. His smile was steeped in sadness and misery, but one could see that the old man truly cared for her. "Grandpa, please! Grandpa, please! I cannot lose you too!" Silvara broke down, holding the old man's hand and sobbing uncontrollably. Damon could no longer see the proud, bold woman he always had known her to be. The woman right now was a complete mess, someone who would go to any extent for the sake of her loved one. He walked over and knelt next to the old man. He then started to prick his wrist to drain some blood into the old man's mouth, but before he could do anything, the old man shook his head. "I am what I am. Until the very end, I would like to be what I am. true to my soul and my sword. I do not fear death, blood god. You do not have to bleed for me." Damon paused. He was shocked to see the old man react this way. His words struck something inside him, something that was both frustrating and deeply admirable. The transformation Damon offered might heal his wounds, but it would also rewrite him. And Artemius, even at death's door, wanted to die as himself. A man who had lived by the sword and soul now refused to let even death steal that identity from him. Silvara did not find it so admirable. Artemius's stubbornness only made her more miserable. "I don't want to bury another one," Silvara sobbed. "Not you! Not like this! Please, Grandpa!" Artemius exhaled, weak but gentle. "You will not bury me, Silvara. You will carry me, just as I carried my master, and he carried his." Damon let out a sigh. Sometimes the right thing was to let go. He looked at Silvara, her tear-streaked face crumpled with pain, and then at Artemius, whose eyes were soft and full of peace. He decided to give the two some time alone to grieve each other and took a step back. He was not needed there. However, all of a sudden, a new voice sounded in his heart. "If you want, you can still save him." Huh? Damon was utterly confused. He knew the voice, of course, but there was no way that man should be able to communicate with him here and now. He took another breath as he pondered the possibility when suddenly he froze on the spot. Damon slowly took yet another breath and then another. His eyes wide open, he raised his hand, and in front of him gathered a small but stable ball of spinning mana. Mana! Mana was now present. Mana, pure, unfiltered, ambient mana, was here, in the real world. His thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. This shouldn't be possible. The rules of the world didn't allow for it. Not yet. Was it because of the divine-level fracture that had been forcibly sealed? Was something covering their world broken because of all of that? "It's everywhere," Damon muttered. He absent-mindedly played around with that ball of mana, expanding it and compressing it, enjoying the sensation of mana bending to his will. "So, how long are you going to keep playing? I thought you liked that old man." The voice sounded again. "LaRocia!" Damon paused. A frown appeared on his face. Appearance of mana in the world was fine, but why was this bastard able to communicate with him? "Why are you able to talk to me, especially when I did not give the permission to do so?" Damon asked, not completely pleased with this development. It was one thing to have Blood Rain talking to him from time to time, but he did not want this scheming bastard to constantly have access to his ears. "Tisk tisk," LaRocia replied, voiced thick with amusement. "Such hostility. I am your soul-bound item spirit, so of course I would be able to communicate with you." "Nope, I need to turn you off." Damon firmly shook his head. LaRocia scoffed and then answered, "Yes, you can turn me off if that is what you want. I am only able to talk to you because you haven't asked me not to." "All right, then shut up." "Aren't you curious about the old man at all? Don't you want to save him, Master?" Damon's face twitched. To begin with, he did not ask about that because why the hell would LaRocia ever help him? The fact that this guy repeatedly kept asking about the same thing only made it more and more suspicious. "What's the catch? Do you need something from me?" LaRocia sat silent for a while. "You know, Blood God, I am deeply offended by your insinuations, but I will let it go because time is really precious at the moment. I don't need anything in return from you. I am simply offering you help to save your ally. This is my job, after all, from now for the next couple 100 years." Damon narrowed his eyes. He did not believe the guy, but there was no harm in listening to his solution. "So, what do you have?" LaRocia's voice immediately chimed in. "A soul-healing elixir, of course." Damon blinked. "A what?" "A soul-healing elixir," LaRocia repeated with exaggerated patience, like a merchant explaining the obvious to a particularly thick-headed customer. This isn't some petty flesh wound we're dealing with. It's a soul rupture. Regular healing won't touch it. But this? Damon exhaled slowly. You're telling me you had something like this the whole time? Correction, LaRoche said smoothly. You have it. What is mine is yours for the next couple 100 years. Damon's face twitched again. Yep, he did not trust this bastard for 1 second. However, his gaze landed on Artemius, who was looking at him curiously from a distance. The old man had gone above and beyond for him, even if there was a small chance he wanted to try. All right, give it. The next second, a small test tube with a cork appeared on his hand. Inside the test tube was a swirling, opalescent liquid that seemed to change color depending on how the light hit it. Silver, violet, deep blue, and hints of crimson shimmered in layered waves. It didn't look like any potion Damon had ever seen in Earth Online. What is this made of? He muttered, not entirely sure if he wanted to know. Oh, just a few things, and some herbs, and a little bit of this and that, you know. LaRoche danced around it. Damon stared at the vial. He did not have the time to get the information out of this scheming bastard right this moment. He looked at the vial again and then came to a decision. He walked towards Artemius. Pour 3 drops into his mouth. The rest, place it directly over the sternum. The liquid will take care of the rest. LaRoche happily gave the instructions. Damon knelt beside Artemius and glanced up at Silvara. Her eyes, puffy and red, widened as she saw the vial. All right, old man, this might be your last shot. This is a questionable soul-healing elixir. Damon paused, and then added again, it's very questionable, and I personally would hesitate a lot to drink it. But right now there is not enough time, and this could be your last chance. What do you want to do? Are you dead set on dying, or do you want to take a little risk? The old man chuckled, a weak rasp of a sound that still held its old, familiar weight. A questionable elixir handed to you by an even more questionable person? Sounds like a gamble I would have made in my youth. He coughed, a wet sound that Silvara flinched at, and I suppose I have always liked long odds. The old man remained silent for a moment, and then let out a hearty laughter. Oh, what the hell! This old man's soul is still young at heart. Give it to me. Let me see if there is still a chance for this old guy to walk the world along with you hot-blooded youngsters.
Damon grinned despite himself. Now that's the stubborn old man I know. Silvera let out a choked laugh that sounded suspiciously like a sob. She quickly wiped her cheeks, nodded rapidly. Thank you, she whispered. Damon uncorked the vial with a soft pop. Carefully, he tilted it and let 3 shimmering drops fall into Artemius's mouth. The old man's lips moved as if tasting thunder. Then Damon lowered the rest of the vial to Artemius's chest, just over his sternum. As soon as the liquid touched skin, it evaporated into threads of pure light and slipped beneath the surface, vanishing like mist into dry earth. The change was instant. Runes not of any earthly language flared across Artemius's chest and arms, burning white one moment, then deep gold the next. Damon could feel something rippling outward from the old man's body. Artemius arched, his eyes rolling back for a second, as golden filaments laced through his aura. His body trembled, but this time it wasn't death clawing at him. It was life, dragged back from the edge and stitched into place with ancient threads. After what felt like an eternity held in a single breath, Artemius slowly opened his eyes. Not pale, not glazed. Clear, focused, alive. "Well, damn," he croaked, flexing his fingers. "That tasted worse than anything I have ever put in my mouth, but it seems to have worked." Damon exhaled a long breath. "Glad you're alive, old man." Silvera collapsed beside her grandfather, gripping his hand like it was the last anchor in the world, her tears this time of stunned relief. Damon stood slowly, glancing down at the empty vial in his hand. LaRoche's voice smugly sounded in his head. "You're welcome." Damon's face darkened, but he did not care about this bastard right now.
His gaze shifted to his family at the distance. There was still the matter of his family. Right now they were all extremely open and vulnerable. The Ice Guys were not the only ones running around with blessings. In fact, they could be considered the weakest, and technically what Robert had probably wasn't even a blessing. The same couldn't be said for the other big families. Damon would be a fool to believe that their strength was at the same level as the strength of these people. Except for Artemius, there wasn't a single talented person in the entire family. Or maybe there were, but Robert went ahead and killed everyone before they could fully develop. Surely the other families would have sensed some disturbance here, and would probably soon come here to investigate in one way or the other. And Damon did not want to entangle with them just yet. The memories from a few minutes ago were still clearly etched in his mind and heart. There were many things in this world that were beyond his control. He needed to play it more carefully. The enemy right now could be several times more powerful than himself. It was not time yet to face them in the real world. At least not until he figured out when he was going to get his mana core in the real world. Now that mana was freely available and he was even able to talk to his item spirit, what was going to happen? Was everyone going to get superpowers? Was everyone going to awaken in the real world as well? Was the game world and real world going to merge sooner than expected? There were so many questions, and he did not have answers to any of them. This was definitely not the time to face any of the other blessed ones. Damon quickly made up his mind and then spoke to La Rocha again. "Say, since you want to help me and all that, perhaps you can do a little something for me." "Of course, what do you need?" "About—" Damon grinned. It was La Rocha's turn to be shocked and gobsmacked. The mantle spirit shivered inside. No, please don't do this to me. Anything but this, please. Please rethink carefully. I can make everything a lot more luxurious and convenient. Just please don't make me do this." However, Damon did not budge at all. He was very firm on what he asked. After a couple of minutes of more begging and pleading, La Rocha gritted his teeth and eventually agreed after Damon snapped at him for wasting his time. The item spirit's gloomy mood was wide in display as the metallic fortress suddenly appeared in the real world, except this time the metallic fortress wasn't exactly a metallic fortress. It was a castle. Towering spires jutted upward like obsidian stakes driven into the sky, each crowned with bat-winged gargoyles whose eyes glowed faintly red, watching the surroundings with silent menace. The central keep rose like a jagged tooth from the earth, its walls etched with runes that shimmered a dark crimson whenever men brushed against them. Black iron gates shaped like interlocked fangs groaned as they sealed shut, and a bridge formed over the moat that connected the main gate to the entrance. The moat was, of course, filled with rolling blood that filled the space with pleasant blood energy. The castle was a typical vampire castle, through and through. Possessing such a thing had been the longest dream of Damon, and right now the dream was coming true, right in front of his eyes. He had created the first bastion of magic in the real world. He couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his face. It wasn't just a home. It was his fortress now, his sanctuary, his kingdom. Damon let his hand trail along one of the outer walls as he stepped onto the bridge. The blood moat shimmered below, reactive to his presence, rippling with excitement like it could sense its master. Even the gargoyles tilted their heads ever so slightly, acknowledging the one they were bound to guard. It was perfect. "Perfect," Damon whispered with satisfaction. "It's so gauche, over the top, completely lacking in refinement," La Rocha muttered, his tone thick with disdain. "It looks like a teenager's fever dream after too much blood wine." Damon happily ignored him. "Now let's start with the defensive barriers, etc., and etc. Make this place as strong and impenetrable as the metallic fortress was." His eyes gleamed, voice hardening. "You cannot be careless with this part. The castle has to be absolutely untouchable. I want it warded against scrying, teleportation, curses, memory charms, and whatever other foul tricks these legacy bastards might try." LaRocha sighed dramatically. "Yes, yes, I will get on that. Do your job properly without finding loopholes. I enjoy not getting assassinated in my sleep," Damon said flatly. "Fine, fine. I'll begin the layering." LaRocha became silent as he quickly got to work. Damon could already feel several mana barriers and other sorts of runes he did not understand flare up here and there. Behind him, Silvara and Artemis were staring at the castle slack-jawed. Artemis blinked several times, then leaned toward Silvara and whispered, "Is it just me, or did our boy here summon an entire vampire stronghold out of thin air?" Silvara didn't respond at first. Her wide eyes tracked the glowing runes and towering spires like someone watching a divine miracle unfold. "No," she finally breathed, voice reverent and bewildered. "It's not just you. I think he really did." A shrill shriek echoed overhead as one of the bat-winged gargoyles animated and leapt to a higher perch, its eyes sweeping the terrain like a paranoid sentry. Faint chants began to resonate from the walls, subtle, low-frequency vibrations that made the hairs on the back of one's neck rise. Somewhere deep within the castle, a bell tolled once, slow and ominous, as if acknowledging the awakening of an ancient beast. Then after a couple more minutes, LaRocha's voice echoed once more from the castle walls, somehow both bitter and resigned. "Enjoy your brooding vampire fortress. I hope your enemies have a flair for the dramatic." Damon grinned. "Oh, they will. But wait, I am not done with you yet. Make a part of the castle mana-free next." "Mana-free? It's for my family." LaRocha's voice became even more miserable. "Your entire family is going to stay in the castle? Then what? Why did you think I asked you to build such a big one? Quick, get it done soon. I don't have a lot of time." The item spirit grumbled something in a language Damon could not understand. Damon did not give two shits about it. He only made a mental note to ask the item spirit later for a language compendium skill crystal or something like that, so that he could be familiar with as many languages as possible. The item spirit busied itself and soon came back with positive results another couple of minutes later. "It's done," LaRocha finally announced, voice soaked in reluctant obedience. "I've carved out an entire wing isolated from the rest of the castle's mana flow." Damon nodded, satisfied. "Good. That'll keep them safe for now. All right, no need to waste any more time." He had already asked Mark to walk back over with his family and Kate and her mother, and the group reached the castle gate soon. "Everyone, let's get inside first. We can talk about everything later." The heavy iron gates creaked open with an almost ceremonial groan, revealing a long, torchlit corridor lined with crimson banners and polished obsidian columns. A gust of warm air rolled out, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. Damon absolutely loved it. So did Mark and Kate, but the others could only find it creepy and icky. Damon stepped through first, his silhouette framed by the looming arches and the firelit glow, casting a shadow that stretched like a king's across the stones. Behind him came Mark, carrying a wide-eyed toddler in one arm and guiding Georgina and John and Damon's parents with the other. Kate followed, her steps still unsteady from the aftershocks of everything. Her mother walked beside her, holding her hand tightly, eyes flicking to the gargoyles above with visible unease. Everyone was in silent shock. While the group was observing everything around them, Damon signaled for Silvara to get in as well, along with Artemius. The two of them did not say anything. Silvara helped the old man walk inside. He was still recovering and needed more time to completely heal. Together they stepped through the archway, and the gates groaned closed behind them. Damon was already ahead, his boots clicking against the marble floor as he moved. "The mana-free wing is to the right," he said without looking back. "LaRocha's ensured it's stable, comfortable, and to your liking. You should all go and pick out your rooms and take a rest. I still have something to do." Everyone nodded and started walking to the right. Damon's father, Anderson, took the lead and gulped as he opened the first door. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock. Inside, there was a huge, luxurious bedroom fit for royalty. A canopied bed draped in crimson and silver silk stood at the center, flanked by floating candelabras that flickered gently with flame-free light. Even the floor was covered with a plush, dark red carpet that muffled every step. Anderson stepped inside with stunned reverence. I think this might be bigger than our entire apartment." Georgina peeked in behind him, her mouth hanging open. "Maybe I can—" She opened her mouth, but Mama Linda was faster. "Move! Father and I will be staying here." Damon wanted to tell them that all the rooms would be equally big and luxurious, but he decided to let them figure it out for themselves. After everything that happened, it wasn't too bad to distract everyone like this with some much-needed pampering. As the rest of the family shuffled deeper into the corridor, bickering softly over who would take which room, Damon allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Things had escalated exponentially, and it felt as if a huge storm had passed him. However, it did not matter. He was pretty sure there was another storm waiting, like 5 minutes away. Damon shook his head helplessly at the thought. At least they were all safe for now. In the meantime, it was time to make more preparations. First things first. "LaRocha, can you teleport this whole castle to some remote corner of this world where no one else is there? Can you also make sure that it's invisible, cannot be detected by any means, and all that?" LaRocha didn't answer immediately. "Yes or no?" Damon asked once again. Yes, I can do it, but I must warn you, all my resources are going to run dry at this rate. If you still force me to do things, then I would have to dig into treasures to keep things up and running. Using the treasures which I had painstakingly collected for eons as a simple power source is not beneficial for either of us." Damon's ears immediately perked up at the mention of treasures. He stopped the item spirit rant with a quick suggestion. "I can farm some mana cores and hand them to you for power supply. Don't worry about that." LaRocha snorted. "Whatever," and then he begrudgingly added, "Master." It was almost as if he were afraid of another system punishment. Damon did not care. "Can you teleport this whole castle to some remote corner of this world where no one else is there? Can you also make sure that it's invisible, cannot be detected by any means, and all that?" LaRocha didn't answer immediately. "Yes or no?" Damon asked once again. Yes, I can do it, but I must warn you, all my resources are going to run dry at this rate. If you still force me to do things, then I would have to dig into treasures to keep things up and running. Using the treasures which I had painstakingly collected for eons as a simple power source is not beneficial for either of us." Damon's ears immediately perked up at the mention of treasures. He stopped the item spirit rant with a quick suggestion. "I can farm some mana cores and hand them to you for power supply." "Don't worry about that." LaRocha snorted. "Whatever." And then he begrudgingly added, "Master." It was almost as if he were afraid of another system punishment. Damon did not care. Since we are anyway on the topic of treasures, how about you let me take a look at this treasure collection? Let me see what all can be used. Let me take a look and admire all of your precious items. No touching." just seeing." He laughed. LaRocha snorted once again. "I'm afraid that's not possible." He instantly shot Damon down. "Huh? Wait a second. Didn't you tell me that what is yours is mine? Wait, am I hallucinating these days?" He clicked his tongue and gave an exaggerated sigh. "Oh no, you're not hallucinating," LaRocha replied with immediate venom. "I did say that, but right now, thanks to you, I am in an extremely weakened state. Before you bound me, all my top-tier treasures were automatically placed in a vault, which I would only be able to access when I am in my most perfect state, completely healed." Damon's face twitched. "LaRocha, buddy, pal, you can't say things like that and then put terms and conditions in a place where I can't see them." The item spirit did not answer. Damon continued to bug the guy in 5 different ways about the same thing, but he could only give up in the end. It looked like he needed very specific conditions to be met to force the item spirit to help him. Well, whatever. It was fine. It was just day 1 after all. The battle between them was going to go on for a few hundred years. There was no need to get stressed out in the very first exchange. For now, there were other things on his mind. Damon placed his hands on the castle and tried to get a feel for it. He wanted to see if he was connected to the whole thing, and if he could sense if anything was wrong, or if there was any intruder. He wanted to get more familiar with the place. However, just as he was about to do some experiments, Silvara walked in, announcing herself. "Damon, may I speak to you for a moment?" Damon withdrew his hand from the cold, rune-etched brick wall and turned toward her. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Sure," he said, brushing off his distracted thoughts and folding his arms. "What's on your mind?" Silvara stepped closer, her usual grace and elegance back. Her silver hair was damp from the snow outside, and her expression was unreadable and poised. She had regained her composure somewhat. "It's about the others. Not my entire family was involved in this betrayal." "Okay," Damon nodded. Honestly, he did not have anything against her or the clan. It was just that single person who brought about the ruin of their entire family. Nevin, a few elders, and another 2 people are still back in the main family base. After everything that has happened, I worry for their safety," she added with a sigh. "Please, you do not have to worry about their loyalty. They are extremely loyal to me and my grandfather. You don't even have to permanently take care of them. Maybe if you can give us a few days to think of something and make our preparations, we will be extremely grateful." Damon studied her face for a long moment, gauging every flicker of emotion that tried and failed to hide behind her composed facade. There was no desperation in her voice, only quiet conviction, and something even rarer, trust. Not in herself, in him. "You think they'll be targeted," Damon said softly. "The legacy families won't take this lying down. If they suspect even one of them supported you, they'll vanish. Quietly." Silvara nodded. "Exactly. Nevin is already making contingency plans, but with everything happening so fast, we have to assume all of our safe locations were also compromised. At least we have to check first. We just need a window. A few days. Just enough time for them to relocate." Damon let out a slow breath, then turned and walked toward the nearest viewing window, overlooking the vast, snow-covered lands. Snow was falling again. He tapped a finger against the sill and nodded. "Okay, let's do it." Silvara gave a polite bow. "I am very grateful for all the help." "Don't worry about it." Damon immediately sent a mental command for LaRocha to take the castle to their headquarters first. The item spirit grumbled again, but eventually agreed.
"This is too cool," Damon whistled. Despite the serious situation right now, he couldn't help but admire what was happening at the moment. The whole freaking castle was flying in the air. He looked out the window and stared at the endless frozen wasteland in awe. Apparently, short-distance flying was less energy-consuming than teleportation. LaRocha informed that
LaRocha had informed him that, unlike spatial jumps, which momentarily tore through the fabric of the world, levitation over short distances only required sustained mana infusion into the foundational array. Snow whipped past the windows, ghostly and fast, as if trying to outrun the thing cutting through the heavens. Below them, an unending stretch of pale white death stretched endlessly. Damon leaned forward, pressing a hand to the window, as if he could absorb the surreal moment into his skin. "This is it, huh? My floating vampire fortress in the middle of nowhere. Not gonna lie, 10-year-old me would be weeping tears of joy." LaRocha's voice emerged in a dry huff. 10-year-old you clearly had no taste, and the current you also have no taste. Damon laughed, the sound echoing faintly off the polished stone and velvet-draped walls. "You wound me, LaRocha. Here I thought we were bonding." "If by bonding you mean dragging me across this wasteland while bleeding me of all my reserves, then yes, we're practically family," the spirit muttered. The castle dipped slightly, adjusting course as it skimmed above a jagged ridge of ice-encrusted peaks. Soon, in another few minutes, they reached the location, and they could already see the ice dome in the distance. They hadn't traveled a lot of distance in the first place before the accident happened, so the return was just as fast. Once they arrived closer, Damon asked LaRocha to set the castle down, allowing Silvara to walk out. The enormous castle settled atop the frozen plains with a soundless grace, its spires cutting like fangs into the sky, the snow curling gently around its base as though afraid to touch it. Silvara stood at the open archway of the grand entrance, her golden hair fluttering behind her. She turned once to look at Damon, her expression unreadable, half grateful and half burdened. "Thank you," she said softly, "for everything. I will go in and bring the others as well, as some resources we have managed together." Damon nodded. "Just don't take too long." Silvara gave him a small, knowing smile before stepping into the snow. As she vanished into the distance, heading toward the barely visible shimmer of the ice dome, Damon stayed at the gate a moment longer, watching the white horizon. Behind him, LaRocha muttered, "You've got too many moving parts already. You keep adding more, and eventually something's going to snap. Isn't saving that old man more than enough? Even that woman is not worth keeping around." Damon laughed, the sound echoing faintly off the polished stone and velvet-draped walls. "You wound me, LaRocha. Here I thought we were bonding." "If by bonding you mean dragging me across this wasteland while bleeding me of all my reserves, then yes, we're practically family," the spirit muttered. The castle dipped slightly, adjusting course as it skimmed above a jagged ridge of ice-encrusted peaks. Soon, in another few minutes, they reached the location and they could already see the ice dome in the distance. They hadn't traveled a lot of distance in the first place before the accident happened, so the return was just as fast. Once they arrived closer, Damon asked LaRocha to set the castle down, allowing Silvara to walk out. The enormous castle settled atop the frozen plains with a soundless grace, its spires petting like fangs into the sky, the snow curling gently around its base as though afraid to touch it. Silvara stood at the open archway of the grand entrance, her golden hair fluttering behind her. She turned once to look at Damon, her expression unreadable, half grateful and half burdened. "Thank you," she said softly, "for everything. I will go in and bring the others as well, as some resources we have managed to gather." Damon nodded. "Just don't take too long." Silvara gave him a small, knowing smile before stepping into the snow. As she vanished into the distance, heading toward the barely visible shimmer of the ice dome, Damon stayed at the gate a moment longer, watching the white horizon. Behind him, LaRocha muttered, "You've got too many moving parts already. You keep adding more, and eventually something's going to snap. Isn't saving that old man more than enough? Even that woman is not worth keeping around." Damon chuckled. You need to give more chances to others before coming to conclusions about them. They might surprise you if you do. She's just asking for a little help, and I won't lose anything by doing so." La Rocha snorted. "Compassionate, noble, heroic. Oh, you sound like one of those bright-eyed protagonists from a third-rate bard's tale. It's revolting." Damon smirked, still watching the snow swirl like restless ghosts. He did not answer the item spirit. Instead, he stared ahead silently. The future was uncertain for sure, and he could use more allies, but that wasn't the reason he was helping Silvara. Damon's mind flickered back to the fierce swordsmanship of the old guy. It was thanks to Artemius that he was able to force the demon's hand and get out of the mess they were all in. It may be his strength alone would have been enough, but that old man jumped into the fire for him, for the word he gave him, and he had to respect that. He was not a complete bastard after all. He did not plan to babysit their whole group for the rest of his life, but he definitely did not mind lending a small helping hand. Damon continued looking outside as the events of the fight once again ran through his mind. He couldn't help but think about it again and again. He let out a sigh and was about to turn back when he noticed that Silvara was back, along with a small group. There was Nevin, a handful of elders, and finally 2 robed figures. In total, there were just 10 of them. Damon's brows lifted slightly at the sight. Only 10? Out of an entire ancient clan, that was all who remained loyal? It felt very odd. How could Robert alone have swayed an entire clan of people who had been together for a long time? Was their clan really that broken? Damon felt as if he was still not seeing the full picture. He let out a sigh and decided to talk to the old man about it soon. There was anyway a lot they still needed to talk about, and now that he was recovering in his castle, they had quite a bit of time together, plenty of time to discuss many things. Outside, Silvara led the group with quiet dignity, her steps steady despite the terrain. Nevin walked beside her, face grim but calm, his gaze scanning the castle with the caution of a man entering sacred ground. Behind them came the elders, their expressions weary, etched with frost and resolve. The last 2 figures kept their hoods up, their features completely hidden beneath layered robes, though Damon noticed a faint shimmer of mana dancing around their forms like protective mist. Damon muttered to himself, "They made it!" The corner of his mouth twitched into a half-smile. "La Rocha, open the gates! Let them in!" With a reluctant grumble, the great iron gates parted once more, the enchantments flaring like lines of fire tracing the runes embedded in the walls. The group stepped through slowly, gazes rising to take in the towering obsidian and the watchful gargoyles perched on high ledges. No one spoke. The scene was simply too shocking to take in. What the hell was this castle, and how did it come here all of a sudden? The flamboyant style was simply too much to digest. Damon walked forward to greet them. "Welcome," he said simply, voice echoing in the vast stone hall. "This place isn't what you're used to, but it'll do. You'll be safe here." Silvara gave Damon a grateful glance, her eyes softening. "We'll do our best not to burden you further." Damon waved the words away. "Don't worry about it. There are empty quarters on the east wing. Take your time, get some rest. We'll talk more once you've settled." With that, the group moved deeper into the stronghold, and Damon turned back toward the window. This time, La Rocha was going to teleport the whole castle, and he was kind of curious where the item spirit was going to take them. As he silently stared outside, all of a sudden, he felt a figure bounding toward him, and before Damon could react, 2 arms embraced him from the back, and someone hugged him tightly. Damon froze, and his heart rate quickened. No way, it couldn't possibly be. Unfortunately, no good deed goes unpunished, and in Damon's case, this seemed to have come true almost instantaneously. Surprise! Now we can be together both in the real world and inside the game world. A familiar voice sounded behind him, a voice so sweet and so melodious and oh so full of love, but it only made the hair on Damon's back stand up straight. "Aurora?" Damon gulped and spoke the name he was almost too afraid to speak up. "Of course it's me, dummy. Who else would it be?" Aurora giggled. He turned around slowly, as if hoping that maybe, just maybe, he was hallucinating. But no, there she was, Aurora, in the flesh, dressed in a simple pair of blue jeans and a white t-shirt, which did nothing to bring down her absolutely stunning beauty or her unhinged presence. Her silver blonde hair shimmered even under the dull castle torchlight, and her eyes sparkled with manic devotion, like a romantic villainess who had just found her favorite obsession again. "What? How?" Damon blinked, genuinely rattled. He took a small, involuntary step back. "How are you even here?" Aurora's smile widened, far too pleased with herself. "Wouldn't you like to know? I was going to surprise you today, but instead, you gave me the surprise." Damon still did not understand. "We were staying with Silvera, and suddenly we got a message that many things had happened. We were going to hurry to support you, but before that, everything was already over," the other person standing next to Aurora explained. Naturally, this was none other than the fire goddess Myra. Damon gulped. "So you both are with them?" Myra nodded, but Aurora tilted her head with a small pout. "Not with them, with you, blood god. This way I can give you my blood whenever you need it. We don't need to be apart at all. Don't you think it's very convenient?" She beamed with happiness, looking all cute and bubbly. Damon gulped again. Myra could no longer digest the events unfolding in front of her and mumbled something before she slowly walked out of the room, leaving behind just Damon and Aurora. But thanks to his shitty luck, this did not last long. The next moment, Kate wandered back to find him for something, as did Silvera. Suddenly, just like that, Damon found himself in the presence of the same three women all over again. This was the exact situation he had wanted to avoid at all costs, and yet here he was once again, in less than a day? Damon felt as if his brain was going to short-circuit. He did not like this confrontation, not one bit. Cough, cough. "Everyone, I am extremely sorry, but I need a break. I am very tired and drained after the fight. Can I meet with all of you in a little bit?" All three of them looked at him with kind and caring eyes, so much so that it made Damon freeze mid-step. There was no anger, no jealousy, no competition in their expressions, just concern. Genuine, unfiltered concern, the kind that made his carefully honed instincts for self-preservation falter. Aurora stepped forward first, her voice soft and radiant as always. "It's okay, Damon. You don't have to explain anything. Just rest. We'll be here when you're ready." Kate gave a shy, encouraging smile, her hands clasped in front of her. "You've been through so much already. I just wanted to make sure you were all right, that's all." Silvera, calm and poised as ever, simply gave him a nod. "You don't need to carry everything alone. Let others take some of the weight, even if it's just for a little while. Let me know if you need any help." With that, the three of them stepped back, gracefully, gently, giving Damon space, as if they understood just how tightly wound he was behind that calm mask. Damon stood there staring at them as they turned and drifted away down different corridors of the castle, their footsteps soft against the polished stone. He let out a long breath and turned to lean against the nearest wall, closing his eyes. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. "I guess I deserve this." But he really was tired. Laracha informed him that the teleportation was going to take some time, and Damon decided to take this chance to rest a bit. He walked over and picked one of the empty rooms in the mana-rich zones. His body could take mana 24/7, so he did not care about whether mana was present or not. "You have your own wing and a master bedroom," Laracha chimed in as if he was spitting out an afterthought. Damon had half a mind to take a look at that out of curiosity, but he was also dead tired. so he simply decided to stay here for tonight. This room was anyway luxurious as hell. He flopped onto the giant, comfortable bed lined with silk sheets and whatnot. As soon as his head hit the pillow, the tension in his body began to unravel like a snapped bowstring. The silk sheets were cool against his skin, and the thick mana in the air soothed his battered spirit like a lullaby. For a while he simply lay there, staring up at the ornate ceiling carved with glowing runes that shifted lazily like clouds across a twilight sky. He was extremely tired, and yet he couldn't fall asleep easily. For tonight, his family was safe, he was safe, and the few people who came here trusting him were safe. Well, kind of. Laracha still could not be trusted completely. But what was going to happen tomorrow and the day after? It looked like it was time he earnestly started dealing with the legacy families, the so-called super-secretive hidden families, each probably possessing some sort of soul cultivation technique, and of course the 10 super guilds which would soon surface in the game. Unless he could power up to their level, there was never a moment of peace in his life. Damon did not know when he finally fell asleep, but he instantly regretted doing so. As soon as he closed his eyes, all he could see was that contorted figure of that demon cackling loudly about the threat of fate. "I will come back for you," its shrill voice echoed in his mind as a vague pain spread somewhere deep inside him. Damon tossed and turned, unable to sleep and yet unable to wake up from the dream. However, in the middle of this madness, suddenly an unexpected light shone brightly. Damon felt a nourishing warmth wrap around him. It was gentle and soft like a woman's loving embrace. Damon pulled the warmth closer and hugged her tightly. He buried his face into the light, into that warm presence, and the terror ebbed away like a nightmare caught in morning sun. But there was still something bothering him. He casually pulled aside whatever was bothering him, and the warmth further intensified. He was in heaven, in complete bliss. Surrounded by that wonderful softness, he finally drifted into a peaceful sleep, the best sleep he had had in years. When Damon finally stirred awake, he almost did not want to wake up from that amazing place. His eyes remained closed for a moment longer as he tried to hold on to the lingering sensation. He knew that it was probably some sort of a dream, so it was useless, but he tried. Surprisingly, he could still feel the softness. Wait, what? He moved his head again, feeling the warm softness on both sides. As he did, his fangs drew a little blood by mistake, and a familiar drop of blood trickled to his tongue. Damon's eyes instantly flashed open. How could he not possibly recognize this drop of blood? For that matter, the scent that was now wrapped all around him. Fucking hell! He quickly jolted out of bed the second he realized who exactly was lying next to him. Aurora sat up slowly from the bed, hair a mess of gold, eyes still drowsy and innocent. The oversized white shirt she wore slid off one shoulder, exposing porcelain skin that shimmered faintly with mana residue. "You bit me in your sleep," she murmured, voice thick with sleep and entirely too satisfied. "It was adorable." Damon nearly tripped over himself. "What are you doing here? No, how are you here? You were not here when I went to sleep. I made sure I locked the— Wait, did I lock?" Then he mentally sent a piece of his mind to that traitorous bastard. "What kind of defense is this? Couldn't you have alerted me?" The item spirit only scoffed. "Aren't they your friends? How am I supposed to know that she was not allowed? I figured she was a crazed thrall. Don't you bloodsuckers love making the women drool over you?" Damon sighed in frustration, deciding to deal with the item spirit later. First things first, he needed to stop this situation from escalating further. Meanwhile, Aurora casually giggled, swinging her legs over the edge of the bed like they belonged there. "I am sorry. Did I surprise you? I only came by yesterday to make sure you were okay. I mean, when we last met, you looked so stressed. I couldn't just leave you alone, could I? Besides," her eyes gleamed with dangerous affection, "you hugged me so tightly. I had no choice." But to stay. Damon wanted to slap himself. This conversation was pointless. It was better to send her out first. He quickly changed his tactics and started blurting out words. I see. I think I was having a bad dream or something, so you definitely helped me out there. Thank you for that. We actually have a lot to do today. Shall we both get fresh and vap and meet downstairs for breakfast? What do you say?" He opened the door and stepped out when he instantly froze. Of course, as luck would have it, Kate and Mark were standing right at his doorstep. Thankfully, he hadn't opened the door completely and they did not see Aurora, but they were also high-tier vampires. How could they have not smelled her? Damon started panicking and quickly spoke whatever came to his mind. "Damn it, Mark, I fucking overslept. What are you guys still doing here? Get back into the game right now and see what change happened because of the sudden mana influx." Both Kate and Mark stared at him. Kate especially opened her mouth, but Damon quickly urged them again. "Now! Go and see what changes have been implemented. There should definitely be something new." And Damon was not even lying. Putting the matter of hiding Aurora aside, this was the first thing on his mind. Both of them nodded and immediately did as he insisted, though not without raising eyebrows. Mark first pressed his tattoo and disappeared. Kate lingered a heartbeat longer. Her eyes darted toward the barely cracked door behind Damon, her expression thoughtful. Then, without saying anything more, she too activated the tattoo and teleported away. As soon as they were out of sight, Damon let out a big sigh. When he turned around, Aurora was now humming cheerfully to herself, brushing her hair out with her fingers, like this was the most normal morning in the world. Damon pinched the bridge of his nose. "So, like I was telling them, we should all hurry back into the game and see what change." Aurora nodded with a sweet smile. "Anything for you." She then walked over to the door, gave him a big hug with a gentle kiss on his cheeks, and activated her tattoo as well, teleporting away. Damon stood speechless, wondering what the hell was going on. What was running in this girl's mind? Did she think she was his girlfriend now and that they were in a committed relationship? How in the name of sweet Jesus had he somehow ended up in a relationship without even being aware of it? What kind of a misunderstanding was this? Kate was going to kill him, wasn't she? Damon groaned internally, dragging a hand down his face. This was not some fucking fantasy where she would simply be fine with him hooking up left and right as he pleased. Heck, even if it was just one other woman. Damon felt a chill run down his spine. She was definitely going to kill him with her bare hands. The whole thing was a big mess, and there were bigger messes he needed to focus on at the moment. Damon remained silent for a moment before shaking it off. Fuck it. I'll explain it to her later. Damon's eyes darted back to the bed and the pleasant memories he was now left with. He once again shook his head and then activated his tattoo before disappearing into the game world as well. At the last second, he made sure to ask La Rocha to send word to his family, asking them as well to log in. When Damon logged into the game, he immediately got a string of notifications. Ding! New quest available. Soul Strength. Damon hurriedly clicked the quest, and just as he suspected, he had received a quest that resulted in improving his soul strength. Quests like this were at least S rank, super rare quests in his last life, but this one was nothing like it. It was just a basic quest. New quest available. Soul Strength. Rank E. Type Personal Progression Quest. Quest giver, Alchemist Garaya. Location, Garth City, Lower Alchemical District. Description. Word is spread that the eccentric alchemist Garaya has uncovered a hidden vault containing ancient soul-forged herbs, ingredients once thought lost to time. This is an unexpected opportunity, but Garaya isn't the charitable type. Earn his favor, prove your value, and you may receive a soul-strengthening elixir potent enough to reinforce your soul. Objectives. Visit Alchemist Garaya 0 out of 1. Increase favorability with Garaya to friendly or higher. Current, neutral. Complete one of Garaya's experimental requests 0 out of 1. Rewards, Soul Elixir, +2 soul strength. Damon exhaled through his nose, scanning the quest. This was as simple as a quest could be. It was basically solvable by everyone. The system might as well be handing out +2 soul strength to every Tom, Dick, and Harry at this rate. And then it struck Damon. Maybe that's exactly what the system was doing. It was simply adjusting the balance that had been disturbed. Thanks to mana being shoved into their world a lot sooner than it was supposed to happen, literally, the entire world was now vulnerable and weak. The system, ever cold and pragmatic, was in no business of charity. If it was suddenly allowing people to strengthen their souls, one of the most protected and high-tier forms of progression, it meant only one thing. It was trying to bulk up the population, like a doctor might hand out antibiotics before a viral outbreak. Damon shuddered to think of the future. Beyond the mana integration and beyond the game merging with the real world, what was going to happen after that? Were demons and gods going to enter our world? Would the system still maintain balance even then? For some reason, he had a feeling that would not be happening. If this was a sort of tutorial period for them, then the real deal hits. Everything was probably going to change. He stared at the bustling streets of Garth City for a moment, watching players and NPCs go about their business, completely unaware of the storm gathering over their heads. Most would probably rush to complete this quest, excited at the chance to power up. Few would question why such a gift was being offered in the first place. Fewer still would think about the implications. Damon's expression darkened as he closed the quest window. His mind raced through a dozen possibilities, each worse than the last. He closed his eyes, steadied his mind for a moment, and calmed down. Shit was definitely going to hit the fan, but there was no use panicking over it. He needed to stay calm and prepare. That was all he could do. Damon knew he wasn't like other players. He had a powerful ability. He had a unique chance here. He had the power to completely turn the tables. Even if demons and gods did enter the world in the future, there was even a slight possibility he could become as powerful as them. Damon knew he was reaching more than he should, but there was no other choice. He had to become as powerful as that demon. One way or the other, there was simply no other choice. "Uncle, I am here!" A cute little fluffball bounded over to him and hugged him tightly, snapping him out of his thoughts. Lola twirled her two braids playfully and did a little skip and dance. Damon turned to see everyone from his family arrive one after the other, including Georgina, who was weirdly silent. Damon's heavy thoughts briefly melted away as he watched Lola hop around him like an overexcited squirrel with too much sugar in her system. She clung to his leg and looked up with bright, sparkling eyes that were entirely too innocent for the world they were stepping into. "Did you get stronger again, Uncle?" Damon let out a soft chuckle, crouching to ruffle her hair. He said, "Maybe a little." His voice warmed despite the storm clouds still looming in his mind. "Damon," his mom worriedly called. "Right. How did everyone settle into the castle? I know the design is weird." Anderson quickly interrupted him. "Everything is wonderful, son. We have absolutely no complaints at all. We all know you are trying your very best to keep us all safe. If you need any help from us at all, please let us know. Other than that, we will not be pestering you for anything." Anderson then gave everyone a look that made Damon's mother reluctantly swallow her words. Damon chuckled lightly. "It's okay, guys. Don't be so serious. Everything is fine. This is just me being paranoid and trying to be prepared in advance. Anyways, did everyone get the new quest?" Everyone nodded. "I suggest you all try to finish the quest as soon as possible. It's going to be crowded as shit, and everyone is going to be farming for the same thing. But do it. It's for your own benefit." "Damon, you're not going to join us?" Anderson asked. "No, I have some things that I need to take care of first. You guys go ahead first, and then maybe tell me a shortcut to do this thing." He laughed casually and waved goodbye. "Don't worry, brother. I got this. I'll make sure everyone gets the quest done." John gave him his assurance as well. Damon quickly bid farewell and left Garth City to get back to Niera City. The small matter of improving his family's soul strength was now automatically solved. This was the only small upside of that whole madness. Damon arrived in Niera City without any issues. He looked around and saw that the city had finally returned to its somewhat normal state. It was no longer filled with divine and holy players in all nooks and corners. All sorts of players briskly walked about in the streets, no doubt heading to the local alchemist. Damon quickly pulled up his quest screen and noticed that the name of the alchemist had now changed. It was someone from Nyera City. The rest of the quest details were pretty much the same, except now he had to head over to this new guy and gain his favorability. In fact, Damon had already guessed that something like this was going to happen. It was a worldwide quest after all. They couldn't simply limit it to one alchemist. This also told him another thing. The system was very keen on maintaining the balance and repairing what was lost. This actually made him think of another thing. The Soul Strength quest wasn't probably the only freebie the system was throwing at the players. Damon could still vividly remember the demon's words. He was definitely sure it was coming back. Surely the system should also know that. Even if that wasn't the case, the effective time for this training phase has definitely been cut short. That was an irrefutable fact. So the system definitely was handing out more freebies on the side. Now the question was who was going to be smart enough to find these handouts and grab them. If Damon wanted to stay ahead, if he wanted to face what was coming, he had to find them before anyone else did. This was a short-term special bonus, and there was no telling what the system could possibly be throwing at him. It could even be something as grand as a legendary item. No matter what, he needed to grab it. He needed every advantage he could get his hands on to stand against the so-called blessed ones. And Damon decided that the best place to start this search was with his class hall. He had a very good reputation, and he should be able to get something out of Varnax's mouth, especially with Kate and Mark already there. He hurriedly slipped into one of the side alleys and soon appeared at the doorstep of the Blood Hall. However, the moment he stepped in, Damon's face instantly changed. Inside the Blood Hall, there were a dozen players all staring back at him with arrogant crimson eyes. At least 20 vampire players. It looked like he was finally no longer the only vampire player in the game. Damon's eyes turned cold. He knew that this was bound to happen sooner or later, but this was definitely sooner than he had expected. That too, there wasn't a single player's face he recognized among these faces. None of them were outstanding or even top-tier players. They were nobodies. And yet, here they were, standing proudly in the sacred blood hall like they belonged, like they had earned this place. Well, 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 look what the cat dragged in, if it isn't our blood god. The guy gave Damon a once-over, his eyes obviously searching for the rumored legendary item. When he couldn't find anything, disappointment flashed in his eyes. "You look pathetic, not at all like the rumors," he snorted with disdain. "There's really nothing special about him. I bet the bastard was simply hogging all of the Blood Hall's rewards for himself and got a couple of bonus boosts here and there." Another one sneered. "You're just a first-wave leech with a head start, and yet you dare to act as if you own this entire game? Pooey! Your dog days are over, you little bitch. Our Blood Domination Guild is here now, and you can say goodbye to your shitty monopoly over the Blood Hall." The man finished with a venomous grin, his fangs just slightly bared for effect. Damon didn't reply immediately. He simply stood there, arms relaxed, gaze unreadable. His eyes swept over the group with slow precision. "You done?" he finally asked, voice flat, almost bored. "I see the stray dogs found their way into the Blood Hall," he chuckled, his voice calm, almost friendly. "Are you standing here to bark, or do you have something specific to say?" Damon's words immediately triggered the other guy. "Who the fuck are you calling stray dogs? Do you know who I am?" Another guy stepped forward and added, "You better fucking log out of this game and never come back in. Otherwise, we'll make sure you regret ever playing this game, you cringy-ass loser. Who the fuck names their character Blood God?" He spat, and the others behind him chuckled, jeered, throwing in taunts of their own. It was all noise. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted the noise, and everyone quickly quieted down. "Why are you guys making all this ruckus? You are going to get our guild reputation down." A man walked over from the back lazily. He was tall, lean, with black hair pulled into a loose tail. His name hovered over his head in blood-red script. Lucian Nightborn, Guildmaster of Blood Domination. The other players immediately stepped aside, some bowing their heads slightly. Clearly, this was someone with actual authority among them. Lucian glanced at Damon for a moment, his expression unreadable. "So, you're the infamous Blood God," he said slowly, as if weighing the title against the man in front of him. "You don't look like much. But then again, power often hides behind dull masks." He chuckled under his breath, then turned to the others. "Enough posturing. You all embarrassed yourselves more than you threatened him. You want to challenge the so-called Blood God? Then do it in the arena or the war board. Until then, shut up and earn your keep." The gathered vampires grumbled, but didn't dare to protest. They slunk back into the hall, muttering to themselves. Lucian turned back to Damon with a faint smile. "Forgive my guildmates. They're new to power and hungry to prove themselves." Lucian paused and then continued. "Well, you seem busy, or you will be busy in a bit, so I am going to let you go. You should really head inside and take a look at the Bloodhole rebuilding status." Damon raised a brow. "While you were busy playing with those useless idiots up north, our little guild stepped in and took care of the Bloodhall for you. You should have really not taken your eye off the prize, and now, oops, we have snatched it. He he he." Lucian laughed. The sneer on his face was clear, and his eyes were full of disdain and arrogance. "You don't mind a little friendly competition now, do you? It even gave me a sweet, sweet noble title. Who knew that this little title would be so handy with the vampires?" Lucian laughed again, and waited for Damon's expression to change. However, Damon's face remained as indifferent as ever. "It's fine. I know you're in shock. You would have never expected someone to come into your house and rape your wife, after all." Lucian sneered. "Just a simple deposit, and I instantly reaped the rewards you have been working so hard for. As another man, I hate to cuckold you like this, but hey, all is fair in war and games, right?" The guy once again paused as if he was waiting to see Damon's reaction. To his surprise, Damon finally did react. He lifted his little finger and casually cleaned out his ears. All right. Get out of my way. I don't want to listen to all of this nonsense so early in the morning." Lucian's face slightly changed, but the man quickly regained his composure. "There is no use acting in front of me. Your wife's sweet virginity is already gone. What can you even do about it now?" Damon sighed. "What the hell are you going on and on about wife this and wife that? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm already pissed off that I'm somehow in a relationship that I did not plan on being in, and now why the fuck are you saying wife this and wife that? Aren't you just talking about the gold quest?" Lucian was dumbfounded. He did not understand what the hell Damon was talking about. What relationship? Was this guy really not pissed that he stole the reward? Seeing his face, Damon correctly guessed it. "Dude, did you just complete the gold quest for the Bloodhall rebuild?" "That is the only doable quest there, and I completed it. I also got an amazing reward and a title for it," he proudly explained. "Right, so you didn't really rape my wife now, did you? All you did was come into our house and clean the toilets. What the hell are you boasting about?" Lucian's face darkened. "Blood God, I'm a noble vampire now!" He gritted his teeth and shouted. Yeah, but what rank of nobility are you?" Damon sneered. He no longer bothered with the guy and casually walked past him. First, it was the soul-strengthening quest that solved his problem of improving his family's soul strength, and now this random fool had saved him so much time and money and finished off the most irritating and useless quest in the entire panel. It looked like today was his lucky day after all. Sure, it cramped his style to have other vampires around, but hey, that was going to happen sooner or later. As for this guy, Damon had a really good idea what was going on, but he decided not to reveal anything right at this moment. By the way, it would also be great if you could finish off the blood supply quest for me. Both are super tedious and time-consuming. Thanks, bro. You're a lifesaver. Damon laughed out loud and walked away arrogantly. Lucien had an ugly expression on his face as the man completely ignored him and belittled him. One of his underlings walked over and hesitantly spoke up. "Boss, why is this guy? He doesn't care at all." Lucien spat out in anger. "Huh, he is just putting up an act to save his face." The underling quickly nodded. "Yes, boss, I bet that bastard is burning up inside in anger and jealousy at how awesome you are." "He definitely does not have the nobility rank like you." Lucien hummed, his mood visibly getting better. "But boss," the underling hesitantly spoke up again, "do you think he would actually be able to finish the other quests on the Blood Hall panel?" Lucien's gaze became cold, his mood once again souring. "What do you know about these things? Do you think we would have been able to shell out these many gold coins without that person's help? What are you talking about? Talk with some sense first." Another underling quickly used this chance to curry favor with the boss. "Yeah, what are you talking about? If Blood God actually manages to finish another quest on the Blood Hall panel, I will eat shit, okay, idiot?" Another one also quickly joined in. "Yeah, right. If he actually does one of these quests, I will fuck a freaking fugly-ass bitch, okay? How ridiculous." "Dude, shut up. I know you just want to get laid. You'll fuck your own mother if she lets you." The entire group became rowdy as they started jeering and taunting each other. Lucien alone silently walked away from the group and pulled up his contact list. He then clicked the name of the person who was at the top of his friends list. Of course, he did not dare call him. Instead, he started typing out an elaborate text message, one detailing every single thing that had happened, including the fact that Blood God wasn't bothered in the least about the quest snatching. Though this part was a bit humiliating for him to accept, he did not dare hide anything from this person. Otherwise, he would no longer be alive, not in the game or in real life. A lot of thoughts were running through Damon's mind as he walked over to the Blood Hall rebuilding panel. He opened up the system interface to check out the quest progress. Ding! Sanctifying the Sanctuary, Tier 1 to Tier 2. The Blood Hall breathes once more, but it is hollow, unblessed, and defenseless. To evolve into a true sanctuary worthy of a vampire's presence, it must be sanctified with blood, magic, and relics of the old bloodlines. Quest objective: contribute 1 billion gold coins to the Blood Hall. Completed. Activate the Blood Altar Core with 1 billion blood essence. Defend the sanctuary during a purification raid. Survive 3 waves. Recover and install 3 vampire relics from lost tombs or hidden dungeons. Defeat a Sanctum Guardian and bind it to the hall. Reward: upgrade Blood Hall to Tier 2, Sanctified Stronghold. Unlock Blood Hall Guardian Summon, passive defense feature. Unlock Advanced Faction Missions. Unlock Vampire Relic Crafting Station. Plus 15,000 Vampire Faction Reputation. Title: Blood Sanctifier. Failure condition: if the sanctuary is destroyed during the purification raid. If more than 1 vampire relic is lost permanently. If the Blood Altar Core is corrupted. So all you have done is fill up Varnix's coffers and he offered you a noble title? Damon chuckled. 1 billion gold coins. What an astronomical amount of gold coins. What a ridiculous number of gold coins. A number that common folks couldn't possibly think of in their entire lifetime. A number many players wouldn't dare even aim for. And yet this ridiculous number of gold coins was paid off just like that? Damon stared at the rebuilding panel with a wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips. 1 billion gold. Just seeing that figure listed as completed felt absurd. He could vividly remember his early days, struggling to scrounge up coins to buy his first set of proper gear. 1 billion gold, huh? And such an amount is nothing to you. Good to know. Damon silently nodded. As for who was behind this, he need not guess at all at this point. It couldn't possibly be one of his local enemies like Daddy Brutal. That guy was a asshole, but he was not an asshole with this much financial backing. The only one who could throw around 1 billion gold coins like it was nothing, the Super 10. Damon's eyes turned cold. He did not know which of the Super 10 was targeting him, but he was pretty damn sure it was one of them. And right now, by fucking with him, they had just given away an important clue to him. All of these Super 10 guilds potentially had soul arts in their possession, and all of them were ridiculously loaded. Damon's fingers hovered over the interface, but his mind was far from the screen. Why was this person targeting him all of a sudden, especially when he had been silent for a while thanks to the Black Pool and La Rocha's shenanigans? Maybe the news about the Black Pool could have been leaked, but there is no way anything about La Rocha was leaked. For that matter, he should only be a flamboyant, arrogant idiot in front of these big guilds. There is no way they should target him at all. He is yet to exhibit the strength and power that could pose a threat to them. Was this perhaps related to Artemius and their family? Damon thought about many possibilities, but ultimately he had only so much information. There was no point in thinking in circles. As he was staring at the blood panel and standing there, suddenly a new message popped up from Mark. Damon, something is going on. Both Kate and I are surrounded by almost 200 players. We came out to do a quest from Varnix, and all of a sudden these guys showed up. Any idea who they are or how I should deal with them? Should we run or fight? Damon's eyes sharpened like twin blades as he read the message. For a second, his body didn't even twitch, frozen in that eerie stillness that only came before a storm. Then his fingers closed the panel with deliberate calm, the interface vanishing as if dismissed by a king. Kill. Don't even think about it. Kill them all. He sent the message. This was not the outside world where he needed to run and hide. He had no idea how these people managed to target Kate and Mark, or how they had gotten a hold of their coordinates, but they had touched his bottom line. This time, there was going to be retaliation. Mark had already sent him the coordinates, and Damon immediately started to make a move. He knew that Kate and Mark could probably handle themselves, but this was going to be a massacre, and there was nothing more he loved than a good slaughter, ripe with the smell of blood everywhere. Damon Shadow stepped out of the blood hall and was about to head out when suddenly he received yet another message on his friend list. His face darkened as he had a bad feeling. He paused and opened up his system interface. It was from Silvara. A group of elite players had ambushed Silvara, Nevin, and the others in the Black Pool and killed them. They had now taken control of the trial area, completely blocking out Silvara and her group. But Silvara had not contacted him because of that. She contacted him because one of the elite players seemingly had an ice affinity, and apparently his name in the leaderboard was climbing at an extremely fast rate. Silvara said she was not too sure, but she had a feeling that this person had come here for a reason, and she said that she believed he had the ability to go all the way down and claim the entire legacy for himself. Before Damon had even a chance to process this information, all of a sudden, a new message popped up from Lola. Damon's crimson eyes became dangerously predatory as he read her message. Damon's entire family, who should have technically been in a safe zone collecting reputation points for the Soul Strength quest, were now in prison behind bars. Lola was the only one who managed to run away, that too only long enough for her to send a message to Damon. Damon could see that her name was already grayed out, which could only mean that she was also now arrested and thrown into a prison cell. The world around Damon seemed to blur as his mind absorbed the blow from all directions. Everything seemed to be escalating fast as of a sudden. 1 second, there was a moment of peace after they faced that demon and somehow survived the encounter, and now things were spiraling out of his control once again. First, Kate and Mark. Then Silvara and the Blackpool, and now Lola and the rest of his family, taken all at once, systematically, precisely. This wasn't chaos, this was orchestration. Damon's breath left his lungs in a slow, deliberate exhale. Every emotion, rage, fear, confusion, boiled into a single, terrifying stillness. The kind of silence that comes before an avalanche, the kind that only monsters mastered. They were going after everyone close to him. His crimson eyes glowed faintly, like twin suns eclipsed by blood. It was no longer about defending or retaliating or even proving something. No, someone had chosen war, and they thought they were playing a strategy game. Fine, let him play. He was going to show them what it meant to wage war with someone who had lived 2 lives. This was not the real world. This was within the fucking game. And if someone was fucking with him, then he was gonna fuck right back with them. Damon instantly shadow-stepped and got out of the blood hall. However, the moment he did, his face instantly changed as he could sense a strong aura of divinity and holy light in all directions. Simple players couldn't possibly possess an aura like this. It had to be NPCs. Damon only needed 1 second to confirm it. The streets of Niera were completely flooded, not with players, but dozens and dozens of NPCs, every single one of them with divine or holy affinity. This was not a normal attack. This was a fucking purification raid. Right on time, Damon received the notification. Ding! New quest activated. Ding! Defend the sanctuary during the purification raid. Ding! Time remaining, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. And just like that, the timer started counting down. Behind Damon, Lucien laughed coldly. Oops, did I trigger the purification raid at an inconvenient time? I'm sorry, my bad. You seemed so confident that you would be able to face the situation, so I figured why wait, Maybe if you had been more upset that a reward had been stolen right under your nose, things would have gone better for you. Damon didn't even turn around. His eyes stayed locked on the glowing streets, now crawling with radiant knights, holy clergy, armored exorcists, and golden-eyed paladins, each a miniature sun ready to burn the darkness away. Lucien clicked his tongue in pity. Wow, this is such an important quest. It's too bad that we all vampires have to fail this quest because of one single person like you. You should just quit the game already and give up. Sometimes there is no point in fighting back. There are some people whom you can never stand up to. It's best to lick their feet and wag your tail. For example, if you beg me right now, maybe I can help you out a little. Lucien's words cut off in a wet, gurgling gasp. His eyes bulged in disbelief as a clawed hand burst through his ribcage from behind, glowing with seething blood magic. For a moment, Lucien's body trembled like a marionette with cut strings, and then he crumpled forward, spasming on the cobbled stones, twitching like a slaughtered rat. Damon stood behind him. His face was expressionless, not wrathful, not triumphant. "You spoke too much," he said, as he kicked aside the dried husk of a corpse which was already disintegrating into dust. Meanwhile, the sky above Niera burned with descending pillars of golden light as more and more divine and holy NPCs poured in. The first wave of the raid was arriving. The countdown read, 58, 42. At the same time, several big changes were happening to the Blood Hall. The entire blood hall rose from the underground sewers like a slumbering behemoth, stirring to reclaim its throne. Blood-red runes blazed to life along the cobblestone streets, forming a massive sigil that pulsed outward from the heart of the structure. The ground quaked, rippled, and then surged upward as obsidian pillars erupted skyward, each one engraved with ancient blood glyphs that hadn't been seen in centuries. It was no longer just a ruined sanctuary hidden beneath the filth of Niera's underbelly. It was now forcing the city to acknowledge its presence. The ground quaked, and a tremor of ancient power surged into the sky like a beacon. Crimson banners unfurled from its jagged towers, flapping despite the still air, and a low resonant heartbeat echoed through the city. A heart of blood. Varnix's voice thundered from within the rising spire, amplified by the hall's core magic. "Children of the night, defenders of the old blood, the time has come to cast off our chains. Niera will drown in red skies before we yield this sanctuary." This was the truth behind the Purification Raid and the second Blood Hall Progress quest. This quest was basically a city siege quest. If the Purification Raid failed, then the city would essentially be theirs. If the Purification Raid succeeded, then the entire Blood Hall would be destroyed and no vampires would be able to roam freely in the entire zone, including a few neighboring cities. Moreover, all the vampires sired in this base would receive a massive debuff, which they would have to work their asses off to get rid of. The entire thing was ridiculously one-sided, with the chance of failure extremely high. This was exactly the reason why Damon had not yet touched this quest with 10 feet of pole, and yet today his hand had been forced. Even as Damon watched the scene unfolding in front of him, his crimson eyes narrowed. A new message popped up in front of him from Mira.
Damon, hurry. Please, we are in big trouble. Those bastards have surrounded us completely. The guy who was stalking and torturing Aurora is here. He will not leave today without her. You have to hurry, please. She loves you so much, and she has helped you out when you needed her. Please, you cannot let her down. She is very innocent. This guy won't let her off. A fresh wave of fury rippled through Damon's chest, tightening like a noose made of thorns. The words on the message bled into his vision, and for a moment, the divine light flooding Niera dimmed under the weight of his rage. But all of a sudden, something clicked. Damon started smiling. His smile quickly turned into maniacal laughter as he threw his head back and cackled like a devil finally unchained. It was not the laugh of someone who had lost his mind. No, it was the laugh of someone who had found clarity in madness. Now he understood everything. Now he also knew where he needed to be first and foremost. Even as the first wave of Hold and Divine NPCs closed in from all the angles, Damon did not care. He quickly hurried across the tunnels of the Blood Hall, finding the teleportation portal in the next couple of seconds. It was a teleportation portal that was typically erected in times of siege events like this. It gave an out for the players who did not want to participate. And right now, Damon had no intentions of participating. He needed to be at 5 places at once, and he had already made his decision as to whom he needed to give his top priority. With this, Damon no longer showed any signs of hesitation. He disappeared in a second, appearing right outside Niera City. The person who had fucked with him planned everything thoroughly, taking note of even each and every small detail. Clearly, that person was one with both means and information, and a vast network full of capable people. But unfortunately, he was dealing with the wrong person. The opponent might have everything on his side, the control of the situation held tight in the palm of his palm, but he did not have one thing.
He did not have Damon's knowledge. He had no idea how exactly a raid worked, but Damon did. Damon grinned like a maniac as he again and again activated Shadow Step and covered the distance between himself and his target in a matter of seconds. His blood was boiling from the thrill and the excitement. His rage was driving him like steroids pumped into his veins. Someone had dared to do the very thing he was afraid of. Someone had done the very thing he had been working hard for. They had touched every single person he cared about. They had dared to cross the one line he had drawn in blood. Damon's movements became a blur, unstoppable, unrelenting, inhuman. Trees bent away from him. Monsters in the wild flattened themselves against the earth in instinctive submission. His bloodlust was palpable now, a living storm wrapped in shadows and blood. He reached the neighboring city in no time. From there, he took the teleportation portal to Maple City, a small city that was only famous for its single dungeon, a dungeon that had a high drop rate for divine and wholly aligned crafting materials, and the same dungeon near which Aurora and Mayra were currently held hostage. Among everyone who needed his help right this moment, and his own class and progress at stake, Damon had still decided to come here, because this was precisely what his opponent did not want him to do. That person might have succeeded in trapping Damon from all sides, hitting him with blow after blow when he had least expected it, and in fact when he was still recovering from something huge, like facing an actual demon god. But the real devil was in the details. Mark and Kate were two extremely strong individuals. They also had a special status in the vampire race, and both of them possessed the ability to teleport to the base at a moment's notice. Moreover, he had complete faith in the abilities of his friends. They did not need babysitting for every little thing. And if he thought that they did, he would only be doing them a disservice. This particular trap they needed to handle by themselves. It was also a chance for them to grow. Even if nothing else was wrong at the moment, he would have still probably not interfered in this particular fight. Next was his family. A prison sentence sounds urgent and would have probably panicked other players into doing something hasty for their family. But Damon was different. As someone who was familiar with this game longer than anyone in the current timeline, he knew the prison system in and out. His family was probably in the safest location at the moment as they possibly could be. There was no need to rush to their side right this second. As for Silvara and the Black Pool, if the other party really had the ability to take the legacy, then Damon did not care about it. The entire game is filled with opportunities, and if one passed them by, there would always be another. There is no use prioritizing that over anything else. And finally, there was the Bloodhall raid. This was tricky because Damon was counting on several moving parts here. Bloodhall, after the first upgrade, has inbuilt defenses, and if he was not wrong, this should give him about 15 minutes of time to handle things here and get back. This was the second most important thing he had to address. Contribution in this raid was an opportunity that he could under no circumstances miss. This was probably why the other party had assumed he would definitely stay back and fight instead of coming to Aurora, but they had gravely miscalculated one thing. 15 minutes was plenty of time for him to do everything that he wanted to do and then some more. It was time to begin the fucking bloodbath. It only took 2 seconds for Damon to reach the outskirts of the city, and then a couple of minutes to arrive at the dungeon entrance. Even from a distance, he could already see the hundreds of players gathered in the area. They had completely surrounded Aurora and Mayra. Damon could also see some sort of barrier set up, which probably did not allow anyone to teleport outside. But did it also not allow anyone to teleport inside? He took a step inside and his grin widened. It looked like he was able to walk in freely after all. Now there was nothing holding him back. He made his way silently to the center of the group, where Aurora had erected multiple barriers and was blocking off attacks from the many players targeting her. They were clearly not going all out, but she was already at her limits. Right now they were simply mocking her and taunting her. Damon's gaze instantly fell on the guy who was standing at the front of the whole army, calmly enjoying her misery. It was none other than Bertram, the guy who had once been her vice guild leader. A woman shouldn't be so proud and stubborn. You should have yielded while you still had the chance. Did you think that you were some kind of fucking queen and I would always run behind you begging and pleading? You made me do all this, Aurora. You left me with no other choice. Aurora ignored him and focused fully on her skills. Beads of sweat dropped from her forehead, and even her eyes became bloodshot as she pushed herself to the limit. I have to give it to you. You look even more enchanting now after you evolved. What a figure! What a face! You are definitely worth all of this trouble. Bertram's voice boomed loudly despite all of the noise coming from the attacks around him. He clearly wanted to see the pain and dread on Aurora's face, except she did not show any. Mayra, on the other hand, was seething in anger. "Shut up, you filthy scum! Shut the fuck up! She will never be yours. You were never even close to being worthy of her, and you never will." Mayra spat, her voice trembling not with fear, but fury. You were just a worm gnawing at her shadow, deluded enough to think it was love. Bertram's smug grin twisted. Don't worry, baby, I did not forget you. Don't get so jealous and angry. I will never forget you. How about this? How about I treat you both at the same time? I will play with you both at the same time. Huh? Would you like that? I will fuck you both at the same time and come inside both of you at the same time. I promise, my fiery, sexy goddess. Mayra's body trembled in anger. The look on her face showed that she absolutely loathed the man in front of her. Aurora, stop! Fucking stop defending! Let's attack this trash already! What the hell are you waiting for? She screamed. She could not take the look on the bastard's face any longer and wanted to burn him alive right after copping off his little man part that he seemed to be so fond of. But Aurora did not respond to her. Instead, she continued erecting one barrier after another and strategically using her resources to protect her and Mayra from the numerous attacks bombarding her. She definitely could not continue doing this forever. She couldn't even hold on for long, but she knew she did not have to. She knew any time now that he would be here. Aurora only smiled at the thought of him. Even if she was in the midst of a situation like this, surrounded by pigs and buffaloes, she absolutely did not care. It was just another chance for her true love to rescue her and save the day, cementing his position in her heart yet another time. Just as she was smiling and moving her hands as fast as she could, all of a sudden she froze and her eyes started twinkling like stars. "He is here," she mumbled sweetly as a loving smile appeared on her lips. Right at this moment she looked even more beautiful and angelic, if that was even possible. However, this only drove her crazy. "You idiot! You lunatic! You crazy psycho! That guy does not care about you. Just get it in your thick skull. How many times do I have to tell you? He's just using you for fuck's sake. He will not be coming running to save us. He will not come here for us and willingly walk into a trap." Mayra panted, her chest rising up and down in anger. But it did not matter. Aurora was no longer listening to her. She had already dropped her shield and was now running towards her right to no one in particular. "No! Aurora, wait!" Mayra shouted after her, but it was too late The lecherous smile of the bastard in front of her widened, and she knew that if nothing happened, they were both going to really fall into his trap. "Fucker, I will take you down no matter what," Mayra shouted, unwilling to give up until the last moment. Her entire body started burning in fire as an enormous fireball started forming in front of her, but just before she could launch it, a scream erupted from her right where Aurora had run to. May returned in shock to see what was happening when her eyes widened in shock. There he was, standing with a helpless smile, the familiar stupid face whom she had come to both hate and admire. Damon had come. He had actually come. He was standing right in front of her with blood dripping from his claws, and Aurora clung to his chest like a crazed monkey. "I knew you would come and save me." She beamed brightly like a happy little fool. She then, without any care in the world, tiptoed and even placed a kiss on his lips like nothing around them mattered at all.
Damon didn't respond immediately. He stood perfectly still, his arms loosely wrapped around Aurora, crimson still dripping from the razor-sharp tips of his claws. His gaze was fixed forward, on the stunned man who had been orchestrating the entire assault, now frozen like a deer staring down an oncoming meteor. The surrounding players, once mocking and arrogant, backed away instinctively. Some stumbled, some looked around anxiously, and most turned to the leader to see what he was going to do now. "How the hell did you come here?" Bertram trembled in rage, his whole frame taut with fury. This man in front of him should not be here. Blood God should not be here. He told him that Blood God will not come here and that he would have the chance to make Aurora his without any issues. But now... His hands clenched into fists so tightly that his nails bit into his palms, drawing thin lines of blood. His eyes, already wild with shock, became utterly bloodshot, veins creeping across the whites like cracks in glass. And through that haze of red, all he could see was her, the woman he had burned for, sacrificed for, bled for, so casually clinging to another man, laughing, kissing him, like the rest of the world didn't exist. Why did it have to be him? Him of all people? Since when has this been going on? Did she already sleep with him? Did he already taste the body that belonged to him and only him? Aurora was his to do whatever with, and now another man was taking her right in front of him? Something inside him snapped. A storm of emotions erupted in his chest, lust curdling into hate, longing souring into something monstrous and poisonous. It wasn't just jealousy, it was betrayal, humiliation, devastation. She had belonged to him. She was meant for him. And now she had spat on it. With that man. "I will kill you," Bertram spat, "and I will kill you too, whore. You acted like some pure white lotus, so high and mighty, and now you're running to him like you're his little bitch? I will kill you with my bare hands. I will let 100 of my men fuck you like the whore you are. See what I'm gonna do?" Damon sighed as he drained the blood essence from the guy. "Why do all of you have to give some sort of lengthy monologues? If you're a third-rate villain, act like it and just die already." Damon received a notification, but he did not bother to check it at the moment. His gaze swept across the other players surrounding them. He then smiled at Aurora, giving her a nod. "I got your back, my love," Aurora shouted in return. Damon once again chuckled helplessly as his figure disappeared. The next moment, another scream sounded in another part of the battlefield, as a player dropped dead, blood spilling everywhere. The slaughter began, and chaos and mayhem erupted. Myra could only silently swallow the lump in her throat as she watched Damon tear through the battlefield like a hurricane of shadow and blood. His movements were fluid, untraceable. One blink, and he was there. Another blink, and someone was dead, throat crushed,
heart pierced, entire body dissolved in a burst of crimson mist. His gaze was fixed forward, on the stunned man who had been orchestrating the entire assault, now frozen like a deer staring down an oncoming meteor. The surrounding players, once mocking and arrogant, backed away instinctively. Some stumbled, some looked around anxiously, and most turned to the leader to see what he was going to do now. The slaughter began, and chaos and mayhem erupted. Mayra could only silently swallow the lump in her throat as she watched Damon tear through the battlefield like a hurricane of shadow and blood. His movements were fluid, untraceable. One blink and he was there. Another blink and someone was dead, throat crushed, heart pierced, entire body dissolved in a burst of crimson mist. His gaze was divine and terror. The chaos spread like wildfire. The once smug coalition of players was now fractured, their confidence cracking with each scream, each splatter of gore. Some tried to flee, but the barrier remained intact. Others raised weapons, desperate to fight, only to be felled before their attacks even launched. Damon moved through them like a phantom, laughing softly, blades of condensed blood lashing from his fingers and slicing through enchanted armor like wet parchment. His shadow clone appeared on the other side and created even more havoc. Players were killing each other in friendly fire, trying to aim and target either of them. The numbers were starting to dwindle like crazy. The once threatening army now looked like a gathering of noobs with no place to run away from, a raid boss gone out of control. Mayra was also unleashing hell on everyone from her side. Her attacks were fiery, unrelenting, and devastating. Pillars of flame erupted wherever she pointed, her rage fanning her mana into a tempest. The pain, the humiliation, the fury she had swallowed earlier now turned into fuel. If Damon was a god of blood, she was a goddess of fire, incinerating anyone who dared approach. Panic spread. Some begged for mercy. Others dropped their weapons. But there would be no mercy. Damon didn't speak a word as he stepped into the center of the thinning crowd. His crimson eyes flared, locking onto the survivors, what few remained. "You should have brought an army," he muttered, and continued his slaughter. Within just a few minutes, about half of the army was wiped clean. Damon would have loved to stay back and suck clean the whole damn battlefield, but time was ticking. The barrier had also finally disappeared, which made this the cue for him to leave. "We have somewhere to be." He immediately signaled Aurora and Mayra. The two of them understood and used their own teleportation skills to get out of the bloody mess. Naturally, many other players also teleported out of the hellish zone as soon as they possibly could. Many simply logged out the moment the barrier disappeared. Damon returned to the teleportation portal and immediately took the one back to Bolta City, the city nearest and closest to Nearest City. Aurora and Mayra followed him and did the same. Once they reached the safety of Bolta City, Aurora opened her mouth to say something, but Damon immediately stopped her. "I cannot talk to you right now. I have something that I need to do." Then, without turning back, he ran to Nearest City, leaving behind the two women staring in shock. "What the hell is his problem?" Mayra mumbled, slightly disappointed, but Aurora's eyes shined as a new system notification flashed in front of her eyes. "I know what happened," she said slowly.
Mira turned to her, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean? What happened? Where is he going?" But Aurora wasn't listening anymore. She was staring at the notification, her expression turning sour. She was clearly frustrated as she clenched her fists. "Why can't I be by his side when he needs me the most? I don't like it. I do not like it at all." She clenched her fists and stared in the direction where Damon had disappeared. "I need to form my mana core soon. I cannot be weak and useless ever again. I do not want to be his burden ever again." Mira nodded. There were a lot of things happening, and a lot of changes around them. The world as they knew it was coming to an end.
Today was just a glimpse of how they would be if they did not have enough strength, always at the mercy of someone else. We need to become stronger, a lot stronger. She nodded in agreement, her eyes turning fiery with determination. Never again did she want to message someone and wait so desperately for them to come and rescue her. None of those filthy scums would dare to come near us next time. The two women discussed their next plans and then dispersed. The players who died would take a couple of hours to respawn so they could move freely for the time being without the threat of being ambushed again. Not that they were stupid enough to get caught in the middle of an ambush like that in the first place. A few people they had trusted turned their backs against them and they ended up in the situation. Otherwise, they would not have been caught off guard so easily. Mira teleported to her class hall, where she had the backing of a mysterious mentor, and Aurora teleported to the Divine Temple to use the temple's inner sanctum for her core formation. She shot one more look towards Nyera City before setting off to finish her goal. "I am coming, my love. Just give me a little time and I will never ever have to leave your side again." Meanwhile, Damon finally arrived in Nyera City, instantly teleporting to the Blood Hall using one of the teleportation circles outside. There were two of them in two different corners that allowed players to join the respective faction they chose. Damon took the one marked by blood and directly arrived at the inner sanctum. The entire place was abuzz with activity, as all of the local vampire NPCs had arrived, both from Nyera City and the neighboring cities. Some of them were fighting at the forefront, while some of them were recuperating inside the Blood Hall. From the looks of things, they were taking turns in fighting. This made sense as there were not enough NPCs in the first place. Thanks to the basic hall upgrade, at least these many NPCs were present. The vampire player numbers were also non-existent, which currently worked against them. No matter how one looked at it, the vampire side was clearly losing. Their defenses were down to the last 30%, and the first wave was still completely rampant, the numbers of the Holy and Divinity players not in the least reduced. This battle was almost over, and the vampires were most definitely losing to the Purification raid. At this rate, every single one of the vampire NPCs would be dead, and the players would receive a massive debuff. At the same time, the Light faction players would receive a system-wide reward that would push the Dark faction even deeper into decline. But none of it mattered. The battle wasn't over until it was really over. Damon was here now. He already knew what he had to do to turn the tide. Damon walked past the injured and exhausted NPCs, his blood-stained boots leaving red streaks on the obsidian floor of the Blood Hall. Murmurs followed in his wake as the other vampire NPCs looked down upon him for not contributing to the raid yet. He didn't acknowledge them. His eyes were locked forward toward the trembling gates of the inner sanctum that stood as the last defense. He opened the gates and entered the chamber of the blood altar. Its dormant sigils now fully lit up and pulsing bright red. The main power for the defenses flowed from the very same blood altar. Damon took a deep breath and then started filling up the altar with blood essence. Thick, rich, pure blood essence seeped out of him and spiraled into the altar pool. The crimson tendrils were a sight to behold as more and more blood essence poured out of him, every single tendril strengthening the blood altar a little bit more. Soon, the defenses of the Blood Hall slowly started to come back up and regenerate. The 30% rose to 31%, to 32%, and then slowly all the way to 40% before finally stopping. The moment the defenses surged past 40%, a low hum echoed throughout the entire Blood Hall. The sigils lining the altar walls ignited in tandem, one after another, forming a pulsing circuit of ancient power. A faint blood-red dome shimmered around the fortress, and a new alert appeared before every vampire NPC present. System alert, emergency defense layer reconstructed. Blood Hall barrier regeneration activated, incoming damage reduced by 70% for 10 minutes. Contributor, player, blood god, highest grade essence offered. And just like that, the leaderboard, which was completely empty until that moment, all of a sudden lit up with a single name, Blood God. Contribution points, 1,000. Damon grinned. The first step was successfully completed, but he was not done just yet. He then clicked on his reputation points with the vampire race. In total, he had about 55,000 reputation points, which was just about enough to put his plan into motion. He clicked on his reputation points, and the next second, a new system prompt appeared. Ding. Do you wish to use your reputation points to empower the vampire base? Yes, Damon answered without hesitation. The moment Damon confirmed, the blood altar pulsed again, violently this time. The entire hall began to tremble from power. Ding! You have spent 50,000 reputation points. The altar started sloshing and gurgling violently as if a whirlpool was forming within it. The next second, a wave of blood energy spread outward in all directions, covering the entirety of the city. All the vampire NPCs stared in shock as they saw a system screen flash in front of them. Ding, your strength has been increased by 500 for the next 1 hour. Ding, your agility has been increased by 500 for the next 1 hour. Ding, your mana has been increased by 500 for the next 1 hour. Ding, your intelligence has been increased by 500 for the next 1 hour. Ding, your health has been increased by 500 for the next 1 hour. Ding, your physical defense has been increased by 500 for the next 1 hour. Ding, your magical defense has been increased by 500 for the next 1 hour. Ding, your blood arts mastery has increased by 2 tiers temporarily. Ding! Morale surge triggered. All Dark Faction members are immune to fear effects for the duration. Gasps echoed across the chamber as one after another notifications started chiming in non-stop. The NPCs who had been groaning from their wounds stood straighter. The ones who had collapsed now rose, their eyes glowing a deep, primal red. Muscles bulged, shadows clung to their figures like living things, and veins pulsed with new energy beneath death-pale skin. Even the weakest of the NPCs looked ready to tear through metal with their bare hands. Outside the Blood Hall, across the ruined streets of Night Era City, the change was instantaneous. The Holy Faction players who had been confidently advancing through the streets suddenly found themselves overwhelmed by vampiric NPCs who were moving faster, hitting harder, and fighting like berserkers. Holy shields shattered. Formation lines crumbled. The purification raid that had once seemed like a sure victory now began to fracture. And it was not just the vampire NPCs. The dozen vampire players also received the same notifications, making them absolutely dumbfounded. They couldn't even imagine how someone could have gathered so many reputation points to activate something monstrous like this. They were all waiting for the quick loss of the Blood Hall, after which they would be heavily compensated and could even maybe settle for life. But now it looked like the battle was no longer close to ending anytime soon. Despite the rush of power within their bodies, they could only feel shitty as they watched the leaderboard change yet again. Blood God. Contribution points, 2,000. At this point, someone from the group hesitantly spoke up. Guys, Lucian is already dead and is waiting for respawn. Before he comes back, should we go out and get a couple of kills? I mean, it looks like everything is changing and Blood Hall might win the siege. Shouldn't we at least try to get some rewards from this side? I really don't want to return empty-handed. There was a long, uneasy silence among the vampire players. What had once seemed like a hopeless suicidal battle was now surging with overwhelming momentum. All of them could see this. Do you guys think Blood God might actually somehow win this whole damn thing? These buffs are ridiculous. The vampire who said he would eat shit earlier especially started sweating. He swallowed anxiously as he looked outside at the mayhem all around them. Then suddenly, a figure landed in the middle of this mayhem with a loud and powerful thud, instantly sending out a ripple of shockwave from his mere presence. Blood God left to fight. the guy weakly spoke as everyone turned their heads to the window to take a look at what was happening. Outside the Blood Hall, amidst the collapsing formations and fleeing holy players, the crater left by Daemon's landing still hissed with residual blood mana. He stood in the center of the crater, his cloak fluttering like torn wings in the wind, eyes glowing with primal crimson. His presence was no longer just intimidating, it was predatory, the kind of presence that made even the most devout paladin falter in prayer. The moment he landed, blood lances appeared all around, at least a dozen in number. These lances shot forward in different directions, instantly impaling a dozen holy players. The blood essence from these players rose up in crimson tendrils as they shot towards Daemon with a hunger of their own, spiraling into his body like rivers being called home. Daemon didn't even flinch as the energy surged into him. On the contrary, his expression twisted into one of serene satisfaction. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have gained +1 agility stat point. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have gained +1 strength stat point. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have extracted the skill Holy Heal. Ding! Your skill Holy Heal has been upgraded to level 4. Notifications continued to roll in one after the other, which Daemon quickly turned off. There was a lot of blood to be claimed, so there was no need to check these just yet. Holy blood is always the best. He licked his lips as a devilish look appeared on his face. His aura was filled with bloodlust and greed, and he did not hold himself back at all, charging into the fray at full speed. It was time to start the slaughter and rack up the number of kills, notoriety points, blood units, stat points, and skills, all in one fell swoop, not to mention the glorious item drops that came from NPCs. War was the best time to profit after all. There was nothing like a good old war to fill up the coffers and drink up the power boost that he oh so needed at the moment. He still didn't know who exactly orchestrated this whole damn thing, but by the end of it, he would be ready to pay back everything 100-fold. Daemon's silhouette vanished from one spot and reappeared in another with each blink, every movement followed by an eruption of crimson and a scream cut short. He became the storm within the battlefield, a nightmare stitched from shadows, blood, too fast for the eye. His daggers and his spear curved through the air like predators with a will of their own, finding throats, hearts, spines. Each kill fed him more power. Holy champions tried to rally. They called for reinforcements, summoned guardians, even chanted invocation circles mid-battle to halt his advance. But it was like throwing feathers into a hurricane. Daemon dashed through one such circle mid-chant, kicking the high priest so hard the man's spine folded like parchment. A second later, the holy circle shattered into light and faded. Ding! Your notoriety has increased by 100. Ding! You have acquired divine faith robes, epic. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have acquired the skill blessed chains. Surprisingly, the skills he was gaining from NPCs were a lot more diverse and rare when compared to the skills he had gained from the players so far. With each kill, Daemon was becoming stronger and stronger, a lot more than he had anticipated. At first, he did not notice, but soon it became clear that his blood extraction success rate had jumped to a scary 70% from the 50% or 40% it was before. For every 10 kills, he was gaining stats or skills for 7 or more kills. Sometimes he was even gaining more than one benefit, like a stat point and skill combined. His power was increasing at a frightening pace. These NPCs also gave experience points, which was a sweet added bonus. He was now only a little shy of reaching the level 50 milestone. However, these were still small rewards. Daemon knew he had to keep his eye on the big prize, especially now that he knew how overpowered the Super 10 guilds really were. If he had to compete on their level, then he needed a lot more than what he currently had. He needed absolute power. After culling down the numbers a little, Daemon summoned Elena, the snake, to take care of the rest. She could deal with the weaklings and reduce the overall numbers in the purification raid. It was time for him now to join the big league. Besides the snake, Damon's shadow clone was also pulling in tremendous numbers. Between all the kills, loot was piling up on the battlefield. The dozen vampire players watched this sight with greed in their eyes and could not hold back any longer. After all, they had also received huge buffs and wanted to cry out their strength and newfound power. 5 of them finally slipped into the battlefield to loot and plunder all the fallen items. But the moment they touched the drops, a blood spear struck them and insta-killed them. "Did you really think I will forget all the loot?" Damon sneered, as he quickly took care of the mosquitoes. Naturally, he had laid this trap because he would rather prefer all these bitches to be dead than interfere with his future plans, or somehow mess with the raid success. Better to be cautious and take care of the pests while he had the chance. Damon took one more look at the battlefield. The battlefield was still mostly white and golden in color, but crimson was slowly overtaking. The NPCs had become drunk on their newfound strength. Vampires surged across the map like a tide of crimson retribution and were pushing back the overwhelming first wave of the purification raid. It was not just the holy and divine NPCs. A lot of players had also joined the raid in order to reap the rewards of such a large-scale event, but now they were all regretting their decisions, as the battle completely turned. Many of the players were getting insta-killed just from the crossfire. The scale of the battle was completely beyond them, and normal players couldn't even get a foothold inside the city to do some small damage here and there. The war was completely brutal. Damon observed the battlefield and watched the numbers go down drastically with every second. But this was just the beginning. If he was not wrong, then soon the first wave should end and the second wave should start. This was where the real trouble began. He took one more look and saw pockets of spots where the vampires were getting pushed back because of the usage of some special items or short-term buffs, particularly the weaker ones, and he quickly headed over there to take care of the anomalies. Surprisingly, one of the anomalies was none other than Magicka, the mage he had faced before. Damon's grin widened as he decided to pay his fellow high-tier player a visit. The last time around, this guy gave him a unique skill. Maybe this time he would give even something better. Magicka's entire body was covered in flames as he hurled one powerful attack after another at one of the vampire NPCs, slowly and steadily bringing the health down. His face was beaming with joy, as he was so close to finishing off a key player in the battle. Blood God's arrival here had been less than ideal, but it should be impossible for one man to change the course of the battle. He gritted his teeth and sent out another attack confidently. With his talent, he would undo whatever crap Blood God had pulled. He was sure of it. However, before that attack could land on the target, a crimson lance easily blocked and scattered the attack. Shadows congealed in front of Magicka, making his face turn ashen. Fuck! His heart dropped. Somehow, even in the midst of this chaos, this bastard had sniffed me out and locked on like a damn bloodhound. Magicka instinctively began casting a blink spell to retreat, but it was already too late. A second blood lance tore through the space beside him, disrupting the flow of mana and canceling his spell mid-cast.
"You again," Damon said, appearing from the shadows. "You did not learn your lesson the last time." Magicka's eyes widened in horror. He quickly erected a triple-layered flame barrier, surrounded himself with defensive enchantments, and even used a rare artifact to boost his magical defense. "Blood God, you are pushing your luck. You need to know when to stand down and accept your loss, and when to fight back. You make one wrong move, and he might just make everything a lot worse. You should already know what he is capable of." Damon sneered. He did not respond and instead casually thrust forward his crimson lance, which shattered one barrier after another without any sort of resistance. Magicka started panicking more. But there was nothing he could do. No matter how much he threatened, Damon simply did not seem to care about that person at all.
Blood God, you will definitely regret this, Magica screamed as Damon unleashed a brutal barrage with his bare claws, using blood cleave to tear apart the fire mage like he was made of paper. Ding, blood extraction successful. Ding, you have acquired the skill Burn. Ding, you have gained +2 luck. Ch! Damon clicked his tongue. He had hoped for a better skill, but all he got was a shitty Burn. At least he gained 2 luck stats, which was huge. He shook it off and prepared to move to the next area, when suddenly the guy he had killed, once again, magically resurrected right in front of him. Oh! Damon raised a brow. His grin widened, and Magica's face paled. You guys have really used a lot of resources for this raid, haven't you? He grabbed Magica's neck with his bare hands and started squeezing it with his claws, drawing blood wherever they touched. The man started pouring out like a fountain, all the fountain waters heading straight to Damon. As he watched the life slip away from the man's eyes, Damon suddenly had another thought. Are there more high-level players hidden in the purification raid? I guess even you guys couldn't pass up the golden opportunity to earn a few more contribution points and reputation points, huh? Magica croaked and dropped dead for a second time, but the look on his face gave all the answers Damon needed. If he was not wrong, then there should be several high-tier players hiding amongst the NPCs, and each one of them is potentially a blood bag carrying a precious skill. Ding, blood extraction successful. Ding, you have acquired the skill Flame Explosion. Ding, you have gained +2 luck. Flame Explosion. Any target afflicted by fire-based skills becomes primed with unstable elemental energy. Upon the target's death, or after the debuff duration ends, the energy violently detonates, dealing area of effect fire damage in a radius around the target. The explosion scales with your intelligence and fire affinity and inflicts burn on all nearby enemies. If burn is already active on the target, the explosion radius and damage increase by 30%. What a nice guy. He made sure to give me 2 skills. Damon's lips curled as the notifications rolled in. He only glanced at it before he started moving again, but he suddenly stopped as he realized that the skill wasn't all that simple. Sure, it was not a super flashy skill, but the devil was in the details. The chain effect on this skill was ridiculous. He could potentially cast this skill again and again and create a huge mess on the battlefield. And if his mana and his fire affinity were sufficiently high enough, then the results could even be catastrophic, a full-on massacre. Wasn't this actually perfect for his current situation? Looks like you were worth the effort after all, Damon grinned as his hands were itching to try it out, and his gaze swept to the area where Alina was running amok. The huge fire serpent was spewing out fire everywhere, standing in the safety of the vampire NPCs. Damon had not even instructed the snake to do something like this. She had strategized it on her own. She was an extremely intelligent beast. And right now, she had prepped the battlefield perfectly for him, already having inflicted fire damage upon many NPCs. She didn't have the buff that the other vampire NPCs and Damon had, so her dot damage was ignored by many, and they hadn't even bothered to heal or dispel it. This provided the perfect in for Damon to test out his new skill. He quickly invoked the new skill, Flame Explosion. The result was instant and horrifying. Alina might not have the buff, but he sure did. One afflicted knight collapsed, and his death triggered an eruption of molten fire that detonated his corpse like a bomb. The blast consumed a cluster of squires nearby, who, having been marked by Alina's attacks, went off like dominoes. On the other side, 2 others collapsed, triggering 2 more chain reactions. The explosions chained violently one after the other, erupting in a sprawling, multi-ring inferno that engulfed half the plaza. From a distance, it looked like a golden lotus, blooming in slow motion, wave after wave of flame and ash. Ding, you have killed 14 enemies. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have killed 24 enemies. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have killed 5 enemies. Ding, you have gained experience points. The notifications continued to roll in, and plenty of loot littered the battlefield. More importantly, the numbers of the raid were instantly cut down by a quarter, just one attack doing a ridiculous massive wave of damage. The culling was more than enough to trigger the next phase, the second wave. Damon grinned ear to ear as he watched another teleportation portal open up. This time the backup didn't come in hordes. Instead, only a couple dozen men arrived, all dressed in divine and holy attire, and every single one of them was at least level 75.
Here we go. It's starting now. Damon grinned, his crimson eyes gleaming with anticipation. Until now, they'd only been swatting at small fries, overconfident stragglers, clueless guildies, and cannon fodder. But that was over. The real game was beginning. The second wave had arrived, and this was just the opening act. The newly arrived backup mainly consisted of knights and priests who immediately jumped into action. The knights took the front lines, their shields glowing with layered enchantments that shimmered with every strike they absorbed. Meanwhile, the high priests and battle clerics positioned themselves at the rear, conjuring waves of holy restoration that stitched even near-death NPCs back together in moments. Damon narrowed his eyes, watching the battlefield with focus. The first wave had been messy but predictable. This was different. These were trained tacticians with synchronized formations and enhanced synergy. They had both combat experience and large-scale battle experience. The momentum they had finally stalled. But Damon didn't panic. His grin only widened. If it was these few who were problematic, then all he needed to do was target these few troublesome additions. His figure blurred as he appeared next to one of the clerics. Unlike the healer-class players who typically screamed at his sudden appearance, the battle-hardened cleric only looked slightly startled. With a loud snort, he twisted his staff mid-chant and unleashed a radiant shield with a burst of holy light. The protective barrier crackled into existence, followed instantly by a retaliatory holy blast aimed squarely at Damon's chest, some of the other knights and paladins rushing to his aid at the same time. But Damon had his own share of battle experience, and this much was not enough to make him even blink. It was finally time to test his new shiny core that was surging with energy. With a deep focus, despite the chaos all around him, he calmly revved up his mana core, and the next instant, a flaming, bright crimson lance appeared around him. Damon had only barely tapped his mana core, but the lance conjured was more powerful than anything he had ever created before. The holy blast collided with the lance mid-formation, and then disappeared like it did not even exist. The priest's face finally changed. He stared at the lance with wide eyes, unable to fathom its power, erecting many more barriers. Damon only grinned. He simply thrust the lance forward without hesitation. It was a simple and straightforward attack, but simplicity, when backed by overwhelming power, required nothing more. The crimson lance tore through the cleric's newly erected barriers as if they were made of wet parchment, each shield shattered with a crack like thunder, unable to even slow the onslaught. The priest barely had time to scream before the lance pierced through his torso, lifting him off the ground and pinning him to a distant wall with a wet, echoing crunch. The explosion came a heartbeat later. A blast of blood-tinged fire erupted outward from the lance's impact point, consuming nearby knights and priests alike. Shields cracked, robes ignited, and formation lines buckled under the pressure of raw destructive force. The ground itself glowed molten red where the blast had scorched it. Damon dashed forward and sucked in all the blood essence that he could. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have acquired the skill
Sacred Renewal. Ding, you have acquired the skill Holy Fire. Ding, you have gained +2 Vitality. Ding, you have gained +1 Divine Affinity. Sacred Renewal would normally only be accessible to high-ranking Holy class users. It was a regeneration-type spell that could instantly restore health over time and cure debuffs. It was a good addition to his arsenal. Holy Fire was also a decent skill. Though it was useless in the current situation, he could think of many ways it could be useful in other times. Damon landed lightly on his feet, his crimson eyes already scanning for the next threat. A knight barreled toward him, sword glowing with consecrated fire. Damon sidestepped with ease, grabbed the knight by the throat and whispered, "Boom." Flame explosion activated. The knight didn't even have time to process the detonation. The chain reaction triggered several other burn-afflicted targets nearby, igniting the battlefield in a ripple of fiery shockwaves. Explosions popped off like firecrackers in a festival of death. The battlefield, which had started to recover under the coordination of the second wave, was now teetering on the brink again. The vampire NPCs and players, newly emboldened, surged forward with reinvigorated fury. Damon stood at the heart of it all, cloak whipping behind him, his aura a living storm of blood and fire. "Next," he said calmly, and vanished into the chaos once more, arriving behind another elite paladin at the front lines, who was particularly powerful. The man was single-handedly pushing back 2 buffed vampire NPCs. Damon summoned shadow daggers this time and quietly struck the paladin from behind just as he arrived at the spot. The paladin roared and swung instinctively, but Damon had already moved. Shadow step, a blur of motion. A second later, the paladin's sword arm was lying on the ground, severed cleanly at the elbow. Damon reappeared in front of him with the flaming crimson lance once again in his hand. Without giving the paladin any time to react, he shoved the lance directly into his chest, resulting in a brilliant explosion. Boom! Blood and fire roared as if they were alive. Even though the paladin was several levels higher than him, Damon's body had already undergone ridiculous transformation not once, but twice. His stats were almost twice the elite paladin's stats, and the man had no chance right from the beginning. The explosion sent waves of molten red light rippling through the ground, and the air shimmered with residual mana backlash. The paladin didn't even get a death scream, just a shocked exhale before being consumed, armor and all, by the inferno. Charred fragments of divine steel clattered across the scorched stone. Damon stood in the center, unfazed, crimson eyes reflecting the fire like twin suns of destruction.
Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have acquired the skill Divine Aegis. Ding! You have gained +1 strength. Ding! You have gained +1 magic resistance. Divine Aegis, a passive divine barrier that reduces all incoming damage by 15%. Every time the user takes a hit that would deal over 20% of their maximum health, Divine Aegis has a 30% chance to absorb the hit entirely, nullifying the damage and releasing a pulse of radiant energy that staggers nearby enemies. Damon cleared the notifications as he rushed to his next target. This would be the third big shot he would be taking down. A few more of these, and the second wave would become a lot easier to handle. However, just as he reached his next target, a silver arrow whistled through the air and grazed his cheek, slicing open a thin line of blood before embedding itself in the stone beside him with a metallic thrum. Damon halted mid-step, his gaze snapping toward the direction the arrow had come from. His crimson eyes narrowed as he locked onto the figure perched atop a ruined chapel steeple, a hooded archer, cloak billowing in the wind, another arrow already knocked and glowing with runes. An arrow with runes? Interesting.
Damon muttered, wiping the blood from his cheek with a thumb before licking it. His lips curled. Wait a second. Is he dear Magicus' friend? The moment Damon said it aloud, another arrow flew, this one faster, sharper, and far more focused than the last. He tilted his head just enough for it to miss, the runed projectile screaming past his ear and exploding mid-air with a burst of silver flame. That wasn't just divine magic, it was something else. It also had a hint of divine magic, though. Ah, Damon said softly, eyes gleaming. Silver fire, runes of judgment. It has to be him, the sacred marksman. He did not have to guess who this could be. After all, this was one of the players who had stood at the top in his last lifetime. More importantly, he knew which super guild the guy belonged to, the one from his own country, the Northern Centuries. So it was, after all, his own country that was attacking him. Now things were getting interesting. Northern Centuries typically ranked 7th in the Super 10 guilds, and they were known for their 10 outstanding players more than anything. This particular guild managed to stay in the top 10 and even got the Super tag mainly because of these 10 players. And right now, one of them was standing right in front of Damon. He let out a breath, unable to believe that he was actually facing the Sacred Marksman, a huge legend in his last lifetime. This was going to be a difficult fight, but he needed to somehow get past him, somehow overcome this roadblock. He had to. There was no other way. Any random player from the Super 10 Guild could be called a superior elite player of the game, let alone one of those powerful players who stood at the top. If Damon wanted to stand at the top, then he needed to prove that he belonged there, right beside these people. The Sacred Marksman, RX, wasted no words. His arrows spoke for him, and they were relentless. A third projectile shimmered into existence on the string, etched with glowing runes. Damon's primordial senses flared instinctively. This one was different. It could even be called extremely dangerous. The Sacred Marksman, in his last lifetime, was known to use unique arrows that had many diverse effects, including sealing and locking someone's movement, disabling their mana for some time, and heck, even temporarily paralyzing them with a ticking poison damage. Damon's crimson eyes caught the faint purple glimmer of the arrow. This was definitely the paralyzing and the poisoning kind. Damon's body vanished in a blur of shadow. The arrow tore through where he had been a second ago, splitting stone, detonating with a resonant chime of pure silvery judgment. The light rippled outward, revealing hidden sigils in the terrain around him, a pre-laid snare field. Damon had to admit that it was only a fluke he did not step into that trap. Maybe he instinctively took the decision, but it was definitely not a conscious one. With a pulse of his mana, Damon unleashed Shadow Meld, sinking into the flickering darkness of the ruined cityscape. But even cloaked, he could feel RX's gaze, keen, sharp, anchored by something beyond sight. "I need to end this quickly," Damon muttered, a smile playing at the edge of his lips, despite the danger. The wind hissed as another arrow missed him by a hair, slamming into a crumpled statue and lighting it up in a burst of sacred silver flame. Damon ducked low, cloaked in shadow meld, his form weaving through the ruins like a phantom. His smile widened, his blood surged, not from fear, but excitement. He could directly shadow step right behind RX and get real up close and personal with him. But if he did that, he would be underestimating the opponent, and that would be a foolish move. Only a fool would think someone like RX wouldn't have taken proper countermeasures for a move like that. The area around him was probably covered with all sorts of snares, potentially many with mana-locking ones because they are the most fatal ones. The solution was to either engage him in long range or force him to move somewhere not of his choice. Damon's grin turned razor-sharp as possibilities flickered through his mind like cards shuffled in a gambler's hand. He couldn't win this encounter with brute force alone. RX wasn't just a damage dealer. He was a battlefield controller, a sniper general who shaped the fight before it even began. If Damon wanted to turn the tide, he needed to collapse that control. So be it. He called his shadow clone back to him as a backup. At the same time, a fiery bright crimson lance appeared in his hand. It was time to see how the strategist does against a pure power shot.
With the buff still ticking down, the crimson lance gloriously appeared, heat shimmering in waves and warping the air around it. The ruined ground at his feet cracked with spiderweb fissures. His shadow clone mirrored the motion beside him, mimicking the charge. 2 daemons, 2 lances, 1 target. Up on the chapel's crumbling steeple, Oryx didn't flinch. His bow gleamed silver, divine etchings along its limbs flaring brighter as he recognized the threat. He didn't knock an arrow this time or try to dodge the attack. Instead, he activated another skill calmly. Damon's eye twitched. Wasn't this guy underestimating him a bit too much? Fine. Taste my lance. He threw the spear with everything he had. At the same time, a radiant ring bloomed around him in a 30-meter radius, forming a silver circle on the rooftop with glowing geometric lines. Sanctum of the Eye. Damon's eyes widened. He had seen this skill many times in his last life. This was a domain skill. This bastard had already mastered a domain skill? His gaze was already fixed on the center of the glowing rune where Oryx stood like a temple guardian. Let's break it, shall we? Oryx looked back at Damon confidently, as if challenging his action. He seemed strongly to believe that this power-packed attack couldn't do shit to him. Damon only chuckled at this. Oryx raised a brow as, right in front of him, the lance curved at the last minute. He watched as the lance hit a point just outside his domain circle, at a support pillar of the steeple. Damon had never aimed the lance at him from the beginning. His clone's lance hit a second point on the opposite side. Twin explosions erupted as the lances struck. Bloodfire detonated with a thunderous boom, one that shattered stone, glass, and equilibrium. The entire steeple trembled, then tilted, Oryx's domain circle fracturing as its foundation crumbled underneath. The marksman was forced to leap. That was the moment Damon had been waiting for. Damon immediately appeared near him. I do wish to have a dick measuring contest with you, but we can do that at a later time when I am so swamped. He launched himself like a predator unleashed, not from the front, not from the side, but from beneath. The moment Oryx was mid-air, between sanctums, between snares, between any prepared ground, he reached up and grabbed Oryx by the ankle. The look of surprise on Oryx's face was fleeting. He twisted and fired a point-blank arrow, one that shimmered with sealing energy, but Damon didn't dodge. Divine Aegis triggered. The sealing arrow struck Damon squarely in the chest. The system would have locked his mana channels for 6 seconds. Would have. Instead, Divine Aegis flared with golden light, nullifying the effect and releasing a pulse of radiant shockwave that rippled outward, staggering Oryx mid-flight. Damon's fist, wreathed in shadow and blood, slammed into the marksman's side like a cannonball. The impact sent Oryx crashing into the stone plaza below, dust and rubble scrambling, as everyone nearby scrambled away to get out of the zone. Damon descended after him, his form streaking down like a blood-colored comet. You might be a strategy god on the battlefield, but right now, you're in my domain. He hit the ground with a blast of force, red mist curling around him as Oryx struggled to one knee, coughing blood. It's too bad I do not have the time right now, and our fight had to end like this. Oryx gritted his teeth, his silver bow cracking faintly with strain as he pushed himself upright. His domain was broken, his rhythm interrupted, and for the first time since he'd arrived on the battlefield, he looked truly mortal. Dust clung to his cloak, and hairline fractures danced across his breastplate where Damon's punch had landed. Still, there was no fear in his eyes. "No wonder Magikai is obsessed with you," Oryx said quietly, wiping the blood from his lips. Without waiting, Damon lunged again, bringing him within inches of the marksman.
Oryx responded not with another arrow, but by slamming the end of his bow down and triggering a defensive rune etched on his boots. A dome of argent light bloomed up, intercepting Damon's strike. But Damon didn't pull back. He pressed forward, his clawed hand raking across the surface of the dome, drawing sparks and friction. The dome cracked under pressure. Oryx grimaced, clearly using stamina to reinforce the shield. It was a tug-of-war, defense against power. And then Damon smiled. From behind Oryx, the shadow clone reappeared, silent and deadly. With a single motion, it slashed through the back of the dome with another lance, disrupting its structural flow. Crack. Oryx's eyes widened as Damon's real fist punched through the fractured shield and connected with his stomach, lifting the sacred marksman off his feet. A follow-up kick sent him flying across the courtyard, bouncing once, twice, before embedding into the side of a broken wall. That was one of the top players sent flying like a rag doll. Damon hurriedly absorbed the blood essence as the man's dead body dropped to the ground with a thud, disappearing into dust afterwards. Surprisingly, another item also dropped from him. Damon's gaze locked onto the item, more specifically at the golden sheen on it. Not the cheap golden sheen that surrounded ordinary items, but an elegant golden sheen that only one type of item possessed. A legendary golden sheen. Damon's heart raced as he couldn't believe it. This guy already had a fucking legendary item on him? Ding ding. You have obtained Sunpiercer's Sigil, legendary. Item type, Enchanted Crest, bind on equip, can be upgraded. Effect, grants plus 55% critical strike chance with all ranged attacks, enhances perception radius by 100 meters and attack range by 100 meters. Reveals cloaked or hidden enemies within range. Passive skill unlocked. Heaven's Sight. See through terrain and magical disguises for 8 seconds every 60 seconds. Damon did not have a lot of time to celebrate his unexpected bounty. Oryx already had a legendary item, which means the other top players of the Super 10 guilds probably had one, or maybe even more than one. This might not even be the true depth of the Super 10's power. It was one thing if they came out right and flaunted everything they had, but these guilds were sneaky. Their presence in the game was still not public, and yet their reach was already frightening. Damon gritted his teeth and moved to the next target. There was no point in getting overwhelmed with things he had no control over. The odds were clearly stacked against him, but that was fine. He was also getting there bit by bit. A few more notifications quickly rolled in front of him. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have acquired the skill Sacred Rune Crafting. Ding! You have gained +1 agility. Sacred Rune Crafting. You gain the ability to inscribe divine-grade runes onto weapons, armor, accessories, and battlefield terrain. Sacred runes grant powerful temporary or permanent buffs depending on the medium and materials used. The complexity and potency of the rune depend on your intelligence and mana capacity. Passive effect increases success rate and effectiveness of all rune-related activities by 30%. Reduces mana cost of rune activation by 20%. Active effect allows real-time inscribing of up to 2 sacred runes mid-combat onto self or allies. These runes last 30 seconds and can offer effects like Holy Resistance, Judgment Pulse, Focus Seal, or Guardian Glyph, a one-time damage negation barrier. Damon's eyes flicked over the new skill description, and a grin curved across his lips. He had actually managed to steal one of the guy's core class skills. A stream of knowledge about runes flowed into his mind when he activated the skill, but now was not the time to dwell on it. His buff was going to run out any second now, and before that, he needed to take down a few more of the big shots in order to have any hope of winning this purification raid. Damon once again dove back into the battle as he activated Flame Explosion. Immediately, another round of players who had minor burn injuries began to explode left and right and take many down with them, giving the vampire side a much-needed breather. Setting up a base in hostile territory was not a simple matter. The home base side would always have an overwhelming advantage, and that was probably what that person counted on when he decided Daemon couldn't win this battle no matter what. He had set up everything counting on the Light Faction Kingdom to take action. However, that person's game knowledge was severely lacking. Naturally, vampires were the minorities here, but this was definitely not their entire strength. The battle will not be like this always. There is a tipping point for everything. If the main clan of vampires saw that they finally had a fighting chance to get a foothold in the Light Faction lands, then everything would change. In his last lifetime, someone had indeed managed to achieve something like this. In fact, it was none other than his dear stalker, Aurora. She had managed to achieve such a result the other way around. She had managed to grab a Light Faction stronghold in the vampire territory and cleansed an entire area, driving away every little vampire in the territory. Her victory did not last long, barely 2 months, but she did it anyways, and this was when her fame was at peak. In fact, it could be said that she disappeared from the public view somewhere right after this incident. However, everything had changed this time around. Daemon let out a sigh. The Aurora he knew in his last lifetime was no longer there. Perhaps it was a good thing, or perhaps it was a bad thing. He couldn't tell just yet. But it was indeed a pity that he couldn't see the same tyrannical queen ruling over the game like she did the last time around. She was still exception, just a little bit distracted. He gulped when he thought about what was going to happen when it was time for game shutdown again. He needed to fucking run and hide somewhere this time. Then he shook it off, preventing his focus from wavering. Fighting continuously had exhausted him, but there was still more to go, and he was not close to being done. With an invigorating growl, Daemon jumped into the fray, going for a priestess who was healing rapidly all the knights around her. "Oh no, you don't!" He shadow-stepped right next to her and slapped her with a blinding blood palm before he struck her chest with a crimson lance and drained out all the blood essence. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have acquired the skill Radiant Benediction. Ding! You have gained +1 vitality. Radiant Benediction channels divine light into a targeted area, healing allies within a 5-meter radius for 20% of their maximum health over 5 seconds. If cast on an enemy, the light instead burns, dealing holy damage over time and reducing their healing received by 50%. Daemon's eyes flicked over the new skill description and a grin curved across his lips. Perfect. He spun once, absorbing another projectile into his cloak, and retaliated with a vicious blood lance, tearing straight through the weakened knight's chest plate. Another kill, another blood drain. From a distance, a horn blew, and the next part of the second wave reinforcements were arriving. Daemon clicked his tongue. There was only 3 minutes of the buff remaining, and he still had plenty more elites to take care of. This was not going too well. Daemon had already taken care of about 10 elites from the first part of the wave, and some of the other vampire NPCs had taken down 5 of the elites, leaving behind a little over 10 elites on the battleground. However, now that 10 had suddenly become 50, and the newly arrived back also used divine steeds, a type of mutant elephant which could itself be considered a war machine. The ground trembled beneath Daemon's feet with the sheer weight of monstrous footfalls. He turned just in time to see them, a wave of divine steeds thundering into the battlefield, each one towering and plated in blessed silver armor that shimmered with holy enchantments. Their riders, 50 strong, bore elite-class emblems and shone with radiant auras that screamed of high blessings and faction favor. These were no ordinary reinforcements. These were riding war machines designed to crush strongholds. Daemon's lips pressed into a hard line. 50 elites. 10 remaining from before. That was 60. 60 enemies now, and the vampire side had barely weathered the first wave. The NPCs were exhausted, their formations frayed, and everyone was low on mana. Worse, the newly arrived steeds weren't just all muscles. Divine Steeds also had aura-based suppression fields, especially against dark-aligned races. Just standing near one would reduce a vampire's magic output by up to 20%, and that was without factoring in the rider's class abilities. "They're not just reinforcements," Damon muttered under his breath. "They're here to end it." If he could not somehow weather this wave, then they might as well give up on this purge war. He clenched his fist, blood magic flickering across his knuckles. Could he take all of these elites down in just a couple of minutes before the buffs ran out? It was impossible! He would only be fighting a losing battle. And then suddenly, Damon got an idea as he eyed the elephant closest to him with bloodlust. He almost did not think about it, but seeing the giant bodies of blood, how could this idea slip him by? Other than all of their awesome combat abilities, the huge beasts were also a ridiculous source of blood supply. Even a single one of them could feed dozens of vampires and completely rejuvenate them. If it were these beasts, then he could definitely think about finishing off the second part of the upgrade, Blood Hall quest. Damon had already filled his blood archives quite a bit when he faced Bertram and his army, and then again when this purification raid started. Right now, he was at an all-time high in blood supplies. With these 50 divine steeds in play, he just might have enough blood essence to cover it all. Damon quickly shifted his strategy and once again started targeting the weaklings left and right by activating multiple flame explosions. He was absorbing blood essence from all directions like a maniac. At the same time, he rushed to the nearest divine steed and shot a crimson lance aiming right at its ass, rumored to be the weak point of the big beast. The divine steed let out a trumpeting bellow that shook the broken ruins, its hind legs buckling as Damon's crimson lance struck true, embedding deep into the thick muscle. A gush of radiant blood, oddly golden red, burst out as the beast stumbled, crashing into a nearby wall and taking its rider down with it. Both were stunned, but Damon didn't even spare the rider a glance. His eyes were locked onto the blood. So much blood. He moved like a reaper unleashed, eyes glowing with the manic thrill of opportunity. Blood drain, blood siphon, blood extract. He siphoned not just from the wounded beast, but also from the splatters on the ground, the shattered corpses, the severed limbs of fallen enemies, all of it feeding into his blood archives at an insane pace. His internal system pulsed, the archive bars surging with red. The entire sight became far too surreal to watch. Tendrils of crimson from everywhere shot at an insane speed as they bore into Damon's body, the biggest being the tendril of crimson from the elephant's ass. The normal players in the vicinity shivered at the sight of the horrific scene of the villainous blood god not even letting an elephant off. And Damon did not stop with the one elephant. Even as he was absorbing the blood essence, he conjured another 10 spears aimed at 10 more divine steeds. The battlefield convulsed with chaos. 10 more spears shrieked through the air like falling stars, each one glowing hotter than molten steel. They slammed into divine steeds, aiming right for their rears, and particularly a huge hole at that. The divine steeds growled in anguish and agony, their entire bodies trembling from unimaginable pain. Fountains of blood jetted out from 10 huge assholes, all of the blood energy flowing towards Damon. The screams of the divine steeds echoed like war drums across the ruined landscape, reverberating through shattered stone and scorched air. The ground quaked as one after another the massive beasts toppled, crashing into each other like fallen siege towers. Their riders were flung off like rag dolls, crashing into debris, some crushed under their own mount's armored weight. Golden red blood sprayed into the sky like geysers. Every single one of them was caught off guard, as no one had expected a heinous attack like this. Damon did not stop. He greedily sucked in the blood essence, his body taking it all like a black hole vortex. There was barely a minute before the huge buff ran out, and he intended to use every second of it. After the first 10 elephants fell, the divine knights and holy crusaders became more alert and quickly erected several barriers around themselves and their divine steeds, but it was of no use. Normally, such defenses would have been impenetrable, absolute walls that repelled unholy forces and turned entire tides of battle. However, under the effects of the buff and Daemon's relentless attacks, one after another the divine steeds continued falling.
Meanwhile, the entire world erupted in chaos as all of the local chat channels, the world chat channels, and even every single guild's private chat channels exploded with the same discussion. Mecha Saint. What the hell is going on with Niera City? Crimson Devil. Guys, I am in the nearby city. I can see a huge vampire-themed building at the center of the city. The whole place is in ruins. This huge building just popped out of nowhere. Does this mean the vampire race is now open for everyone? Damn, I have been waiting for this forever. Good Guy. No way, that's just a regular event. Did anyone see the system-wide announcements? Blood God is doing something insane again. Golden Paladin. Our city got overwritten? How? We had elites, divine mounts, and blessings from 2 high churches. Ratatus Took. You forgot to bring ass armor for your elephants. Rookie mistake. Bogo. I saw that video. That guy did not even leave the elephants. What a wicked maniac. Goat. What do you guys know? Those elephants are the wicked things. Do you know how many times I got killed because of those fuckers while trying to complete a quest? What is happening is justice. Monster. Fuck the elephants, guys. What's going to happen to the vampires now? Are they going to become the new ruling faction here? What the hell is this large-scale battle? Hedgehoe. I went to the city to participate and got sent out in a minute. Don't even know how I died. Panty Sniffer. Everyone, you can go and donate coins to the Holy Faction and Divine Faction. It's the easiest way to get contribution points in the war. Every little bit helps. If you have coins, go do it. Rose. Pantasniffer, I have some deals for you. Want to come by the Hokum City water fountain? I think I know what you want, and I have plenty. Fog. Lol, I think that woman is selling you her pussy panties. Monster. At Rose, I am ready to meet you, babe. How about we meet at the inn instead? This daddy has a lot of coins. Mafia Ranger. Everyone, you can go and donate coins to the Holy Faction and Divine Faction. It's the easiest way to get contribution points in the war. Every little bit helps. If you have coins, go do it. Ganks. Aren't these two that Daddy Brutal's Dragon Guild members? Why are they campaigning for the Light Faction? Aren't they afraid that Blood God is going to rip them a new one after he wins this whole thing? Rose, baby, I also got some coins for you. Do you have an OnlyFans page? Borta. Who are you kidding? There is no way Blood God is winning here. For real. Same. The Paladins and the Crusaders are completely thulping the vampires. There is no way Blood God is going to win. Bad Boz. Everyone, you can go and donate coins to the Holy Faction and Divine Faction. It's the easiest way to get contribution points in the war. Every little bit helps. If you have coins, go do it. While the chat channels were going crazy, the situation inside Niera City was becoming even more chaotic. The purification raid that was supposed to suppress a rogue vampire presence had instead turned into a citywide catastrophe. In another part of the game world, a knight in shining armor was flashing his golden smile and sweet-talking an NPC. Right at this time, a message flashed on his screen. Keep the coins ready. We are going to do something. Bloodwraith scratched his head as he stared at the message from his sister. What was she planning to do now? Then suddenly, he understood why. She was asking him because, "Sis, do you really plan to make a move against Blood God?" Bloodwraith became anxious. Thanks to her sister, he couldn't even talk to his idol. Now if she did this, there was really no going back.
But to his surprise, an unexpected message popped out. "It's not for what you think it is. We are going to be donating this to the Vampire Hall." Bloodwraith's eyes widened in shock and a big smile appeared on his face. Finally, he was going to do something with his bro, Blood God. Meanwhile, there was another person who was paying close attention to the battle. Ghost finished his exciting activity in a local brothel and sat up as he stared at the local chat updates for the battle. Dude is always getting into something fun. Maybe it's time for another visit. I need some notoriety points, and this should give me some good stuff. Then Ghost suddenly disappeared from the brothel bed, leaving the naked elven woman in shock. "Sir, you haven't paid yet!" She could only shout at nothing as guards walked in, but Ghost was already long gone. Back in the Era City, the timer finally dropped to 0, and all the buffs started wearing out one after another. Damon stood panting as he took down 2 more divine steeds at the very last second, absorbing all of their blood essence. He felt a wave of weakness sweep across him as he thrust his arm forward, launching his final blood lance just as the buff ticked out. It speared through the throat of a divine steed mid-charge, sending the colossal beast toppling into a group of priests behind it. The impact shattered stone and bones alike, and a final cascade of radiant blood was pulled into Damon's form. He stood in the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield, his chest heaving with exhaustion, his limbs slightly trembling from overexertion. Even the ground beneath his feet was scorched and stained crimson. The next second, his figure disappeared from the battlefield and reappeared inside the Blood Hall's main chamber. There were still about 20 divine steeds left on the battlefield, but he did not care. They needed this upgrade right now. Even a partial one might change the outcome of the battle big time. Just as Damon was about to open up the Blood Hall panel and deposit the blood, all of a sudden a thunderous boom echoed, and a huge shadow appeared on top of Naira City. Damon's eyes went wide as he did not have to guess what this shadow was. It was a fucking worm. It was a huge-ass fucking worm. The sky tore open like fragile silk as the monstrous shadow descended, casting an overwhelming presence across the ruined cityscape. The ground shook once more, not from divine steeds or knightly charges, but from sheer primal fear, as the players and NPCs both craned their necks to look up. A massive, obsidian-scaled worm slithered through the clouds, each flap of its tattered, crimson-streaked wings stirring cyclones of ash. Its eyes glowed with hellish gold, and every breath it exhaled shimmered with molten heat, warping the air like ripples in a furnace. A fireworm, a world boss-tier creature that had no business appearing in a faction raid zone, and yet one was standing right in front of Damon. Damon froze mid-step inside the Blood Hall, his hand still raised toward the altar. Then, with a big predatory smile, he withdrew his hand quickly. There was no point in doing any blood donations now. It looked like he was going to need all the blood for himself for this epic upcoming fight. Damon's determination did not falter as he once again dove back into the battlefield. He thought that Aurochs, the sacred marksman, was the only trump card the northern sentries took out this time, but clearly he was wrong. Whoever was behind everything had gone one step above and beyond to make sure all his attempts were completely squashed, with not even a little chance of success left behind. But that was fine. If there was one thing Damon had learned in both his lifetimes, it was that the higher the wall, the better the blood when it came crashing down. He wasn't the same weakling as he was in his last life. Whatever the challenge was, he would rise to face it. The air had turned volatile, sparking with fire mana so thick it scalded skin. The worm let out a roar that cracked the heavens. A ring of flame erupted from its gaping jaws, sweeping across the battlefield like a hell-born tsunami. Divine knights and vampire NPCs alike were sent flying, scorched and broken. Players logging in mid-battle were instantly obliterated, turned into ashes before they could even react. System notifications blared across screens like screams in the dark. The worm's descent was nearly complete, and as it dropped to the scorched earth with an earth-shattering crash, meanwhile Damon blurred across the field. Flames licked the air around him, but he cut through them like a shark through water, appearing near the worm. A crimson lance immediately appeared in his hand, but a frown formed on his face. He could already tell that his attack was not even going to leave a mark on the huge beast. The worm itself was a colossal beast, almost impossible to defeat. He could not even see its level to boot, which meant it was at least 50 levels above him, potentially at least C rank. But right now there were also other factors making this fight a lot more difficult. Several radiant divine shields surrounded the worm, and Damon could sense multiple streams of divine energy providing passive healing buffs to the beast without the fight even beginning. With these extra additions, the fight was going to be all the more difficult. Damon mentally ordered his shadow clone and Alina to team up and take care of one elite after another, and turned to face the worm anyway. He might be fighting at a disadvantage, but there was no other option right now. Damon gritted his teeth and churned his mana core once again, but this time he was actually tapping into it. This was the only trump card in his hand that he could actually use, and all he could do was make sure that it was enough to deal with the huge beast. A fucking worm. He still couldn't believe it. It has barely been 2 weeks since the game began, and the Super 10 were casually taking out a worm? It looked like he was really in the dark when it came to power levels. He now understood why Silvara was so desperate to get that cosmic vessel. To stand up against people like this, power like this, desperation was probably the only way left. Damon's hands turned slightly, not from fear, but from the sheer force of mana coursing through his veins. The pressure on the battlefield was soul-crushing, like standing beneath a collapsing mountain. The worm hadn't even attacked again, yet it dominated everything just by existing. Damon was struggling to even digest its presence when suddenly he felt something unlock inside him. The next instant, the enormous pressure on him vanished entirely, and he was able to stand near the beast without any concern. He was standing casually, not in the least affected by anything at all. Damon's gaze sharpened as a new fire lit in his eyes. Blood Rain was silently assisting him even in her injured state. The last time around she had saved his ass, but this time he would have to do it by himself. Damon churned his mana core, and the next moment, a massive crimson fire lance appeared in his hand. He only used a little mana in this attack, considering there would be many barriers and skills on the beast. But at the same time he needed to put some meat and potatoes into the attack, otherwise it would only be a waste attack without triggering anything. Damon conjured 10 crimson fire lances, one after another, all swirling around him threateningly, and just as he released them all at the same time, he shot forward, charging towards the worm at full speed. The moment Damon launched himself forward without any restraint, the worm's eyes, vertical slits of molten gold, instantly moved to lock onto him. For a fleeting second, there was a flicker of surprise in that monstrous gaze, as if the worm hadn't expected a mere insect to charge straight into the maw of oblivion. But the expression vanished just as quickly, replaced by a huff of scorn. A rumbling snort burst from its nostrils, sending twin jets of superheated steam curling into the air, the embodiment of contempt and unshakable arrogance. To a creature like this, Damon was nothing more than a flicker in the storm, a spark before the wildfire. But that flicker had dared to rise, and that, more than anything, caught the worm's attention. Its massive head tilted ever so slightly, as if to say, "Very well, let's see how bright you burn before I turn you to ash." Damon's heart raced as he met the gaze of the monstrous beast, but this was not the first time he had come across a worm or fought against one. The last time around, he got pummeled to the ground and erased into oblivion. But this time around, he charged ahead without hesitation. The scorched earth cracked beneath his feet with every step, mana roaring through his veins like a war drum. Around him, 10 crimson lances spun in a deadly orbit, each one dripping with infernal fire and raw blood magic. The worm's gaze followed his path with arrogant calm, its vertical, molten gold pupils narrowing ever so slightly. It had seen thousands of would-be heroes before, fools who mistook courage for power. To it, Damon was just another flame to smother, another challenger to reduce to ash. Yet, for all its disdain, it watched intently. The first crimson lance materialized in Damon's hand, blazing like a shard torn from the sun. He thrust it forward with a snarl, and it howled through the air, an arrow of pure destruction. It slammed into the worm's outermost divine barrier with a thunderous crack, shattering it into brilliant shards of holy light that scattered like broken glass across the sky. The second lance spun away from him and launched forward with almost gleeful hunger, followed by the third, the fourth, each one piercing through the layered divine shields like they were paper walls. Crack, splinter, one after the other they detonated against the radiant defenses, stripping the worm of every veil meant to make it untouchable. By the time the fifth lance took flight, there were no more barriers left. No more radiant shields, just the worm's molten scaled body, gleaming, terrible, and exposed. The fifth lance aimed to wound. It screamed through the air, red fire trailing behind it like the tail of a blood star, and it struck true, slamming into the beast's side with a concussive burst that lit up the battlefield. However, not even a scratch was left behind. The lance paled when compared to the thick, sturdy scales of the draconian beast. The worm snorted in disdain, as if it knew this would be the result all along. But the very next second, a sixth lance shot forward, and this time its glowing eyes widened in shock. Damon's powerhouse of a mana core finally showed its true abilities, as this lance packed a blazing payload of concentrated blood fire. It struck the same place the fifth had hit, and the moment it made contact, a shockwave of crimson and gold exploded outward. The worm's eyes flared wide as its entire body jerked, forced to recoil a step back, just one. But that alone was monumental. The ground beneath Damon crumbled from the backlash. A crater formed under his feet. For the first time, the worm let out an angry roar. One of its scales chipped and fell onto the battlefield. Damon quickly withdrew several steps back as he unleashed all of his other lances to strike at the same time. Each lance had 10% of his mana core's strength, and they struck one after the other without giving the worm a chance to respond. Damon knew that this was probably the only good opportunity he was going to get with the beast, casually underestimating him. He needed to take the best shot possible. Like a flock of bloodthirsty hawks, the remaining 4 lances veered in, converging on the same weakened spot with terrifying precision. The 7th lance struck just a fraction below the chipped scale, creating a fissure. The 8th jammed into that same fracture, widening it. The 9th embedded deeper. And the 10th? The 10th exploded. This was Damon's strongest attack, and he had put in 20% of his mana core's full charge. This made his core overheat and vibrate furiously as if it was going to explode right along with him, but in the end he managed to bring it under control and used the power coursing through his veins to move back as fast as he could. The 10th lance exploded with a thunderous roar, far louder than any that had come before. The explosion erupted not only with blood fire, but with a surge of shadow energy. The explosion tore through the fractured scale, igniting an internal chain reaction. It was like someone had set fire to a forge from within. A geyser of molten blood and slag erupted from the worm's side. The beast reared back with a deafening scream, its wings spasming wildly as it thrashed in pain. The tremor that followed knocked everyone still standing off their feet, friend, foe, and spectator alike. Entire portions of the ruined city quaked, as if caught in a localized earthquake. The worm crashed down to one knee. One of its legs gave out unexpectedly. Its expression was no longer that of contempt. That arrogance had been incinerated with the 10th lance. Its pride had been injured. Now there was only fury. Raw, ancient, soul-searing fury. It once again turned to look at him, and this time the worm wanted to devour him alive. Damon didn't flinch, even as the worm's molten gaze burned into him like a branding iron, even as its roar shook the heavens and its murderous intent swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave of flame and hatred. He stood his ground. Breathing heavily, mana core still vibrating like a furnace on the edge of collapse, he stood atop the cracked earth, shoulders trembling from weakness and from the sheer exertion of channeling more power than his body had ever handled. Blood dripped from his nose, his fingertips were scorched, and his vision blurred at the edges, but he was smiling. Blood essence was freely flowing into his body, not just any ordinary blood essence, a worm's blood essence. This was the strongest, or rather, the most pure bloodline he had ever absorbed, and his veins burned, his organs screamed, and his soul threatened to collapse under the weight of it all. Yet he remained standing, teeth bared in a crimson smile. He knew his body could take it. He knew his bloodline could take it. He wasn't just enduring it, he was devouring it, claiming it as his own. This was his right, not through destiny or prophecy, but through battle. There was no need to doubt himself now. The worm only became angrier as it realized what was happening. A mere insect was sucking its blood like a mosquito, despicable. The insect had even managed to wound it. It could no longer stomach such a humiliation. A lesson was in order. In fact, all these insects on the battlefield needed to learn their damn position in the world order. The worm reared back, its wings casting a long, apocalyptic shadow over the ruins of Niera City. Its mouth opened wide, and a vortex of flame spiraled into existence, forming a blazing orb of pure infernal essence that pulsed with apocalyptic hunger. Damon's smile didn't fade. His body was still trembling, his mana core screaming for release. He tried to use Shadow Step and Blink, but it was no use. The entire area around him lit up in a flame or circle that prevented him from getting out of it. Was it a domain skill of the worm? Damon's eyes locked onto another figure standing not too far away from him and the worm. It was definitely a player, and he was observing Damon's every little action. Was this the guy who had tamed the worm? In his previous life, except for the few top players, he actually did not remember the Northern Sentries showing off a beast like a worm. This was either a new development, or maybe there were more things that he was not aware of in his previous life. But now was not the time to worry about this. A sure-shot instant kill threat loomed over his neck. He had shown his strongest move, and now the worm was going to show its. Damon grinned. He didn't really expect to win in a dick measuring contest with a fucking worm, but that was where he was at right now. Fuck you. He flipped his middle finger as he ran and positioned himself in the midst of brilliant golden divine armor and items. If he was going down, then he was going to take down as many as he could along with him, and there was no way in hell he was going to go down without a fight. Damon hurriedly churned his mana core, and this time a brilliant golden shield popped up around him. A golden shield with the attributes of fire and lightning, but undeniably, a main attribute was divinity. Perhaps because of his repeated clashes with the holy and divine factions, right now Damon's highest affinity was ironically these two elements. And those affinities, once his greatest weakness, now shimmered like banners of rebellion around him. The golden divine shield flared into existence just as the worm's apocalyptic orb of fire surged downward like a collapsing sun. The battlefield went still for a single heartbeat. Then, everything detonated. A shockwave of annihilation swept across Niera City. Buildings turned to ash, stone cracked and boiled. Screams vanished beneath the roar of incineration as dozens of NPCs were instantly deleted from existence, not even leaving behind gear. The Divine Knights Damon had dragged into the blast zone barely had time to react before they were engulfed in white-hot flame, their ornate golden armor melting like wax. But Damon stood within the eye of the storm, his shield finally shattering after putting up one hell of a fight. Several skills worked in tandem, and he did not even know which passives he had triggered when. He had collected a lot of skills from priests and paladins, and now all of it was paying off in spades. It was too bad that he didn't have the chance to actually tinker with them and gain more experience. If he could have done that, then maybe he could have blocked the attack more efficiently. But despite everything, he was still standing. Damon collapsed to one knee, laughing through the blood. The worm obviously was not a fan of this outcome. Unimaginable rage and fury erupted in his eyes as it decided not to give this insect any more chances. The beast decided it was time to deal with things personally. The worm directly descended. Its colossal form crashed down with terrifying speed, the ground quaking beneath its weight. Stone splintered, ruins buckled, and the very air screamed in protest. The worm's molten eyes locked on to Damon, no longer filled with scorn or arrogance, but with focused, ancient wrath. This was no longer a display of dominance. This was execution. Damon raised his head slowly, still grinning through the blood caked in his face. He said, "You're finally getting serious, huh?" He rasped, his voice hoarse but steady. His legs trembled, but he forced himself to stand. He couldn't feel most of his body. His mana core was dangerously unstable, but none of that mattered, because right now the worm was within range. And it was his one and only chance of taking his last and best shot at the damn thing. Damon was about to conjure a crimson lance when a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "I have disrupted the worm's domain. You can teleport now." Damon did not need a second reminder. His body reacted on instinct, and the next second he disappeared from the battlefield and appeared inside the blood hall, panting and heaving. A split second later, the worm's colossal claw slammed down where he had stood, cratering the earth into molten ruin. Its enraged glare shifted to the blood hall instead, and it was about to come crashing into the defense layer when suddenly something golden, like a comet, shot towards it, and boom, an enormous shockwave erupted. Damon's eyes widened as he recognized who it was. Mark was here, and he was not alone. On the other side, Kate had already started bombarding the dragon with one blood orb after another, chipping away at its health. Both Mark and Kate had safely returned on their own, and from the looks of it, they also had some sort of gains in the process. But that was not the only surprising turn of events. A gorgeous, sexy vampire teleported next to him, the same voice greeting him again. "Blood Acolyte, you have exceeded my expectations. I have never seen a talent like you in 1,000,000 years." Elora seductively glided closer, her crimson eyes gleaming with admiration and something more primal. The aura of ancient power that surrounded her pulsed with allure and command, wrapping around Damon like silk soaked in blood. Her voice, velvet smooth, thrummed with a faint purr of amusement and intrigue. "I watched you," she said, circling him like a predator inspecting its prey, or perhaps an empress admiring a rare jewel. "Tell me, blood god," she leaned close, her breath brushing his ear, "do you know what you've just done?" Still panting, blood smearing his face and arms, Damon managed a crooked grin. "I made it mad. Really, really mad." Damon was really surprised that Elora, this money-grubbing old hag, was here. Not just that, now that he had a chance to look around, he noticed many other named vampire NPCs filling the blood hall. There was definitely a new influx of NPCs in this battle. The vampire side was sorely lacking in numbers, so right now this was sweet, sweet good news to Damon. Any numbers could only improve their chances. "What are you looking at, blood acolyte?" Elora grinned. "Someone threw a lot of money into the vampire coffers, otherwise none of these old bastards would be here. You fought hard, but you can rest now. A worm or two is nothing big. In fact, I have sent the word already. There are a few vampires I know who are looking for worm blood. Who would think such a rare beast would pop up in this remote corner of the world?" Damon let out a shaky exhale. Around him, the blood hall surged with energy. Elders long absent from the front lines barked orders and opened spell circles that shimmered with ancient glyphs. Warlocks and knights clad in deep crimson armor lined the hall's balconies, peering out toward the chaos beyond the barrier. The entire fortress had come alive. The vampire faction was doing a full-on counterattack. "Blood acolyte, your performance has been extraordinary in this battle. Treat yourself to a dip in the blood pool. It should refresh you instantly." Another vampire NPC patted Damon as he passed by. Damon did not have to wonder why everyone was treating him so well. The leaderboard, shining bright and center in the blood hall, had his name on top and a ridiculous 10,000 plastered next to it. The last time Damon checked, it was around 2,000, but now it had exploded. The next name was Mark's, and he was only at 100. Kate was 50. Surprisingly, another name popped up just as he was looking and had a big number attached to it to boot. Blood Wraith, 1,000. Damon was slightly surprised, as he had almost completely forgotten about this guy, the huge whale who had casually gifted him many gold coins. Was this the guy responsible for the money infusion in vampire coffers? Now the sudden movement of the vampire NPCs made sense. Blood Wraith and his sister, Damon mused. Their last interaction hadn't been so smooth, and he did not foresee them becoming allies. However, since this person had helped him when he really needed it, he would reconsider things. Taking another look at the leaderboard, he walked to the blood pool to see if he could really adjust his current state. The blood pool was now crimson, silver, and golden in color as it sloshed like a slumbering leviathan, each wave pulsing with raw vitality, rich blood essence, and calming elixirs. Damon stood at its edge, swaying slightly as he stared down into the roiling mixture. He could feel the pull of the blood before his foot touched it. Without hesitation, Damon stepped in. The moment his skin touched the blood, the effect was immediate. Agony and ecstasy roared through his veins like twin storms colliding. His wounds knit themselves shut with sickening speed. Burnt flesh was replaced by smooth, hardened skin. His monocore surged with renewed vigor and gained a little stability. His mind felt clearer, and every part of his body was bursting with energy. "Ding! You have used the recovery sigil of the Blood Sovereign clan. Effect: fully restores health, mana, and stamina. Temporarily boosts recovery speed by 300% for the next 10 minutes. Ding! You cannot use the sigil for another 30 days. "Fair enough," Damon clutched. As he cleared the notifications and stepped out of the blood pool, he now felt completely refreshed, as if he was in the best state of his entire life. It was now time for round 2, all right. Today, no matter what, he was determined to devour that worm. 3 asterisk, 3 asterisk, 3 asterisk. In Earth Online, the pure-build Beastmasters could be considered as one of the weakest classes. This was because a beast could not be resurrected after dying without the aid of a healer or another specific item or potion. If a beast died during combat, it was typically just dead, unlike a player who can automatically respawn. This was the main difference between a Beastmaster and a Summoner class. The Summoner class was considered superior as the summons returned to their plane to resurrect and recuperate after a lethal injury. However, the Beastmaster class was balanced in certain other ways to make up for this drawback. The growth potential and evolution potential of tamed beasts were much higher than those of the summons. And this was precisely why Damon knew he had to act now if he wanted to deal a huge blow to whoever orchestrated this whole damn thing. Bringing a worm to a dogfight was ballsy, admirable, and fear-inducing, but one needed to be able to face the consequences for doing so. If the right cards were played, a threat could sometimes turn into a liability. The worm wasn't a summon. It was a tamed beast, which meant, under the right conditions, if it died, it would stay dead, permanently. Its loss would be catastrophic. The effort, the resources, the prestige behind capturing and training such a beast, it would all go up in smoke. The guild that brought it, the player who tamed it, they had gambled everything on the worm's overwhelming power. But that gamble cut both ways. Because in doing so, they had also given Damon the opportunity to kill it. And Damon was going to kill it, no matter what. His figure disappeared from the blood hall and he once again appeared near the worm, which was now wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Mark was several injured just from exchanging a couple of blows with the huge beast. Kate was only barely holding on, and that was because she was running most of the time in between throwing a couple of long-range attacks. She wasn't doing all that much, so the worm wasn't paying attention to her. Its focus right now was entirely on Elora and a few other vampire NPCs who had completely surrounded it. Damon quickly observed the status of the battle. The vampires were planning their own thing, so Damon decided not to fuck with their plan and burst the coordination. The worm was at full health after all. There was no rush. Instead, his gaze locked on to the remaining elite players on the battlefield. He shadow-stepped and appeared behind one elite paladin after another and made quick work of them by unleashing the power of his legendary mana core. His three-element combined attack, along with the boosts from his mana core and his newly acquired traits, increased the damage output of his attacks by almost tenfold, and he was pulling ridiculous numbers. Most of the elites could only withstand one or two of the attacks before crumbling. In the midst of this, Damon also did not forget to use Flame Explosion and massacred the numbers on their side. His gaze searched the battlefield constantly for one other target, the black-robed man, but he was nowhere to be found. He could only continue searching for the guy, or for that matter, any other elite players who had snuck into the battlefield as he slaughtered the light faction army. There were also about 20 more divine steeds for him to drink from. All in all, it was glorious chaos, and he was loving it. The 20 points of strength he had gained from devouring all the divine steeds did a lot to help. The tide was quickly turning, and the impact from the worm's entry and the buff's timeout was finally being evened out. Soon, the second part of the second wave was completely taken care of, and the last reinforcements of the second wave arrived in style. They descended from the sky like radiant judgment. Knights, clad in burnished gold and silver armor, riding on massive griffins, divine rays trailing behind them as if the heavens themselves had split open to deliver vengeance. The third reinforcement unit of the second wave had arrived, and they were anything but subtle. Trumpets blared across the battlefield, holy banners fluttered, and a divine aura flooded the field like a tsunami, pushing back shadows and igniting the bloodied ground with halos of searing light. Even Damon had to take a step back, faced with the might of those who had awakened their sea of consciousness and imprinted runes onto them. The magic unleashed by a C-rank being was nothing short of cataclysmic. This wasn't some mere elite mob dump. These were raid-level NPCs and high-tier players who had officially stepped into the realm of real power. Damon's pulse raced. their time was officially running out. He had already given his best. Even people he wasn't counting on ended up contributing in the last minute, but was all of this still enough to achieve the impossible? Was it enough to get to the tipping point where the big shots in the vampire clan would pay attention to them? Damon glanced at the blood hall to see if anything happened in response to the powerhouses who had just arrived, but the blood hall showed absolutely no movement at all. This was not good. The flow of the battle had to change now. Damon disappeared from his position and reappeared near the worm. It was time he stopped fucking around. This big beast was the only chance he had now, and he needed to grab it right now. "Hey, you overgrown lizard! Want a taste of my thick spear one more time?" Damon loudly shouted as a blazing crimson lance appeared in his hand again, this one containing 20% of his mana core power. The worm's massive head whipped around at the sound of Damon's taunt, molten eyes narrowing in fury. The worm's wings flared wide, gusting winds across the battlefield and kicking up debris like a sandstorm. Several lesser players were flung back like ragdolls, but Damon stood firm, the crimson lance pulsing in his grip like a miniature sun. "That's right," he muttered, voice low and vicious. "Come at me!" And come it did. The worm let out an ear-screeching shriek, shaking the very air as it lunged forward with terrifying speed for something of its size. Damon moved just as fast. He blurred, dodging to the side. With one swift motion, he hurled the lance straight into the worm's exposed underbelly, right where its scales had begun to crack from earlier magical bombardments. A blinding explosion of bloodfire erupted across the battlefield. The worm roared in agony, its flesh seared and steaming. Chunks of its golden crimson armor were blown away, revealing tender muscle and veins pulsing with fire essence. In retaliation, the big beast opened its maw, unleashing a breath attack that painted the battlefield in apocalyptic flame. Once again, the familiar fire circle appeared, preventing Damon from escaping, but it was already late. He was nowhere to be seen. The only people in the vicinity of the devastating flames were 3 of the newly arrived reinforcements, the C-rank powerhouses landing on their griffins. And they were welcomed with a glorious blast of worm's fury. The 3 C-rank elites and their griffins never stood a chance. The moment the searing breath engulfed them, 2 of the griffins disintegrated midair, their divine hides no match for the concentrated wrath of a beast born of flame and ancient magic. The knights upon them screamed as their enchanted armor melted like wax, their radiant weapons clattering uselessly to the scorched earth below. The 3rd knight managed to raise a shimmering holy barrier, but even that cracked and shattered within seconds, leaving him tumbling to the ground in a plume of fire. The entire group was severely injured and disoriented, which provided Damon the perfect opportunity to rake up some high-level kills. He silently appeared behind the first C-rank powerhouse and used a crimson lance to strike the guy while he was still down from the worm's attack. The birds were also not let off, as griffins were borderline C-rank beasts which had rich blood essence, probably with a lot of boosts. Damon drained them all dry as much as he could and took a quick look at the gains. It was a set of passive skills and some stat boosts, nothing game-changing. He clicked his tongue, closed the screen, and then once again appeared in front of the worm to taunt it again. Not that he needed to, the worm already had its eyes locked onto him. Naturally, the beast knew it had been used, and it was not very pleased. It spewed out fire left and right, even predicting where Damon would appear next. If it were not for his newly acquired divine and holy skills, he would have already been smacked to death. Using this strategy once again was also a pipe dream. He could fool the draconic beast once, but to try and fool it more than once? Might as well give up. But that did not mean he was giving up on his goal to kill the damn thing today. As he kited the worm around the battlefield, barely escaping death every second, Elora and the other vampire NPCs were pelting attacks on the bastard. Elora's voice rang loudly from a distance. Blood acolyte, I must hand it to you. You are a true monster. You dared to use a worm as a puppet to do your bidding? I applaud your courage. It is making me wet in all kinds of places." Damon almost stumbled hearing the old hag. "Please don't put images in my head," he screamed inwardly, as he dodged a shockwave from the worm. And thankfully, the most important development happened on time. It looked like Damon's small play was enough to finally turn the tide in their favor once and for all. The blood hall started pulsing with energy in the background, and ripples of power emanated from the building as a huge eye materialized in the middle of the city. The massive blood-red eye opened wide in the sky, like a slumbering god finally peeking through the veil. Everything on the battlefield froze for a second, as if even time itself was momentarily stunned. The sky darkened, the light flickered, and the oppressive aura that followed pressed down on all beings, be they knight, vampire, beast, or worm. Damon grinned. Finally, he thought, the Blood Sovereign's gaze has fallen on the battlefield. The backup was coming. The worm hesitated. For the first time, its fury gave way to wariness. Its flaming breath faltered. Its wings beat with a note of caution instead of aggression. This was no longer a one-sided assault. The eye beheld a power even it couldn't fathom. The worm instantly turned to look at a direction, and Damon did not miss that. When he followed the gaze of the worm, he saw the black-robed figure again. The next second, the black-robed figure disappeared, and the worm let out a snort before starting to take off. The worm's massive wings unfurled with a thunderous snap, beating against the blood-streaked skies as it prepared to retreat. Damon's mind raced. That black-robed figure, he had control, or at the very least a bond, and the beast reaction meant only one thing: its leash had been yanked. They only needed one more minute before the vampire elites poured into the battlefield, but right now that 1 minute seemed impossible to buy. If the worm was leaving, then there was no stopping it. But not if he could help it. Damon still had one more trump card saved, which he did not want to use. However, right now he did not have any other choice. "I need your help, Azuna." Damon summoned the world spirit without hesitation. At the same time, he conjured a few more of flaming crimson lances. One in particular pulsed a lot stronger than the others. Damon hid the real one among the others and unleashed the lances at the draconic beast. Azuna as well hit the ground running. The world spirit instantly sensed the chaotic vibe of the battlefield, and she seemed to know what she was getting into. Without Damon having to tell her twice, a powerful blood orb started appearing in the palm of her hands. At the same time, several blood chains erupted from the ground, partly made of blood and partly made of earth. They rose like unyielding snakes from the ground and lashed toward the worm. They were bindings woven with the will of the land. The worm snarled in rage as it opened its maw to unleash another round of fire breath at the earthen chains, wanting to melt them all down to nothing. It gazed and flickered to the crimson lances coming at it. However, before it could deal with either of these, its danger senses picked up another attack which was far more deadly. The worm narrowed its eyes as it locked onto Azuna and came at it with its claws spitting out fire. Azuna didn't flinch. Her red hair fluttered in the wind as she stood there without a hint of fear in her eyes, the blood orb in her hand continuing to grow. Then she moved. Azuna's palm pressed forward, and the blood-earth chains twisted with a mind of their own, more jutting out of the ground and finding their target. They coiled tighter and erupted in violent crimson thorns that pierced through the worm's wings and wrapped around its limbs like executioner's ropes. The lances struck next. One by one, they slammed into the worm's body, fiery decoys meant to distract and wound. The real one buried itself right into the worm's side, exploding with a thunderous roar that blew away a chunk of its armor-plated flesh. The worm bellowed, twisting in agony, completely not expecting an attack of this magnitude. Blood poured out of its wings, which Damon happily absorbed, not even leaving behind a single lick of it. At the same time, Azuna whispered something in a tongue lost to time. The blood orb in her hand shot forward towards the worm, and even though the worm erected a shield to protect itself, it was of no use. Even as the orb made contact with the fire shield, crimson tendrils seeped out of the blood orb into the shield and then onto the worm. The beast roared in confusion. More and more tendrils started seeping inside, and the worm was suddenly out of its depth, unsure of what to do about this attack. Its entire body lit up in flames, and yet the crimson tendrils refused to yield. Threads of crimson light branched out from the core of the orb like a spreading infection, racing through the worm's veins. The orb bloomed inside it. From the outside, its body began to glow with eerie red fractures, as if it had been shattered from within and barely held together by raw fury. It stumbled, wings jerking erratically as the corruption took hold. And then the curse struck. A system notification shimmered in Damon's vision. World Spirit's curse applied. Blood rot. Your target's regeneration is halted. Defense reduced by 60%. Fire resistance suppressed. Damon's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Azuna's attack to be so powerful, but then again, he knew little to nothing about her. He really needed to find out more information about her and her abilities. "Master, I am unable to linger here any longer," Azuna's voice sweetly whispered in his ears. Damon nodded. "You have done more than enough for me. Please rest now." This was enough. This was more than enough. He charged forward with several crimson lances appearing around him. At the same time, the black-robed figure shot towards the worm. Damon grunted. "Nope, buddy, not going to happen." He had paid a huge price for this to happen, and there was no way he was going to let this dude undo everything at the last moment. The beast tamer typically needed to be in touch with the beast, or in the vicinity of the beast, in order to intervene in anything. Considering who this was, Damon had no doubt that the guy had many ways to rescue the worm and completely heal it. Under no circumstances could he allow that to happen. Once this guy got close, it was game over. "Mark!" Damon shouted, as his shadow clone appeared next to the black-robed guy to stall him. Mark immediately got the message and dropped the fight he was currently in and charged at the black-robed guy. Unexpectedly, another voice chimed in as well. "You can count me in!" A black figure appeared out of thin air directly behind the black-robed guy, and a dagger already slicing his throat. "Ghost!" Damon instantly recognized the voice. He did not know how this guy appeared here, but he was more than happy to let him deal with the problematic guy. Right now, this worm was his prey, and he needed to devour it. Between Damon's shadow clone and Mark and Ghost, the black-robed figure could not move an inch. "You do not know what you are dealing with. Stop now before it's too late." The black-robed figure finally opened his mouth and spoke, but it was already too late. Ghost finished him off in a couple of moves, thanks to the strong assist from Mark. Almost immediately, Damon could feel the worm's strength weaken tenfold. It was already weak because of the corruption, and now with this, the worm was no longer untouchable. Damon shot forward without hesitation, and this time boldly used 40% of his mana core charge, the absolute limit he could handle. He gritted his teeth and conjured a flaming crimson lance. The very air warped around it, trembling with condensed power. Damon's arms trembled too from the strain. Channeling 40% of his mana core into one attack was no small feat. It was like trying to hold back a volcanic eruption with your bare hands. But he didn't falter. He hurled the lance with all his might. The moment it made contact with the beast's chest, a vortex of blood flame erupted outward like a star going supernova. The beast's scales liquefied in a blink. Its ribs cracked, then shattered, and a gout of blood, half flame, half essence, exploded from its body. Damon quickly absorbed all of it, everything that he could take in. His body sucked in the rich, powerful essence like a hungry devil, and blood essence from all of the battlefield was pulled into his body. Crimson tendrils from all over the battlefield shot towards him. He was a one-man spectacle for everyone to see. His power continued to surge, and a tortured, broken screech left the worm's throat, one that echoed for miles. The beast crashed into the ground, carving a trench into the earth like a meteor impact. The battlefield shook with aftershocks as chunks of molten rock and bone flew into the air. Its limbs twitched uncontrollably. It was sending out seething waves of fire in all directions out of rage and agony. Damon did not let the chance slip by. Even as his body was pulling in all of the blood essence, even as his mana core screamed as if it was about to explode, he pushed himself one more time, conjuring another flaming crimson lance, one with 50% of his power output this time. He had to make this count. The moment Damon channeled the new lance, everything else fell away. The screaming, the battlefield, and even the worm's howls of rage. The world condensed into one moment, his vision reddened, not from damage, but from the overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. Blood essence twisted around him like a cocoon of storming serpents, wild and alive. He charged forward using this momentum, and in one huge leap, he landed right on top of the worm. The worm, broken and blazing, tried to rise again, its wings flapping weakly, molten blood dripping from every joint. It turned its head, half blind, one eye glowing dimly as it recognized what was coming. Damon didn't give it time. His feet dug into the worm's charred scales as he raised the weapon high, the lance thrumming with every ounce of his fury and fire-forged will. Time slowed as the worm opened its ruined mouth, and he brought the lance down, holding nothing back. The next second, everything was crimson and gold. The impact was cataclysmic. The lance exploded into an inferno of gore, essence, and splintered magic. Parts of the worm's scales and skin and flesh exploded and scattered around the battlefield. Blood sprayed everywhere. Even Damon was thrown aside like a rag doll, unable to bear the impact of his own attack. His entire body was haywire. Everything was out of control. But with the last bit of consciousness he had left, he sucked in the blood essence from everywhere like there was no tomorrow. He did not even have the strength to focus on the worm. He blindly absorbed everything that he could, like a madman. He lasted for a whole minute before his body completely went berserk and his mana core started cracking and sizzling. Pain ripped him apart from the inside out as he could feel the flesh around his mana core tearing apart. His entire body was torn apart. It simply couldn't handle the strain. Damon gritted his teeth and continued absorbing all the blood essence that he could find. He did not know what else to do. He couldn't care less right now if the worm was dead or alive, or if the battle was going their way or not. All he could think about was this all-consuming pain, which made him feel like his soul was being peeled from his body. He knew he had pushed himself too much, and now there was no going back. He had to endure it all. He had to endure it all and somehow stay alive at the end of it. Meanwhile, the worm convulsed. Its damaged and destroyed body convulsed violently before a final breathless shriek tore free. The worm slumped fully, every ounce of fire within it extinguished, its massive frame cratering the earth beneath. One after another, notifications popped into Damon's vision, but he could no longer pay attention to anything. His vision had already blurred into an endless storm of crimson. The pain in his chest was beyond what any system could quantify. His mana core was screaming, cracking like glass under a relentless tide of blood essence. Blood essence surged into him in torrents, raw and untamed, more than any vessel should ever attempt to contain. His bones vibrated, his skin rippled, his soul burned. Somewhere deep inside, he heard voices. No, not voices. Echoes. Old, fragmented things whispering in a tongue older than history, guiding, pushing, pulling. They came from his blood, from his bloodline, from his very marrow, and they demanded more from him. "You are not meant to survive," one said. "You are meant to transcend," said another. And then his monocore really shattered, but it wasn't destruction, it was metamorphosis. The cracking split the air like thunder, but instead of collapsing, something new began forming in its place. A core not made of simple mana, but one laced with blood. A primordial core, birthed from agony and greed. Damon let out a choked scream as the transformation took hold. His body erupted with veins of molten red and black. His skin cracked like volcanic rock before sealing over with a new sheen. Tougher, harder. His heartbeat became a drumbeat of war. His aura spiked and spiked again before it completely disappeared. "My liege." Bloodrain's voice purred in glee, despite her weakness. Damon lay there in the crater, breathing raggedly, his body remade and yet unfamiliar. Smoke curled from his lips. His eyes flickered open, no longer crimson, but gold-red slit pupils stared out, gleaming with power not meant for mortals. Damon barely opened his eyes before he completely lost consciousness and slipped away. Right as Damon's body went limp, half buried in the crater he'd carved through raw will and devastation, the Blood Sovereign's eye above the battlefield pulsed with violent majesty. A vortex of blood mist and red lightning descended from it, forming a gateway, and through it a battalion of elite vampires emerged. Their auras were anything but simple. Clad in robes stitched with runes of blood and armor made from obsidian plates etched in crimson veins, they radiated an oppressive aura of blood authority. Their very presence made everyone on the battlefield pause and look at them. The battlefield itself seemed to recognize their arrival. Screams quieted, weapons stopped mid-swing. Even the wind dared not blow too loudly. Yet the vampires spared the chaos only a single, dismissive glance. Their attention had locked on to a single figure, Damon. They narrowed their eyes as they curiously stared at him, but before anyone could utter a word or make a move, a flicker of motion disrupted their focus. Ghost had already acted. In a blink, he appeared at Damon's side, shadows coiling like serpents around his legs, and in the next instant, the two vanished into the darkness. All the vampires could do was narrow their eyes at the fading distortion in the air, but they didn't have the luxury of chasing shadows. The third and final wave of the purification raid descended. There were only a handful of them, even fewer than the previous group, but their presence hit harder than an army. Each one was a peak C-rank warrior, yet they felt like walking temples. Divine guardians clad in shimmering celestial mail, paladins bearing lances that hummed with judgment, and holy healers whose every step left trails of light on the blood-soaked ground.
The worm? The battle? Damon woke up with a start, his voice hoarse. His eyes shot open, slits of red gold, burning faintly even in the dark. For a moment he didn't know where he was. The air smelled faintly of moss, wet stone, and soil. A ceiling of dark, jagged stone loomed above him. He was definitely not in the scorched and ruined city anymore. He tried to sit up but groaned as his body screamed in protest. Every muscle felt like it had been torn apart and re-stitched with fire. His skin still bore molten, vein-like cracks, glowing softly under the surface. His fingers trembled,
His body shivered. It was as if he were completely drained and exhausted without a single bit of energy left. A rustle nearby drew his gaze. Ghost leaned casually against the cavern wall, one knee drawn up, arms crossed. "You're alive," he said dryly. "Your health is at fucking 1, dude. How the hell are you alive? I was pretty damn sure you would die in the next couple of hours." Damon chuckled, though doing that made his entire body hurt all over again. Fuck me!" He cursed and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, he nodded with his eyes still closed. "Thank you, I guess, for saving me." Ghost scoffed. "What are you talking about? I simply shadow-stepped. Nothing big. At least nothing like what you have done for me. You were correct, by the way. The legacy I picked up is some very shady shit. This Umbra bastard wants to take over my body or something like that. See this?" Ghost all of a sudden fished out some sort of worm from his spatial ring. "This is a parasite of some kind. My so-called top-tier, mythical-grade, hidden legacy tried to silently put this parasite inside of me." Damon raised a brow as he examined the small creature. There was no mana signature from it, and yet it was unique and mysterious in ways he couldn't understand. Seeing his questioning gaze, Ghost lightly laughed. "Yeah, even I have no idea what the hell is this shit. I did do a couple of experiments, though. Let me tell you, the results were not great, pretty vile and horrifying. Basically, the host of this thing becomes a mindless killing machine, only focused on evolving and progressing." "You mean?" "Yep. The wolf I fed it to became C rank in the span of a few days. But its soul couldn't handle it anymore, and in the end it exploded into a mess of black sludge and broken shadows." Ghost's tone remained casual, but the glint in his eye was anything but. Not even a proper death scream. It just burst apart like a rotten fruit left too long in the sun. Damon leaned back against the jagged stone, breath shallow. "I see. It's good that you figured it out." Ghost snorted. "A little late. I'm already too deep in. Now everything is a constant struggle." Damon didn't speak for a moment. He simply watched Ghost, noting the tension in his posture, the way his fingers tapped absently against the hilt of his dagger, as if ready to stab not just enemies, but the very thing festering inside him. "You could have left it," Damon said finally, voice low. "Abandoned the legacy the moment you realized something was wrong." "I could have," Ghost agreed, his eyes flickering with something unreadable. "But that would have meant walking away with nothing. Tell me, blood god, would you walk away with nothing?" Damon did not answer. Ghost gave a slow, humorless smile. "Anyway, enough about me. How are you doing? Do you need some health potion or something?" Damon let out a sigh. He reached into his inventory and took out one of the high-grade health potions, making Ghost slightly shocked. "Rich bastard," the guy grumbled, and walked out to give Damon some space. Damon leaned his head back against the stone wall, the potion glowing faintly in his hand like liquid ruby. He stared at it for a long second before uncorking it and drinking in slow gulps. Warmth spread through his chest, comforting warmth. But the next moment Damon's eyes widened in shock. His health was still 1. How was this possible? No, in fact, even from the healing process, he could feel it. Something was wrong. Something was still missing. He could feel it. The fact that he needed a health potion was itself a sign. Just blood should have healed him. What was going on? Right now, he should be floating in power-ups. He killed the damn thing, didn't he? Wait, did he? Damon hurriedly pulled up all the system notifications and then forced himself to calm down as his sudden movements had once again triggered a wave of pain in his body. He couldn't even open his eyes, and he felt extremely fatigued. Ding, your soul is currently injured. Exercise caution. Ding, you are in a state of overdrawn essence. Immediate rest recommended. The next second, Damon found himself kicked out of the game as his vision darkened, and he once again appeared back in the real world, back in the castle. Damon was speechless, but there were things he needed to do back in the game. His entire freaking family was thrown into prison, and he needed to deal with it. This soul injury had come at the most inconvenient time. But he immediately remembered how La Rocha had given some elixir to Artemius and instantly healed his soul injury. Now he did not mind getting kicked out as much. Maybe he would have done that anyways. La Rocha, Damon called mentally. Are you here? By the way, what is the deal? Can you be in only one place at a time? Can you not be both inside the game and outside? Damon only barely reached out when a torturous pain assaulted him. It looks like he was no better outside the game than when he was inside the game. Thankfully, La Rocha responded without him having to drag his ass out. What the hell happened to your soul? You're basically dead, the item spirit mercilessly commented. Whatever, just give me that damn thing you gave Artemigus. What did I give him? He snorted. What I give him? Damon wanted to kill this bastard. He was really choosing his time to inflict maximum pain. Didn't you give him something to heal his soul? He winced and spoke again. That was one of a kind. I don't have it anymore, came the prompt reply. I exhaled. Then give me something else. Do I look like a pharmacy? Damon was this close to losing his damn mind. Everything was freaking hurting, and this bastard was sitting here and playing word games with me? Are you telling me that it's beyond your current abilities to help me heal my soul? La Rocha became silent. Then finally, after a couple of minutes, he cleared his throat and vaguely answered, I have a soul cultivation manual. Damon blinked through the pain, each throb in his skull hitting him like a lightning bolt. What? He hissed, barely able to raise his voice above a strained whisper. You're telling me you've had something like that this whole time and you never mentioned it? La Rocha, sounding completely unbothered, replied with casual arrogance, You never asked. I was dying, you smug antique. Well, you didn't die, yet. Fucking hell, just give it already! Damon gritted out through clenched teeth. His patience had long since evaporated, and all that remained was raw pain, a storm of fury, and the pounding echo of his own heartbeat. A shimmering scroll appeared mid-air. Damon almost grabbed it out of sheer desperation and agony, but at the last moment he stopped himself. His brain might be seizing right now, but he still retained some ability to think. Soul cultivation was anything but simple. Soul cultivation methods were even rarer. Perhaps he needed to approach this with even more caution instead of jumping into it blindly because of his current situation. There was even a chance that La Rocha messed with it somehow. He couldn't rule anything out. Artemius, Damon murmured, as he forced himself to stand up. It was time he paid the old man a visit and had a conversation. Perhaps he could ask the old man to take a look at the soul cultivation manual. He had experience in this field before. It was worth having a conversation with him before diving in blindly. Where is Artemius? He asked La Rocha. The item spirit did not answer for a while, then, once again, reluctantly spat out, He's in one of the terraces. Damon didn't waste time replying. His body still felt like it had been steamrolled by a demonic forge golem, but he pushed himself upright, each motion accompanied by the searing groan of stiff muscles and fractured mana circuits. The soul damage made everything worse. He could feel his own thoughts like a chorus of static crackling against the inside of his skull. He gripped the scroll tightly in one hand and dragged his body onward like a corpse. The upper levels of the castle were eerily quiet for a while, and then once again reluctantly spat out. "He is in one of the terraces." Damon didn't waste time replying. His body still felt like it had been steamrolled by a demonic forge golem, but he pushed himself upright, each motion accompanied by the searing groan of stiff muscles and fractured monocircuits. The moonlight filtering in through the carved windows washed everything in pale silver, giving the ancient stones a ghostly sheen. When he finally reached the terrace, the night wind hit his face, cool and sharp. Damon was shocked to see that there was water all around him. Water, and nothing but water. Were they in the middle of a freaking ocean right now? The silence on the terrace was heavy, broken only by the soft sound of waves far below. The air felt strange, tinged with mana that buzzed around Damon's skin. Damon walked slowly, each step painful, as if his body might fall apart at any moment. The terrace was wide and curved, with broken stone railings, but what truly stopped him was what lay beyond. Water. Endless water, stretching in every direction. No land, no shore, just dark ocean under a star-filled sky, and a moon that looked a little too big. It was like the whole castle had been placed in the middle of nowhere, which was exactly what he had ordered La Rocha. He just never thought that the guy would put it in the middle of a freaking ocean. At the far end of the terrace stood a man. His long silver hair moved in the wind, and he wore a robe the color of storm clouds. One hand held a glowing sword, no doubt his soul sword, and the other was behind his back. Damon didn't need to see his face to know who it was. Artemius. It looked like the old man had healed up quite well. Damon would be lying if he said that he was not shocked to see such a fast recovery rate. He had heard that soul injuries take a lot of time to heal. This was one of the reasons why he was anxious about his current state. "How long are you planning to stare at me, blood god?" Artemius chuckled. Calm, clear, and sharp as ever. The old man hadn't even turned around, yet he'd known exactly who had arrived. "I wasn't sure if you'd be awake," Damon said casually, without revealing the pain he was going through at the moment. "You look better than before." Artemius hummed. "The elixir you gave me was extraordinary. I didn't think you cared about this old man that much. You should have preserved something like that for your own future use." Damon could only bitterly laugh at that irony. I should have, indeed. He did not say anything further. "Is it bothersome for you to be away from all that ice and snow?" Damon walked over to Artemius and stood by his side, staring out into the endless ocean. Artemius didn't answer right away. His eyes, sharp and distant, stayed locked on the horizon. The glowing blade in his hand flickered once, and then he finally spoke. "I used to think the cold was where I belonged, that only in stillness could a shattered soul find peace. But maybe I was just hiding." Damon didn't reply. He understood that feeling far too well. They stood in silence for a while, the night wind brushing past them like a whisper. The sea beneath shimmered with reflections of the stars, endless and unknowable. "There is a war coming, and you are not ready," Artemius said suddenly. "There are many things that we need to talk about. Now that things are where they are, I don't see a reason for me to keep any secrets." Damon raised a brow. He did not deny it. He was definitely not ready for shit. His fingers tightened around the scroll. "There are some things I need to talk to you about, too." Artemius's eyes widened. "This old man is curious. What is on your mind?" His gaze then fell on the scroll Damon was holding. "Is that a skill scroll?" "Well, sort of. Take a look." Damon gave it to him. He had already confirmed with La Rocha that it was a multi-use scroll and that it wouldn't simply disappear after a single use. In fact, the item spirit laughed on his face when he asked about it, saying that it would be such a waste to inscribe a valuable technique on a one-time use scroll, and he, a genius, would never do something like that. Artemius curiously accepted the scroll and opened it. He immediately closed his eyes as a flood of information appeared in his mind. The old man's expression immediately changed. "This," he muttered, voice growing quiet. "This is a soul cultivation technique." His fingers trembled slightly, the first sign of genuine surprise Damon had ever seen from the man. "Where did you get this?" Damon simply smiled. "Let's just say I found it in the same place I found your soul-healing elixir. What do you think about the contents?" Artemius nodded. He did not press for any further details. Since Damon asked about the contents, he started talking about it. "This soul cultivation technique has to be an extremely high-tiered one. The one in my possession uses my ice affinity as a forge to strengthen my soul. Even though I have progressed a lot with that method, it is still lacking when compared to this technique." "This one is different," Artemius continued, his voice low with reverence. "It doesn't rely on elemental affinity or external catalysts. It uses the raw essence of intent, your will to temper the soul core. It's dangerous, but clean. No anchors, no bindings, just sheer force of self to evolve the soul core." Damon listened carefully. His body still ached, and the static in his mind refused to fade. But this gave him a sliver of hope. He had feared that the damage he took was permanent, that his soul would never fully recover, but now maybe he had a path forward. "It does require a lot of materials, though. Extremely high-grade materials and array formation knowledge." Damon nodded. "The materials are not a problem. I can find them. The array formation knowledge is also not a problem. I know an array master and a rune master." Then Artemius suddenly stopped. "Wait. Are you planning to learn this soul cultivation technique, personally, for yourself?" Damon frowned. "Why? Is there a problem?" Artemius let out a sigh and shook his head. "Blood God, that will never work. If you do something like this, then you will end up only harming yourself." Damon's eyes narrowed slightly. "Explain." Artemius nodded and sincerely started explaining. "Every soul cultivation technique is unique. There are many techniques in this world, ranging from low tier to high tier. The one that you have shown me is definitely high tier. That is not a problem here. If you cultivate with this technique, there is a chance that you can progress greatly with your soul and strengthen it manyfold, but I wouldn't recommend it for you, at all." "Why? What is the problem?" "It will not suit you, Blood God. My gut feelings tell me that this technique is not a good match for you." Artemius firmly shook his head. "Just like mana-breathing techniques, there are a lot of soul cultivation techniques, and even though there are different tiers and ranks of such techniques, it is always best to use one that fits you and is suitable for you. You need to feel a connection with this technique. Let me ask you, do you honestly feel a connection with this technique?" Damon did not answer. He took the scroll and activated it, closing his eyes, going over its contents. Would he really not be able to use this technique? Just like the old man had said, a flood of information appeared in his mind. There were detailed descriptions about what to do, what he needed, and how things would progress. Just like the old man had pointed out, a person's will and intent were the important factors here, and the method almost solely relied on them. This was good. He had a strong will and an even stronger intent. But at the same time, he could also feel it. This was not the technique for him. Perhaps this was the same thing he felt before. He could just not put a finger on it and chalked it up to La Rocha playing some tricks on him. But now, after Artemius pointed it out, he could see clearly. Since you are a vampire, I think a soul cultivation technique that relies on blood would be more suitable to you," Artemius added. Damon nodded in agreement. He couldn't have said it better himself. Perhaps a technique that involved blood or bloodline would be the better fit for him. However, the situation he was in right now was not one where he could pick and choose. Even though it might not be the best fit, I should still be able to use it for a little bit and then switch to a better one. But to Damon's surprise, Artemius once again firmly shook his head. "I would strongly advise you against it. Using the wrong soul cultivation technique is like drinking the wrong medicine. Sure, it might not harm you, but it might also be poisonous to you. I suggest you have utmost caution before doing it. Think 10 times before using this one." Damon let out a long breath, fingers brushing the edge of the scroll. The words made sense, but his current soul injury was also a pressing matter. What the hell could he do now? Artemius looked at his thoughtful expression and gently smiled, patting him. "I can see that you have a lot to worry about right now. The things that we need to discuss can wait. Tell me, Blood God, why do you so desperately need a soul cultivation technique? Why do you seem so conflicted by this?" Damon paused for a moment, but then he answered the old man honestly. "I have a soul injury." Artemius's face immediately became very serious. "A soul injury? How did you get it? Did someone from the big family already—" Damon shook his head. "A worm." "A worm? You mean a draconic beast? You fought a draconic beast and got this injury?" "Hey, the other guy got it worse. I'm pretty sure I ended up killing it." Artemius blinked, then rubbed his forehead like he was trying to process what he had just heard. "You killed a worm while taking a direct hit to the soul? You mean you fought a draconic beast and got this injury? Blood God or not, are you trying to die young and impressive? That was a foolish thing to do. It's good to push yourself, but not to this extent." "I had my reasons. They were pretty good ones at the time." The old man sighed, then became quiet for a moment, the ocean wind tugging at his sleeves. "That explains the urgency," he said finally. "Soul injuries aren't like broken bones. They don't just hurt. They can make or break you. They disturb everything about you, your thoughts, your dreams, and your abilities. If left untreated, they can warp your essence permanently." "I know," Damon said softly. "That's why I was hoping the technique would work. I thought maybe I could brute force my way through this like I always do." Artemius shook his head. "It's not that simple." The two of them stood silent for a while, and then Artemius exhaled. "There is something that I can do for you. That is, if you can trust me." "Hmm?" Damon looked at him. "I can try and stabilize your soul," Artemius finished. "Not heal it entirely, mind you, but I might be able to slow the damage, ease the pain, and stop it from getting worse until you find a technique suited to you." "You can do that?" "I won't lie, it's not easy, and it's not without risk to me either. But I've walked close enough to the edge of soul destruction to know how to patch someone back from it, even if just temporarily. I can anchor the broken pieces of your soul, just enough so they don't keep splintering." Damon studied the old man's expression. "I trust you," he said finally. Damon was not a trusting person, but at the same time, the old man had proven himself trustworthy time and again. He had laid his life on the line to protect himself and his family. If anyone was trustworthy, then it was he. "I trust you." He was not a trusting person, but the old man had proved himself trustworthy time and again. He had laid his life on the line to protect himself and his family. If anyone was trustworthy, then it was he. "I trust you. I thought for a second that you would reject me. Thank you for trusting me. I will not let your trust go to waste." He finished, softly, the wind tugging gently at his hair.